What is good, boys? What is good? We are so back. We are so freaking back. Let me just make sure my audio is good here. I was supposed to live stream last night, but I had some technical difficulties, so it is what it is. But we're back. Drafters, underdog all day long, baby. All right, pick number 6. You got top cheddar in here. Top cheddar, you DM me. I see. Yeah, we're gonna try to have some guests on, boys. Maybe Blake from Apples and Genos. I sent him a DM. I know tonight we're getting DJ and Matt on for some of the underdog drafts. But we'll see. There might be some people coming through. Also, let me know if you guys are listening. Let me know if the audio is good, if everything's good with the audio, because I was having some issues yesterday. Let me zoom in on here too. Okay, I think we're going to go Kucherov at 5 here. Kucherov at 5, I like that. Also, let me put this over here. Can I move this? Hold on. Yeah, it's better. You guys can see the ADP here. You guys see this Zach Rowinski at 9. It's actually insane. It's insane. All right. Now the question is, do we go Jack Hughes or Jack Eichel here? It's a tough one. Or we can go Quinn Hughes. We could go Quinn Hughes. Let's go Quinn. Defensemen are pretty valuable for this format, guys. Settings for points in this draft. Let me, can I pull them up here? Let me see if I can pull this up. Can you see this? Oh, my camera's blocking the way. I'll just read it out. It's goals, assists, power play points, shorthanded goals, shots on goal, block shots, overtime goals. For skaters, and then goalies, it's wins, saves, goals against, shutout. Pretty standard stuff. Shots and blocks are not heavily valued, but there's no hits. So, you know, the guys that you would typically see go pretty high on underdog, you're not going to see on drafters. Like guys like Trocheck, Eriksson Ek, Brady Tkachuk. And I want to tell you guys that ADP, like, this is not updated to what it's been. Like, there's been 300 people that have drafted in this format, and this is just like the default rankings. It's going to update once we get enough people that have drafted, and obviously you're going to see like Brady Tkachuk is not going to have an ADP of 12 in this platform. So yeah. Also, can anyone let me know if the audio is good? I had a lot of issues last night trying to stream, so let me know if there's any issues. Mitch Marner goes. Oh, I bet that guy who drafted Eichel's pretty pissed about that. Would have been a nice little stack. All right, we're up. Think we're gonna go with we do have Kucherov. I think we go with Braden Point here. Pair these two together. Feel pretty good about that. Okay, we could get the Kucherov Point Hugh stack, which I like. Yeah, let's do that. It's the team so far. Yeah, dude, it's valid in all of Canada, including Ontario. Drafters. A lot of people don't know because like Ontario, Underdog's not available in Ontario, but Drafters is. So yeah, all of Canada, it is available. It's called Drafters, man. If you look at the bottom, Drafters, it's you can download the app, sign up with code FIREDUP, gives you 100% match deposit. Best promo code on planet Earth. Some people are saying that. That's what I've heard. And yeah, we came fourth actually last year and won about $2,000 on this platform out of 5,000 teams. And I think there's 5,600 teams this year. I think they could have done a little bit more, man, because it's filling up already pretty quickly. So yeah, you can draft up to 150 teams, man. It's pretty fun. I drafted, I think, 115 teams last year. Moritz Sider at 32. Whoa. Kenzie Weegar at 32. I like this team so far, boys. I would like to get Victor Hedman here. That would be really cool. But I worry that I think one of these guys is going to take the defenseman here. How do your buy-ins, payouts work, and do you have to set your lines? It's best ball format, man. So no roster management, no ads, no drops, no trades. It's $11 per draft, and then it pays out at the end of the season. Also, Marty, let me know is the audio good? I've asked this a couple of times. I don't know if anyone has heard me say this. I'm not sure if the audio is good. This is the first stream. I'm also in Quebec, so kind of an issue. I guess we could just get the Hedman stack here. Yeah, we'll go Hedman. Yeah, you're good. Okay, perfect. Dude, I was trying to stream last night all night long. Like I drove 5 hours to Quebec because I want you can do underdog drafts everywhere in Canada except Ontario. So I'm doing underdog drafts too. I'm going to do like alternate them. Drove 5 hours. I'm like, I'm going to stream. I came up here to do these drafts and there was like this staticky in my mic and I don't know if it's there. I think it was because my phone, like it has like it had an interference, the phone with the mic, and I just was like brutal. I was trying to troubleshoot it. But that is in the past. We are back. This is also my 10th team, boys. I'll show you my teams later. I've drafted some teams last night. I went ham for a couple of hours. Okay. Jack Gladney, who are you taking here? You guys are going to let Jason Robertson fall to me? I think that's a mistake, boys. I think that's a big mistake. Big mistake letting J-Rob fall to me at 44. I might say myself. This is a nice team, boys. This is a nice team. Also, like, stacks are very important in this format. You want to make sure you stack your guys to get the maximum spike week potential. That's the goal. Okay, what else are we seeing here? Dylan Gunther at 47. These two guys are taking the opposite approach here. All defensemen, all forwards. You guys see Macklin Celebrini going at 31? I don't know, boys, about that. That's a little crazy. It's a little crazy. Holy moly. Holy moly. Need any more defensemen, buddy? Jesus. I was hoping, like, if you guys have been drafting on drafters in the last 2 years, it starts off with ADP being the rankings, like I said earlier. And I was hoping we could get some good value with people not understanding. But, like, no, defensemen are going just as early as they should. But pretty annoying. I thought we were going to be able to get some steals later on. I suppose not. I suppose not. Nick Suzuki at 51. Dude, Caulfield is right here as well. What about defensemen? Shall we go with... we'll go with Thomas Harley. Dude, if Harley is power play 1, this team's going to be pretty good. Pretty good. We also need a goalie here, but there's so many good goalies later on. There's so many good goalies. All right. We're going to go Barkov here, boys. This team is dirty. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Wow, Anthony stole ours. This guy's reaching on a bunch of people. We need a goalie. Look at Cole Caulfield still here. That's interesting. I mean, there is so many good forwards that go late, so I don't blame that. But I don't know. All right, we're up. Part of me wants to go Sorokin here, but we're going to go Robert Thomas. I'll zoom in one more here. Show you guys. Be better on mobile. Marty, you're a beast, man. Appreciate it. I look forward to seeing you in here, man. I'll be drafting. I'll probably end up in a draft with you. Michkov goes. Sorokin. Oh. Top cheddar, man. Top cheddar. Why do you do this to me, man? Thought he was going to fall to me. Would have been nice. Would have been very nice. Very, very nice. We can go with Saros. Although Saros was so bad last year. We'll go... Even Kemper isn't interested. Like, we can go with Kemper, too. We'll go with Saros, man. Saros is still going to get 60 games. I think Nashville's going to bounce back a bit. Like, they had the lowest shooting percentage in the NHL last year. It just, if Yossi's out, they're screwed. So, just please don't get concussed, Roman Yossi. That's all I ask. That's all I ask. But yeah, I mean, Svechkov as well, better defensive-minded center than Tommy Novak. Tommy Novak as your 2C that was pretty rough. I think they could, improve, and Saros could win some games for them. Like, that's certainly possible. So we'll take it. Here's the team, boys. I'm liking this so far. Still need to get another defenseman, but we got some late round picks we can go for. We're pretty good on D. Man, this mic is heavy. I brought my mic stand here. I'm in Quebec. I drove 5 hours yesterday, and my mic stand just didn't fit on the table, so I have to hold this up, and this is extremely heavy. So this is like a workout. It's a workout for my brain and my arm. It's pretty crazy. Bedard at 82. I remember when I was drafting Bedard at 30 last year. That was awesome. That was awesome. Thanks, Bedard, man. Generational player. All right, we are up. Oh, man. Kirill Marchenko, could be a value this late, man. What is going on? Do we go Erik Karlsson or Morgan Riley? We'll go Karlsson here. Round out our D. We don't need to get any more defensemen. And then we'll get some forwards. I like this team. Oh, man. Oh, shoot. We also need another goalie. Forgot about that. I want to draft RC Kemper, but, their blue line is tough. It is very tough. But Kemper was on one of my winning teams last year, so he did kind of carry me. They're so good. They still got a defensive system, but losing Gavrikov, adding Cody Ceci, it's a little scary. All right, Larkin goes. Damn. These guys are I hate being beside guys that know what they're doing. Oh, man. Okay. We're either going Marchenko or we're going to go a goalie here. We'll go Marchenko. We'll go Marchenko. Kemper goes. All right, let me get Swayman there. Let me get Swayman. I think Swayman's good value here, boys. I really do. I think Hampus Lindholm being back is big. McAvoy missed half the year. I don't know. Boston's still okay, I guess. He's going to get like 60 games. He's a good goalie, so I'm fine with it. Jack Gladdy, don't snipe me, please. Okay, good. Good. Ooh. I don't know. Okay, we'll go Hintz. We'll go Hintz to pair with Robo and Harley. We need another goalie too. You guys liking this team? I think this is pretty good. Want to get Verhaeghe to pair with Barkov. That would be nice. Get another goalie, a couple more forwards, and then we're good. All right, let's go. Dude. Ooh. You know what? Let's go with that Demko. I guess there's some concern with Kevin Lankin in there, but they just signed Demko to a fat contract. So, like, he's going to get games on a team that should bounce back. I don't know, guys. Getting Saros, Swayman, Demko this late is like something you wouldn't have seen last year. It's actually insane. I'll take it, man. Oh, Jack Gladney took Verhaeghe, man. This guy's always sniping me. Oh, God. Okay, it's fine. It is fine. Still lots of good forwards, I guess. Hold on, we got to figure out how to draft here. Oh, we're getting my boy. We're getting my boy. Value meal right there. I did not move on. I did not move out of Ontario, Marco. I am currently in Quebec. I drove 5 hours yesterday. Just here for a couple of days. Gonna do some underdog drafts after this as well. It's gonna be like an alternating thing. So yeah, I can't draft in Ontario, but you can draft rest of Canada, and I might come up to Quebec in a couple of months as well, or sorry, a couple of weeks as well before the season starts. Try to maybe do like 100 drafts in Underdog. That is the plan. All right. We have 3 goalies. We have 4 defensemen. We really don't need any more defensemen. And in terms of forwards, who do we want? Wouldn't be opposed to Stamkos or Barzell. Gosh, we're up. Marcia So. Even Brock Besser. I don't. Mark Stone. We'll get Stammer. Swayman or Greaves, dude? Swayman. Swayman all day. Thank you, Marco. I appreciate that, dude. Appreciate that. Many more videos to come. I am on that grind, dude. I am like pretty much all day, all night. I'm working on a video or doing something. So, does it not show? Hold on. Oh, there we go. I think we're going to pair Stammer with Marcia So here. I don't really know who else I'd like. Do I have Robert Thomas on this team? I could pair him with Buchnevich as well. I think Buchnevich has some pretty big spike weeks. Like, he'll randomly put up like 5 points in a game. Yeah, we'll go Booch. We will go Booch. Oh, hold on. All right, that's the draft, boys. We're gonna switch over to Underdog potentially now. This is the team that I just drafted. Pretty good. I'm a fan of this team. Oh gosh. Oh no, it's fine. Okay. I think we got some good stacks here. Hold on. Let's see. Yeah, 11 forwards, 4 defensemen, 3 goalies. Yeah, good team. Wanted to get Verhaeghe, but what are you going to do? Yeah, let's... We're going to do another draft in a bit here. It's just 1 out of 8. If you guys want to join me, feel free to sign up using code FIREDUP. 100% match deposit, so, you know, pretty good. 20 gets you 40, 40 gets you 80, 100 gets you 200. If you're going to do these drafts, you might as well use it. It's the best promo code on there. Like any content creator code is the same, but it's better than like the default one. So yeah, when this fills up, I'll join another one. We're going to check out Underdog here, boys. So let's do that. See if we can get into a draft here. This is another best ball platform if you're not familiar, but it does count hits, and peripherals are a little more heavily weighted. So yeah, same thing with, let me switch the banner. Same thing, code FIREDUP, play 5, get 50% match deposit, up to $1,000 in bonus funds. And I put I did a pick 'em with these bonus funds. Let me just show you here. I did a pick 'em. Hold on. $855 bonus fun pick 'em. this Sunday for the NFL. We'll see. We'll see how that goes. And also, boys, I'm releasing a draft cheat sheet for Underdog. People that sign up with code FIREDUP. And it's going to include Underdog rankings, like weekly updated best value on Underdog. So you get that too. We're going to sort that out. Like it's not released just yet. It's going to be released in about a week or so. So stay tuned for that. If you guys sign up, you'll be getting that. But yeah, let's see here. We are going to join. All right, we're just waiting on 3. So if you guys want to join and draft with me here, there is room. You might be waiting for a little bit. We'll have to see. It is 12:17 on a Wednesday, and people have jobs. Marty says, just takes the most points scored on your team and count that towards the week's score. So how it works is drafters and underdog will do the same thing. There's different positions on each platform. But if you're talking about drafters, there is 3 forwards, 2 defensemen, 1 goalie, and 2 flex every week. I think you draft like 15 players. So the high scoring players go into those spots every week. And that happens until the end. And that's total points. And then at the end, it's total points. But on Underdog, there is like a playoff format. So it's like you're in pods. And then, you know, once you get to like week 21, not like what happened before, doesn't matter. There's no total fantasy points. Then it's like that playoff week. If you guys are familiar with like Underdog NFL best ball, there's like that playoff week, and that's all that matters. There's quarterfinals or semifinals, and then there's grand finals. So that's pretty cool too. They both have their perks for sure. Their advantages. So we're gonna have to wait here. Let me. How do I entertain you guys while this draft fills? I just want to check something as well here, boys. 1 second. I guess maybe we could take a look at... Oh, 2 more people. We could take a look at Yahoo ADP while we wait. Or maybe let's do that after. This might fill up. We got 2 more people. If you guys want to join, sign up with code FIREDUP. You get all these wonderful things scrolling at the bottom here. Helps out the channel. And you guys can draft beside the future winner of Underdog Best Puck. It's kind of an honor. But we'll see. Let's take a look at, if you guys want to take a look at the ADP here, that's always interesting. Let's see what stands out. I did talk about this already in my video that I posted, but Zach Werenski at 22 is kind of insane. I get it. He was so good, but it feels a little bit pricey, especially in this format too, when hits are counted. You know, there's guys later on that even if they're not going to put up points, like they're going to be really good. They're going to have a really safe floor, like Darnell Nurse, Colton Parayko, some of these other guys. And Werenski doesn't really put up hits. His blocks are okay. There's a few guys I really like on here. I really like Sergachev at this price. Seth Jones, even Charlie McAvoy is pretty solid with his hits. Also, guys, to give you guys maybe some tips with this draft. Let me pull up the rules here. Well, let's go over the contest here, guys. $15 entry. You can draft up to 150 teams, 200K in prizes. You guys can do fast drafts, which is what we're doing right now. Or you can do slow drafts, which is 8 hours per pick. So you can do either or. In terms of the prize breakdown, 25K. This is also US dollars as well, so pretty good payouts here. 15K, 12K, 10K. I think the top 3,700 gets paid. Best ball format. Qualifiers weeks 1 to 20, quarterfinals, semifinals, championship. These are the scoring settings. Goals, assists, power play points, shots, blocks. Guys, look at shots and blocks. Very heavily valued. Hits are 0.5, so you got to remember that too. It's different to drafters. Goalies, wins, goals against, saves. You know, volume matters. It's not like a Cats League. I mean, certain Cats Leagues volume matters with saves, but, you know, it's not goals against average. It's not save percentage. And this is probably one of the most important things you guys need to get with this, or know with this, is the positions. So every week, Underdog automatically puts your high-scoring 2 wingers, 1 center, 2 flex, which is any forward or defenseman, 1 defenseman, and 1 goalie into these spots. You're going to have the rest of the guys on the bench that don't fit into these positions. And wingers are obviously more valuable because there's 2. So wingers, you're going to see wingers go way higher than centers in this format because you got to put 2 in every week. So you got to make sure they're good. So yeah, those are that's sort of the gist. Defensemen are more valued on drafters compared to Underdog. So, I mean, that's something to know. I mean, that's pretty much it. I'm going to make a video going over the entire thing. You know, just breaking it all down, favorite strategies and tips. Dreamsy, thanks you, man. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. We are going to be streaming until, I don't know, maybe 11 p.m. tonight, all day. We got 2 special guests as well. DJ Sabers. I had to get to know his first name. I don't know his first name. And then Matt, who drafted Underdog. They make content if you guys want to check him out. And maybe some others too. We will see what happens. Okay, I'm going to be back in 2 minutes, boys. I just got to pee. I'm going to grab a water. And hopefully this fills up. So, we'll be back. Diego, what's up, man? Yep, collabing with the boys. Those guys know puck for sure. Let me just give a shout out to those guys. DJ Mitchell. We're gonna be drafting with him and Matt Moody. DJ does a lot of Underdog content, so make sure you guys check him out. And then Matt Moody as well. He also makes like pretty informative underdog content as well. He just posted a video if you want to check it out. I haven't watched it yet. And he wrote a really good article as well. Best Puck Manifesto, if you guys want to check that out. So yeah, streaming with them at 8 p.m. tonight. I don't know if it's going to be this stream or if I'm going to end this and get some food around like 6 or 7 and then make a new stream, but we'll figure it out. We will figure it out. Who are you taking 5th overall in a Bangers Cats leagues? No penalty minutes? Dude, I don't know. It's hard to say, man. I don't really draft on Bangers Cats, like in Bangers Cats leagues. I don't. You know, for me, I always input league settings and look at fantasy points per game over the last couple of years to sort of figure that out. But yeah, I'm not like a Bangers Cats expert, to be honest with you. That's the only issue with fantasy hockey, man. Like fantasy football, it's like full PPR, half PPR. It's so easy to make content for it. But like fantasy hockey, like even if you just add one setting, it can completely change who I like. So it's hard making content around that, but you know, we try our best. Oh, hold on. Let me pull the draft back up here. All right, we still need 2 more people, boys. Available in all of Canada except Ontario, most U.S. states. I've not done a draft on here just yet. I did enter some slows, but this is going to be my first underdog draft. So very, very exciting. Yeah. Dylan says, do you play in any keeper leagues? If so, who would you target? Again, like, it really depends on league settings. You know, I am in a keeper league with the Apples and Genos guys. I think my keepers are, I have Kaprizov, Quinn Hughes, and somebody else. It's hard to answer that. It's such a broad question that I can't really answer that. You know what I mean? Like, who would you target? Like, what do you mean? In what round? What's your league settings? All right, we got one in here. One more left, boys, if you want to draft. What are your thoughts on Greaves for Keeper Dynasty? I like Jet Greaves. I mean, you know, Elvis is still there, but, like, I don't think Elvis is the future for the Blue Jackets, right? Like, remember when he requested a trade after that game? I don't know. He's up and down. Jet Greaves obviously played incredible last year. He's not going to sustain that, whatever his numbers were. It was what, like 1.91 goals against average, but I think he could end up taking over the net for sure. Columbus has a bright future. But again, guys, with goalies, they are so fickle. Like, they really are. Like, keeper dynasty really depends. Like, how many keepers do you have? Because, like, if you're only allowed so many keepers, like, I don't really enjoy keeping goalies. Like, goalies year to year, they're gonna fluctuate so much. So in a dynasty, yeah, I would consider it, but in a keeper league, unless goalies are like super overpowered, like, I'm not keeping a goalie. That's just like a disaster in the making. Four keepers. Macklin Bedard. You got some good keepers, man. That's pretty cool. I mean, is Michkov on your team and you're just wondering if you should keep him, or are you talking about drafting him? Like, are those your 4 keepers already set? Oh, penalty minutes though, like, dude, penalty minutes. Why do we do leagues with penalty minutes? No disrespect, but it's just so, I just don't understand it. Face-offs as well. Oh, baby. We're in a draft. First underdog draft, boys. We get pick number 4. Breezy, on average, you prefer a higher draft position, middle position, or late? This is going to depend on a lot of things, guys. I think, I don't know. I kind of like them all. Like late, you can get some really good picks. Like you can get like a Kaprizov, Jack Hughes start potentially. I like getting Makar, but it really depends on the format, man. It really does. Like it really depends on your league settings. But I think if you know what you're doing, especially on Yahoo, man, Yahoo is like, if you guys have seen the Yahoo ADP, it's actually dumb. Like if you just know what you're doing in a casual league, like you're just going to destroy. It's so easy. Ooh. Yeah, Dylan, let me get back to you after this draft. I think Michkov's going to be a stud. But you only have 4 keepers per year. I don't know. You'd have to let me know if you'd have to let me know like who are the other guys on the board, you know? Like are there studs that you can draft? Like are you going for the chip this year? Are you thinking long term, man? That's the thing. There's so many questions I have with fantasy. All right, McKinnon, McDavid. Kucherov at 3. I'm up. We're going to go with Matthews. Hopefully Matthews can bounce back. Don't love that Marner's gone, but, you know, I think on Underdog for like 2 years, he was like the best fantasy hockey player with his shots. His shots are insane. Eichel Marner stack. I might be out to lunch, boys. In this format, first draft, we will see. It's a little bit different than drafters. Same idea, but it is a little bit different with positions instead of just forwards. That's why we're going to get Moods and DJ Mitchell later on to help me out, to guide me. That's a good question. I don't know. You might have to make another account, man. Because I don't know if you go and deposit, if you can put a promo code in. So you might have to make another account, dude. I'll double check. I'll ask someone at Underdog. But yeah, obviously I would appreciate you using my code. That'd be awesome. You could make another account pretty easily. You just I think you gotta sign up with code FIREDUP to get the stuff here. All right, we are up next. What do we want to do? All right. We're going to draft Jake Gensel here. Could have went Boley, but I think Gensel is in a better position, man. Line one with Kucherov and Point. I think Boley's going to have a great year, though. He has better shots, but yeah, I don't know. I don't know, man. Yeah, Dreamsy, thank you, man. Appreciate it. I like Will Smith long term, man, but you know, with 4 keepers, I don't think Will Smith's a keeper, man. That's a problem. I think Will Smith could be a 90-point guy in the future. I think he's gonna be really good, but might not be for a couple of years. And there's gonna be guys that are just as good as Will Smith that you're gonna be able to draft with only 4 keepers. Will Smith does have a sneaky good shot, though. I think he's going to be really good. I'm definitely a fan. Oh. I wanted to get J-Rob there. That's fine. We'll go a Point. We get a nice little Gensel point stack. Gonna lay off the centers though now. I don't know how many centers I need to draft versus wingers. I think I need at least 6 wingers in this format. What do I want to do? Tage goes, Ovi goes. I think I know who I want, but we are a few 7 picks away. Kepe goes. Oh, sorry. Let me go back to the board, boys, so you can see it. Blackwood goes. Martin Natchez. Natchez could be really good, guys. I think if he's playing 20 minutes a night with McKinnon, like, there's a lot of upside. Don't snipe me, Drew. Don't do it. Gunther. Okay, that's fine. We're gonna go JT Miller. I feel like I'm drafting a lot of Tampa guys, even on drafters too. That might be a little bit overexposure, but I don't know. Still so many drafts to do. We got time. Michkov. Look at Michkov, guys. 411. I don't know what pick that is. Oh, 47. Yeah. Going pretty darn high as a 20-year-old. Don't know how I feel about that. So I have no defenseman here, but there's a lot of good defensemen later on that I want to get. So we'll see. We'll see what I do. I think I know who I want here. Gustafson goes. We'll go Jake Sanderson. I need some more wingers here, but we got some guys we want later. Hopefully we don't get... I am out of Ontario, man. I'm in Quebec. I drove here. I drove up here yesterday. 5-hour drive. Only for a couple of days, though. I'm gone tomorrow. And then I'm going to come back up in a couple of weeks to do more underdog drafts. I'm loading up on slows. And, yeah, so we're going to be doing both. Both drafters and underdog, man. All month long. I'm going to be trying to live stream almost every day. If I can, almost every other day. And, yeah, it's very exciting. Marchenko goes. It's a good pick. Marchenko going much higher in this format just because winners are more valuable. Just slipping a lot on drafters, which is interesting. Hell yeah, Mikey. Yeah, I'll be drafting till 11 p.m. tonight, probably. And we're going to do underdog until like 8 to like 9:30, I think, tonight, because we're joined by two guests. But then we're going to do drafters, probably like 9:30 to 11, so... Hope to see you there, man. Oh, Victor Hedman goes. What? Are you serious, Jay West, with my point and Gensel stack? Slightly annoying. Boy. Right. We need a winner here. I think we're going to go Zach Hyman. Hopefully he's healthy to start the year. He's supposed to be, but if he isn't, I'll be pretty pissed. And hopefully he's not out of shape, recovering all off season. Bless me. We don't have a goalie yet, but that's fine. Saros. You got Ehlers here. Still don't have a goalie, but that's okay. We're gonna have to get some goalies though. Yeah, Caleb, I saw that, man. I saw that. San Jose can take on any contract with their cap space. All right, this team is a little light on wingers and goalies. But that's okay. I think I know which guys excuse me, I think I know which guys we're going to get later here. There's some good value winners I'm looking to target in this format. That's a good question, man. I'd really have to look at the NHL standings. All right, we're on the clock. I think we get... We'll get Demko. Maybe I get Nyes. Is Nyes even... No, Nyes is gone. Nyes is long gone. Shift in power. I mean, I think Utah might make the playoffs this year. That would be my... Like, I don't think we're going to see anything too crazy. Like, Calgary, I think Calgary's going to come back to reality. The Kings are going to come back to reality. I think the Kings have a shot of missing the playoffs. Like, I think losing Gavrikov is bad. Adding Cody CC. Kopitar's getting older. I mean, they still got a good team. I just have my concerns. I mean, they almost beat the Oilers last year. Right, he sure goes. Oh, I wanted to get Swayman there. Oh my lord. Oh man. Okay. We'll go Logan Thompson. That's annoying. That's fine. I think Logan Thompson's still, he's fine. Okay, I need more defensemen and more wingers. You gotta think a little bit harder on underdog versus drafters in terms of positions, man. It does add an element of skill, a little more element of skill. Like a bigger skill gap for sure. Let's queue up some players. That's annoying. Just gonna go to Chushkin there. Don't do it, Anthony. He has 2D. Drew might go. I think Drew might go defenseman here, actually. Drew, don't snipe me, please. Don't take him. Okay, let's go. Let's go. We get Sergachev. This is not a bad team. Actually, I like this team quite a bit. Svetch goes, Tippett goes. Horvat goes. All right, I went with the goalie there. I don't know. I don't know if that was the right play. I just feel like if those guys went, I would be left with no third goalie. We'll see what happens here. Still some good winners later on that we'll take a swing on. Stamkos goes, Russ goes. Hey Caleb, yeah, I'll answer this question after this draft here. I gotta lock in. Oh, man, I'm getting sniped. Oh, no. My guys are going off the board. This might be a tough team with the lack of winners here. It just might. I don't really got stacks as well with the winners, which isn't great. Oh, my Lord. Oh, my gosh. Okay. We're going to have to take some swings here. Wow. Okay. All right, we're on the clock. We could take Slavkovsky, I guess. Oh, man. All right, screw it. Screw it. You know what? This league counts hits. If Slavkovsky puts up 70 points with 200 hits, like, he's going to be pretty good in this format, so we'll take it. I think you could put up like 30 goals, 65 points maybe, a bunch of hits. You know, it's possible. We need another defenseman too. But I think even Morgan Geeky's not a bad option. Puts up good hits in this format. Patrick Kane's pretty good. Even Brad Marchand's not bad either. We'll grab Geeky. Geeky's good for, I think he can put up 30 goals, 65 points, playing with Pasta, get shots, get hits. I don't know. I don't know, man. Not the best. I got sniped quite a bit, but I'm trying to get a feel for the board here, like where are defensemen going, how like where do goalies go. I have like my mind's like set to drafters because I've just done so many drafters drafts. It's such a different board, like it's just completely different. We got 3 more picks. We need 1 more defenseman, and we need, honestly, we probably don't need any more centers with the caliber of centers we have. So we'll just get 2 wingers, 1 defenseman. We have Sanderson and Sergachev, which is pretty good. I don't know who to get. I mean, the problem is peripherals matter in this league quite a bit. So like Darnell Nurse could be a good option, Colton Parayko. But you also want spike weeks. Like who's going to give me a safe floor? I mean, Sanderson and Sergachev could give me pretty safe floors in this format. Maybe I go for Carlson. I don't know. Carlson is upside. Let's go back to the board here. Man, I really got sniped on so many picks this draft. Oh, Carlson goes. All right, which defenseman do we want? I could go crazy and go Brant Clark, but I don't think that's a wise decision. I don't know. Clark has upside though. It's just if he's not power play 1, he's useless to me. Alexi Lafreniere goes. What is happening, man? I mean, we might as well get. Could even go Sam Renzel, but yeah, I think the only problem, this is pods, man. Yeah, it's like quarterfinals, semifinals, finals. It's like week 22, then week 23, then 24, 25. I don't, this is my first draft on Underdog, so I don't think it was that good. Like, I like the players that I got, but I know, like, stacking is really important in this format, and I didn't really stack anyone other than Point and Gensel. Like, you're not totally screwed if you don't stack, but, like, it matters. Like, if you're in your final week, you know, you're in the semifinals, like, you want, if... Hypothetically, like, if Ehlers is going to pop off, like, so is Aho, you know? Like, you want both of those guys, you know? So, It is what it is. Go nurse here for the press. I don't even know if I like drafting nurse. Yeah, I'll let you know, man. I'm gonna make a video dedicated to it. I'll say right now, like, wingers are highly prioritized in on Underdog because there's 2 spots of wingers, 1 center, and then 2 flex. So wingers, like, you got to put 2 in every week, where Underdog puts in 2 every week. So they matter. Stacks matter quite a bit. And I guess that's sort of the problem with going center really early. Like, you're kind of left with the scraps at wing. Like, also, like, power play stacks. Yeah, power play points are counted, so they matter too. But I like doing stacks where they're on the same line, even strength and power play, so you get both. I just have to figure out defenseman a little bit. Like, I'm trying to think, like, if I have Sanderson and Sergachev and Darnell Nurse, like, you only get 1 defenseman per week. Is Darnell Nurse going to show up in there enough? You know? Or would it be better getting, like, I don't know. I guess he could. Or would it be maybe Brant Clark has higher upside, like maybe Sam Renzel? So I got to figure that out. Ideally, I should have went with like a different, like maybe get Jackson Lacombe earlier. I think that probably would have been a better play. Also, I had to figure out, like, should I get some of these peripheral guys later? Like Boone Jenner, should I just get him later as my centers, who's just going to be a consistent flex guy? You know, even if he's not putting up points. Like, I feel like you want a mix of guys with shot sets and blocks. You don't want every single one, though, because you don't want to just get floor guys. You want to get, like, big weekly guys. It's total points on drafters, but not Underdog. It's weekly points, and then from like weeks 1 to 20, it is total, but then it's quarterfinals, semifinals, finals versus drafters, where it's just total. All right, we'll go with Zuccarello here. Not the best draft, I don't think. But that's all right. It was our first draft. We're learning. We're getting a feel of what's going on here. I mean, can we take a look at the squad? Let's see. Let me move this. Yeah, this is a squad. We got some good centers. Like, I really like these centers. Wingers, you got the Gensel point stack. You got Hyman, Ehlers, Slavkovsky, Geeky, Kane, Zuccarello. You got to put 2 wingers in every week, which might be an issue. Hyman's a question mark with his injury. You know, Ehlers gets injured a lot. Slavkovsky, Geeky, sort of question marks, but they got a good floor. Zuccarello, Kane. And then, the defensemen are fine. Goalies are good. So, yeah, that was my first Underdog draft, boys. I think we're going to go back to drafters now and see what's going on there. There we go. We got 3 spots left here. We're going to join up. Let me switch the banners here. Code FIREDUP, same code for drafters as Underdog. If you guys want to join, you can draft alongside with me here. We got 1 more spot. There we go. And do we get... Oh, dude. I feel like we get the 8 spot. Like, the 11 drafts I've done, it's been very much like 7, 8. It's okay, but I don't know. Let me move this here. There we go. You got a couple of OGs in here. Gordie Howe hat trick. I see all these guys in my drafts last year. It's funny because drafters, it's very much like a smaller tournament than Underdog. So you see the same guys. Dramatic Mongoose. All these guys I've drafted in so many drafts with. Oh my gosh. Matthew's falling to pick 6 potentially. Okay, he goes Matthews. Took a long time to make that decision. Ben C. I know who I want, but is Ben C gonna take him? Oh, let's go. All right, we're going to get Kaprizov, and then we're going to get Mr. Jack Hughes. Pretty good start. I like the start. I like it. Could have went Jack Eichel there, but either or, it's kind of a toss-up. Hopefully Jack Hughes can just stay healthy for 1 season. I know it's a lot to ask for him, but you know. Put this mic down for a second. It's so heavy. It's gonna hold it for the next 8 hours. God damn it. Wawrinski goes 13. Wow, Rantanen fell pretty far there. All right. I would like to pair Kaprizov here with somebody. We can do it. Whoa, 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 whoa. What the heck? Ben, do not take this player. Please. Please, Ben. Do not take him. Oh my gosh. That's really annoying. That is really annoying. Would have been really cool to get Bouchard there. All right, we'll go Matt Boldy and we'll go Rasmus. Oh man, that would have been nice if I could get Bouchard. I'm streaming till like 11 p.m. I think I might get off around like 7, get some food. I'm in Quebec. First time ever. Well, no, I've been in Quebec, but first time in this part of Quebec. So I'm gonna get some food probably around like 7, and then we're gonna do another stream with DJ Mitchell and Matt Moody, Underdog guys. Just do an Underdog draft for like an hour and a half, and then we'll go back to drafters like 10 to 11, and then we're done. Hell yeah, man. Appreciate the support, dude. Yeah, I do gotta eat. Man. I was trying to stream last night. I was troubleshooting all night because there was like static in my mic. I don't know. I have to watch back the stream to see if there's any issues. No one said anything. Oh no, why is the camera doing this? When I put my hand up, the camera does something. Anyways, I was trying to troubleshoot last night. I didn't eat till like 9 p.m. It was insane. Why is my camera doing this, man? Oh my gosh. It's fine. We're going to try to fix that. I don't want to mess anything up. Okay, Ben, are you going to snipe me again? Please don't snipe me again. Don't do it. Don't do it. Okay, we're chilling. We're gonna go Blaine Keller, Jesper Bratt. Let's try to fix my camera real quick. Hopefully this doesn't like crash my stream. I think we're good. Hello? I think we're good. Is it still moving? Oh my gosh, it's still moving. Okay, we're good. camera's annoying. Okay. Anyways, I don't know where was I? Was talking about how I didn't eat till like 9 p.m. last night. I was trying to stream. I come up here because I want to do underdog drafts. You can't do them in Ontario. And wanted to stream last night. And I got pizza at this really good place. It was dope. So I gotta get food again around 7. Hey, I went over this already. Let's read the comments. Oh, Gunther went at 46. I was hoping to pair him with Keller there, but I wanted Brat with Jack Hughes. Caleb says, didn't know you were from Quebec. Are you from here? No, I'm from Ontario. I'm just up here for a couple of days to do some underdog drafts, load up on slows. Oh, hell yeah, man. I think Boldy's going to have a big season. I really hope they put him on a line with Kaprizov, but probably not. Maybe at some point. I mean, they do have some more depth. Maybe Liam Ogren could step up. Maybe Urov could step up, and they might feel comfortable with running a top line of Eriksson, Boldy, and Kaprizov. That would be like the dream. But they're still going to connect on the power play, so you know we're good with that. Barkov goes at 52. All right, I'm almost up. Who do I want? I think we're gonna go Sergachev here. Oh, do I get a goalie? We'll go Theodore. I'm going to try to get Cooley later, yeah. I think there's just so many good goalies later on. I really got to... This is what I'm going to try to do this year. I mean, we did well last year. We came in 4th. But, you know, sometimes I just became so take-locked, and I just was like, I need my guys, but I want to mix things up a bit in terms of my exposures. Like some of these guys I've drafted too much already of, like too high exposure. So we're going to try to really just let go of the players sometimes and just take a player that we don't necessarily normally get. We're going to try our best. Why is Caulfield falling so far? That's a great question, man. Again, with this ADP, this is like, okay, well, there Caulfield goes. With this ADP, it was drafters, their rankings. I don't know how they did it. It looks similar to Underdog, so I don't know if they did it similar to that. But it's not reflective of what's actually been happening since it opened up yesterday. That's going to update soon. And we'll see Caulfield's ADP be accurate. But, yeah, I think it's because a lot of these centers are better than Caulfield. There's no positions here, so... that's what's happening. Okay, so what are we doing here? Probably going to get sniped here, would be my guess. Chikrin goes. Oh, we need a goalie. We'll go Kemper, and then we'll go Robert Thomas here. Kemper, I have some concerns, but I don't think I've taken him in these 11 drafts, so we're going to mix things up. Could get Eriksson to pair with Kaprizov and Boldy. That is something we could do. It's hard to say, man. I mean, I like Ekblad's peripheral, so it depends on your league settings. But I don't know. I feel like Seth Jones is a better power play quarterback than him, so I'm projecting Seth Jones to be power play 1. If Ekblad's not power play 1, he might put up like, 40 points, 45 points max. I think he's fine. Like, if you have shots, hits, and blocks in your league, I think he's going to be fine. Like, he's getting good minutes. It depends on his ADP, really. Everything is dependent on ADP. I think on Yahoo he's probably going pretty late, so I don't hate it. Oh, Ehlers goes. Fiala goes. Yeah, I mean, he's not bad as a late option, but again, everything just depends on where he's going. But yeah, as a late option, he's fine. He could put up 35 to 40 points if he's not power play 1 and with good peripherals. Like, that's fine. Am I about to get who I think I'm about to get here? I mean, all right. I'll take him at pick 88. That's not bad. I feel like Elias Pettersson at 88 is not a bad pick. I think he's not going to put up 100 points, but he could put up like 85 points. Some good spike weeks. I went with Montembeault. I do have some concerns. He tore his groin last year, but Montreal should be good. Hopefully he's healthy, and Dobbs or Dobish, however you pronounce his name, doesn't steal starts. But yeah, I think this team's pretty good so far. I'm liking it. All right, let's get back to the comments here. Do I feel good about Harley taking power play 1? Kind of. Like, not really. I think it's like a 50-50 split, man. I really do. We have a new head coach. Heiskanen. I talked about this in my videos. Like, Heiskanen's a safer player on power play 1. Like, he holds the corner better on the blue line. Like, you saw, I don't know if you watched the the Colorado versus Dallas series. Like Harley gave up 2 shorthanded chances. I think it might have been 2 shorthanded goals. Sorry, not chances. Like he can cough up the puck, and you know Heiskanen is more reliable. But Harley also brings something different to this team with his shot. Like he can actually score goals. But also, like, if you have Rantanen and Robo and Wyatt Johnson, like, do you need Harley to score goals, or do you want somebody that's like a smooth puck-moving guy, like Heiskanen? That's the thing, man. I think it's a 50-50 split, maybe like 60-40 Harley, but I'm not banking on Harley to be power play 1. Like, you just can't without enough information. Do I go Zach Hyman here? Oh, I wanted to go Montour, actually. We need a goalie, too. Man, is Hyman not good value at this price, though? I don't know. Oh, we could get Eriksson Ek, too. For the stack. I don't love that, but that's fine. We go with Roope Hintz. You know what? I'll reach on Luke Hughes. I'll reach on Luke Hughes just because I have Jack and Jesper Bratt. That's what we'll do. We need another goalie, but we have a few guys here left. Oh, you also asked about Booyam. Booyam should be power play 1, for sure. There's no reason why he shouldn't be. I worry about his minutes, though. I worry he's going to be third pairing. I mean, you have Jonas Brodino at the start, so he might get top 4 minutes, but he might be like a 16, 17-minute guy. But he could still put up like 30 power play points if he's there all season long. So, I mean, I like him. If you're in a Cats league, maybe not. In a points league that doesn't heavily value peripherals, he should be pretty good. Okay. Our defense is pretty set here. Man, I don't have enough Keller Gunther stacks. I could have went Gunther instead of Bratt. But I made my choice, unfortunately. I don't know if I've drafted enough Gunther here. 11 drafts in. Really dramatic mongoose. Taking my guy. Might be stuck with not a good goalie. Oh, I thought Demko was still on the board. That's annoying. I don't love the goalies here. Oh, man, I don't know. I could go Stolars, but like volume-wise, he doesn't get all the games with Wall there. Okay, well, don't really have a choice. We're going Stoli. And then, we'll go Mika. We got to chill on Mika. I've drafted too much of him already. We're going to chill. But this team's pretty good, I think. No more Mika. I'm going to make a commitment to it. No more Mika. Goalies is a big question mark. If Gemper takes a step back, Montembeault, if he loses some starts, if Stolar is splitting 1A, 1B completely with Wall, this might be tough. But I can't just draft the same goalies every time. Like that's not a recipe for success. I got to mix things up sometimes. All right, who do I want? I got 2 more picks. I feel like I've went Stamkos too many times here. Ooh, okay. Who else can I pair? Filardi's not a bad pick either. Or even Stone. Anyone else on here? I guess Byfield could be pretty good. Oh my. Oh, I wanted a hurdle. That's annoying. That is very annoying. Maybe Barzell. I feel like I kind of like Morse show still, but I've been drafting him. Ooh, I know what I'm doing. Because I got Elias Pettersson on my team. Okay, so we're going to get Besser. Could be in a line with Pettersson. So we got some spike weeks there with those two. And then do we go Marsh or so? Yeah, we'll go Besser, and then we could go Barzell. You know what? We'll go Barzell. We haven't drafted him yet. No problem, man. No problem. You were booze. Hope you used my code. If you didn't know words. I can take a look at your team, by the way, and let you know what I think. Okay. It's pretty good. Oh, shoot. I totally forgot about Logan Cooley on this team. I was supposed to pair him with Keller. I am very stupid. But hey, you sniped him for me. Yeah, it's not a bad team, boys. Let's take a look at my team. All good, man. Appreciate that a lot. Really do appreciate it. And listen, like, obviously I'm promoting my code, but, you know, it gives you 100% match deposit. So it's like, It's pretty good value if you guys want to do these drafts. Yeah, my team. I think this is pretty good. We got the Hughes stack. Sergachev Keller. Wish I got Cooley there, but he wasn't available anyways. Elise Pettersson, Brock Besser. Goalies are a little sus, but that's fine. All right, shall we go back to Underdog? Let's see what's going on here. Let's join an Underdog draft, boys. We need 7 more people. Might be waiting a bit here. If you guys want to join, sign up. Code FIREDUP. Not available in Ontario, but rest of Canada, it is. Most U.S. states. You get play 5, get 50. 50% match deposit up to $1,000 in bonus funds. You get a free draft cheat sheet that's coming out soon. And while we wait, I need to go pee, and then I'm gonna grab some chips or something because I'm starving. So I'll be back in like a couple minutes. That was a bug. Also, boys, if you guys want to join the Discord, is it in the description? Let me check. I'm trying to grow the Discord. I haven't really focused on that. Yeah, the Discord is in the description if you guys want to join. We got people in there chatting fantasy hockey. And one thing I do want to do real quick is just test the audio here. think audio's good. Hold on. Testing, 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 testing. I think it's good. Testing, testing. I think that's fine. Let's see what that sounds like. All right, we're good. Let's put the music back on. We gotta wait for 7 people here, so this might be like a 20-minute wait. Let's see if there's any drafters drafts going on while we wait there. 1 out of 8, yeah, no. Okay. Dude, I know. I know, man. I've been waiting. I guess we could take... we could take a look at the teams I've drafted so far in drafters while we wait for this to fill up. We could do that. Let's take a look. Let's go back to the banner here. And then we'll go back to Underdog. We have drafted 10 teams so far on Drafters Fantasy Sports. Let's take a look here. This was the first one. I think this was pretty solid. I got the Millers, Zibanejad stack, Hintz, Rantanen. Defenseman a little sus. I don't love the defenseman here. Goalies are fine. What else do we got? Kaprizov, Hughes, Boldy, Marchenko. This one's pretty good too. Dorofiev's kind of a weird pick. Could be really good. Could be like useless in an 8-team league. But I have him paired with Shea Theodore here. Cam Fowler, probably shouldn't have picked him. Kind of useless to pick him with those defensemen I have, but that's fine. Vasi, Igor. What are the exposures so far? We probably need to chill on Zibanejad for a second here. Bro. 91%. I think we need to chill on that. We are done. Wow. I didn't think it was that high. I thought it was like 70%. Okay. Yeah, so we're not going to draft any more Zibanejad for a bit. Was this also a good team? Why did I draft Gostisbehere here? I mean, the forwards are good. Harley's a question mark. Gossesbear was sort of useless. Stuart Skinner, could be good. It could be really bad. I mean, Skinner's their guy, so unless they trade for a goalie, he should be fine. That team was okay. Oh, this team wasn't very good. Ooh, I like this team. This is a team I liked. I got the Reinhard Barkov stack. Gunther Cooley. Got Verhaeghe as well. Good defenseman. I got Igor at 43rd, boys. That was pretty sweet. Swayman, Vejmelka, or Vejmelka. I think Vejmelka could be good value. I need more Gunther, though. I feel like he's just going really high, so we'll mix him in, but he's not like a huge value at his ADP. He's going pretty high. On Yahoo, though, his ADP is like bonkers. It's actually insane. I don't know what's going on with Yahoo, man. Why their ADP is so messed up. I guess it's just CPU's drafting or something. Was this a good team? Yeah, this is pretty good. Another solid team. Let's check Underdog real quick. Still 7 people in Underdog, guys. Problem with Underdog is it's a 12-team league. So it's like it takes longer to fill up. It's also 2 p.m. On a Wednesday, so it is what it is. I think this team, did I do this on stream? I did. This team is pretty good too. I probably need to draft, probably need to draft Haskinen a little bit with these Dallas guys in case it's him on power play 1. We got to mix that in. Just go back to Underdog here. Maybe we can take a look at the pick'ems here. Let me just check one more time. Let me pull this up. Yeah, 7 people, guys, if you want to draft with me here. Should be probably filling up in the next, like, half an hour, I'd imagine. Let's take a look at the pick'ems. If you guys want an idea of what some of these websites are thinking of in terms of projections here. We could do one as well. Maybe we can cook up a pick'em real quick for you boys. And you guys can maybe tail if you like it. Jack Hughes is just like, is he going to stay healthy? Panarin at 90.5, guys. That's a pretty high pick'em. Marchand only 54.5 points. Very interesting. J. Rob at 80.5. Reinhardt 35.5. Look at Tage, 69.5 points. I guess he is pretty injury prone. That feels good. Kempe 70.5. Kachuk only 67.5. Bedard 72.5. Don't like Gensel, eh? Boldy at 72.5, I think, is pretty good value here. I also like Ehlers at 64.5. He just has to stay healthy. I feel like this feels pretty good too. Did I already do this? I think I did this last night. Let's see. Yeah, I did. Oh no, I did Fox. This was the pick'em I did. Boldy, Natchez, Fox. Feels pretty good. Obviously, when you're doing pick'ems, you kind of just have to bet on health. But if these guys are healthy, like they should eclipse these numbers pretty nicely. I'm wondering if maybe I'll get lunch real quick. Maybe I'll get lunch and just wait. Because I just don't know how long this is going to take. What? Kaprizov rejected a $8 million or $16 million 8-year extension. Is that true? What? That can't be right. That could not be right. Wow. Why? I mean, listen, I get some people don't want to live in Minnesota. Hold on. Wow, man. When is his contract up? Is this a contract year for him? Oh, he is. This is a contract year. Oh boy. That's concerning if you're a Wild fan. Like, what else can you offer him? Gotta be very careful scrolling Twitter. Yeah, I don't understand. That's a lot of money. He'd be the highest paid player. Does he want more, or does he just not want to stay in the Wild? That is crazy. We do have this is still seven people away. We have a slow draft real quick. We have to make a pick for the slow draft on Drafters. Ooh. He didn't go Bouchard, eh? That's Nate, by the way. Nate from Apples and Geno's right beside me. Don't love him being beside me in the draft. That's not great. Hold on, let me change the music. I think I'm gonna go Bouchard here. That's what we're doing. That is what we're doing. Okay, let's go back to Underdog. I'm gonna. If you guys know anything more about this Kirill Kaprizov situation, let me know. I don't know what the reports are saying here. We're still waiting for this to fill up. Let's just hold on. Let's see what the streets are saying on Reddit. Bouchard always over Darlene. On Drafters, yeah. You can make the argument on Underdog, no, because Darlene puts up hits. But on Drafters, yeah. I mean, better team, better power play. Sort of is a no-brainer on Drafters. The streets are saying, we want to pay you more than anyone has ever paid in the sport. No thanks. Oof. Yeah, that's definitely concerning. Oh, maybe he wants 4 years. That's a alternative perspective. Crow had Toronto Maple Leaf sheets as a kid. I do know somebody that said they met McDavid's uncle recently, and he mentioned something about the Leafs. But I'm not gonna base anything off that. He could have just been an offhanded comment. I think McDavid, his best friend is Leon Draisaitl. He's not just gonna leave him in the dust. Be pretty cool to see him on the Leafs, though, even though I'm not a Leafs fan. Does he want to be offered an ownership stake of the Twins or Timberwolves? That's funny. A little Kawhi Leonard reference there. What else is going on in the world of hockey Reddit? Oh yeah, you guys saw oh wow, Michael Misa signed his ELC. That's news. Should have talked about it in my breakout video. That was kind of a snub. Oopsie. Kind of an oopsie on my end. He'll probably be third line. He'll get the Will Smith treatment. Should have talked about him. But yeah, that's cool for Sharks fans. Very cool for Sharks fans. I guess we could look at yeah, Miso probably third line. Unless they put him on the wing. Don't think he'll be power play one either. Oh yeah, the Quinn Hughes, the Jack. Yeah, Jack saying he wanted to play with Quinn. Anyways, that's pretty much it for the news today. We are still waiting for this draft to fill up, boys. Did anyone join? Nope. What about drafters? What's going on with drafters? Anyone there? Still, drafters is 2 out of 8. Do I get lunch? Also got to figure out where to get lunch though, because I am in the middle of nowhere. Do I get Mexican food? Yeah, I might get food, boys. Maybe I'll put like a banner up that says be back in 20 minutes or something. And then, oh, we did get one person to join this draft. But yeah, maybe I'll just get food real quick, and then once I come back, the draft will be filled and we'll be ready to go, and I'll be a happy boy. Do I get shawarma? Hold on. Something like this. Can I show both? Yeah. All right, boys. I'm gonna grab food real quick. I'll be back in like 10-15 minutes, and then hopefully the draft is started. So yeah, I will be right back. Let me just write the approximate time here. Okay, I'll be right back, boys. We are back. Hold on, we're just gonna eat this real quick. Okay. We're just gonna eat this and then we'll be back. Oh, hold on. Never mind. Hold on. We did enter a drafters draft real quick, so let's do that. Let's do that. Oh man, I had it on the wrong one. Oh shoot. We're gonna do this draft and then hopefully Underdog's available. Or Underdog's filled once we do this one. All right. Let's go Eichel and Pasta. Hold on, boys. All right, boys. I'm eating, so might not be a lot of talk in this draft, but we started off with these boys. Pretty happy about it. So yeah, we'll see what happens. I feel like Dramatic Mongoose is going to snipe me here. Oh, and he does. Very nice, very nice, very nice, very nice. That's okay. We're going to go Mr. Adam Fox. And then we're going to go... Wow. We'll go Josh Morse. I was thinking of going Cider there, but I don't know. Morse's better in this format. Dude, Elias Pettersson at 48. I got him at... What did I get him at? It was like 88 in my last drafters draft. Kind of insane. I got me a shawarma, dude. I was so hungry. It was pretty darn good. Ooh. Are these guys going to snipe me? Lane Hudson goes. Dramatic Mongoose, what are you doing, bro? Don't do me like that. Okay. Okay. We're going to go Bark Off, and then we're going to go... We'll go Natchez. Natchez has a lot of upside. I like this team, boys. This is pretty darn good. I could get Shifley to pair with Morse. Ooh, I know who I want next. Probably not going to fall, though. Let's pull this down. Oh, baby. Not getting Shifley. That's fine. He's overvalued anyways. Shifley was one of my most drafted players last year in drafters. Because he was going so late. Made no sense. And now he's going a little bit too high for my liking here. Honestly. Okay, we do have Shesterkin, so he can chill on goalies for a bit. Stutzla goes. Oh, Theodore went. I missed that Theodore gone or went. That's kind of annoying. I wanted to get Theodore there. Kind of stuck with not the best defenseman left. I don't mind getting Shekerin. Do we get Shekerin? Could get Heiskanen too, but... You know what? Screw it. Let's get Heiskanen. Maybe he's power play 1. I can't just not draft him. Right? I just can't do that. You got to mix it up a bit. We'll get Robert. Yeah, we'll get Robert Thomas. Robert Thomas, welcome to the team, brother. I actually went to school with Robert Thomas, by the way. Little fun fact for y'all. Yeah, I knew Robert Thomas for a number of years. He's pretty good at hockey, that kid. He's pretty good. All right, what are we looking at here? Let's pull up this squad. This is pretty good. I like it. Heiskanen could be a big fat donut if he's not power play 1, but that's all right. We're not going to draft with our hearts. We're going to draft with our head. And know that I got to mix up my Heiskanen and Harley exposures. Gosh darn it. That's who I wanted. That is fine. That is fine. What to do here? Let's get Konechny. And then I want to get Marchenko, but I don't know. Screw it. Screw it. That wasn't really in my mind. I wasn't like, yeah, this kid's going to the show, but yeah, he was really good at hockey as a kid. He played AAA. He was really good. He was really darn good. And I guess he was kind of a steal in the draft, right? Because he went pretty late in the first round. Man, I probably should have went Fiala there, maybe. I haven't drafted enough Fiala. That's all right. Look how far Hyman is falling. I get it that he's injured, but he's supposed to be healthy. I don't know. It just feels like a little bit criminal. But I guess with guys like Fiala there and other guys, it's not insane. Yeah, Fiala goes. We need another defenseman here. I think I know who I want. Also need a goalie. Oh, man. I forgot that I wanted hints there. That's fine. Let's go Eric Carlson. And let's go maybe Markstrom. Yeah, we'll go Markstrom. We go Markstrom. Oh, Ehlers. I was hoping maybe he would fall. I guess that was wishful thinking there. Demidov. Ivan Demidov. And Emporium. Actually, no, let's do... Hyman goes 115 for Hyman, man. He was going as like the 30th pick last year on Drafters. Kind of insane, man. Kind of insane. Yeah. Okay, we're gonna go. Do we go Demko or do we go Vejmelka? We've already drafted enough of Demko. Let's switch it up a bit. The squad's pretty good. No way. Did you like know him or did you know of him? Was he your age? I mean, I knew Robert Thomas because we were the exact same age. We were in the same grade. Ken Johnson. Yeah. Yeah, for sure still sick, man. Hagel's a dog. Not a fan of him in drafting him at his current ADP on some of these platforms, but he's a dog for sure. Demko slipping that far is insane, man. I don't want to draft him, but I might have to, boys. I might have to go against my rule. Oh, yeah. I might be doing one in Underdog, though, but we'll see. We're still doing lots more, though, today. Oh, God. They forced me to draft Mikel again. They have forced my hand. They have forced my hand. We'll go Rust. Rust is always really good. He's just a band-aid. This team was pretty darn good. Defense is a little sus if Heiskanen's bad. Probably should have paired him with some stars guys. I wanted to get Hynts, but overall, like, good value on these guys. Goalies are solid. And I think dude, yeah. I don't know what Chicago is doing. They've made some questionable decisions. You know, they're still so bad. Like, they really are still so terrible. You know, Nazar is a beast, but where are the winners for Bedard and Nazar? Like, there's no winners in the pipeline, really. They got Lev Shunov, Renzel, Korchinski. They got some good young defensemen, but imagine Demidov playing on a line with Bedard this year. That would have went bonkers. Okay, so we're going to go to Underdog here, boys. This is 1 out of 8. If you guys want to draft with me, you can sign up on Drafters with code FIREDUP. 100% match deposit up to $100. It's available in Ontario, all of Canada, most U.S. states. Once we do an Underdog draft, we'll go back to Drafters and do one. So hopefully you'll see me in there. But yeah, let's go to Underdog. We're still waiting, but we got only 3 more people left. Let me just switch the banner here. Same code on FIREDUP if you want to sign up. It's available in all of Canada except Ontario. Most U.S. states, it's available as well. And we are in a fast draft with 3 more people to join. Oh, I guess 4 people? Yeah, 4 people. If you guys want to draft alongside with me, we just got to wait a little bit here. I'm curious what the news is on Kaprizov, if we got an update, if somebody, a representative from the team or reporter said anything about why he declined this massive contract. If we have any more information on that. I don't think we have any more information. 3 more people to go, boys. We are still waiting. The good thing is that tonight's going to be easier to fill these lobbies because people are going to be home from work. Only the degens like me are drafting at this hour. I mean, we could go over Yahoo ADP for you guys in here. 1 second. Yahoo average draft position. I mean, Yahoo ADP is just so messed up. It's actually insane. Jack Hughes at 20.5 should be illegal. What else am I seeing here? Roman Yossi at 60.5 feels really good. I guess it depends on your league, though. Like, in a Cats League, Sider at 67 is really good. Elise Pedersen at 70.5 or 79.5. Hyman at 104.5. Similar to Drafters. That's where he's going. Kirill Marchenko, like, I guess their ranking, like Yahoo's ranking, is bad. There's no reason why Marchenko should be going at 112. That makes no sense. If you're drafting now, that's just a massive steal. Where's Dylan Gunther? Yeah, this also makes no sense. But this is just ADP, like CPUs drafting. That's the only explanation here. Gunther is not a 126 ADP, but if you're playing with casuals and they don't see Gunther, then you're laughing to the bank. Eriksson Ek as well, like really good value. Alex Tuck, Zibanejad, pretty good. Cooley at 166. We might have to join another one on Drafters, boys, because we're just waiting here. It's hard to fill the contest on Underdog, man, when it's 12 people in the middle of the day. We might... Oh, yeah, let's do it. All right. Yeah, dude, the ADP on Yahoo is so messed up. It's actually insane. Okay, we're going to do... we're back on Drafters because they're filling. So let's go to Drafters. There's still 4 spots, though, available on Underdog. And hopefully by the time this is done, we'll be doing an Underdog one. Mikko Rantanen is overrated. I don't know about that. You watched him in the playoffs last year, man? I don't think that was overrated. Although I did, like, I was saying Natchez was going to be better than Rantanen when they got traded, and he was in the regular season just because of deployment. Like, you see, like, Robo and Hintz get like 17 minutes, but now you have a new head coach, man. The stars are not as deep. Really, dude? Why can't I get a McCarr team? This guy's reaching on McCarr at 3. Oh my gosh, that's annoying. Let's just get Draisaitl because I don't have a lot of Draisaitl teams. Yeah, I agree. I fully agree. But hey, if he's getting like 19, 20 minutes on Dallas, he's going to be pretty good on line with Robo and Hintz on a really good power play. But yeah, I mean, without McKinnon, he's not. I don't think he's going to pop 50 goals. Yeah, I mean, like Yahoo ADP wise, Rantanen's going 10th overall. Like, I don't necessarily love that. When you got Jack Hughes going later, like, I would rather Jack Hughes or close to, like, Jack Hughes should be closer to Rantanen. I don't know. I think Rantanen still is really good. Man, I'm so annoyed I didn't get my car there. Yeah, McKinnon goes, he goes first a lot. That's kind of how it's been in the last 2 years. But I think McDavid's going to have a really good season. I think maybe without Rantanen as well, you might see McKinnon, his production go down. I'm mixing it up if I get first. Like, I'll do sometimes McDavid, sometimes McKinnon. But McKinnon just takes way more shots, man. So he has a lot of upside. It's a really safe floor with his shots. Okay. Interesting. I don't mind going Rantanen in there. Just thinking of maybe going Quinn Hughes, but that's not happening. This guy's probably going Bouchard, but I don't know. Damn. Okay. I did read that too, that he wants to shoot the puck more. Like, when he was shooting the puck more, he was just an absolute stud. So we can get him back to like 275 shots and more goals, and yeah, like, he could easily be better than McKinnon. He should be should be better than McKinnon if he starts doing that. Darlene goes as well. Wow. Okay. I guess we'll go Mitchell and Marner. Would have loved to have Bouchard fall to me to pair him with Try, but you can't always get what you want, boys. Also have not drafted Hellebuck yet. I'll do it at some point, but you're drafting him at his absolute ceiling. Like, he was so good last year, but like, if he just has a slightly down year, this is like a terrible pick. You know? Part of me wants to mix up the goalies here. Maybe get Jake the Snake. But I don't know. Maybe we'll get Jake here. We'll get J-Rob to pair with Rantanen. J-Rob is absolutely a high-risk pick. I'm not going to pretend like he's not. He's been terrible the last 2 years in terms of where he was going versus what he did. Wow, Sanderson at 32. Are we serious? And Morse goes as well, and Tage goes. Kind of putting me in a pickle here. Oh my gosh, man. This guy's going to snipe every pick from me, I think. Holy moly, dude. You gotta be kidding me. I guess we'll get Yossi. Well, Shesterkin is going around anywhere from like 25 to 40 right now. In a 12-man team. Yeah, he'll go. I mean, his Yahoo ADP is like 30. He'll go around there. He's going, I think, as the 5th goalie off the board on Yahoo. The latest he's ever gone, which I think is pretty good value. Like, I'm not a fan of drafting goalies high, but he's a pretty safe bet on this Rangers team. Man, HSPU has sniped me twice. I gotta watch out for this guy. This guy's gonna snipe me too, but either one of these guys is gonna snipe me right now. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. You don't gotta do it, man. You don't gotta do it. Let's go. Fox, welcome to the squad. Gunther Keller stack. Pretty nice. Pretty nice. This guy's going to snipe me every time, I think. I think he's just going to snipe me every time. Every single time. Every single time he is going to snipe me. Yeah, it's defensemen. They're pretty valuable in this format. I mean, I wouldn't say necessarily they're more valuable than forwards, but like you know, you want spike week potential, and there's only so many defensemen that are going to give you big spike weeks. This is not a heavy peripheral league. You're not going to be able to rely on guys like, you know, Colton Parayko or Darnell Nurse. They'll get into your slots. They'll get into your slots for sure, but you're not getting huge spike weeks out of those guys. But Shea Theodore, you are. Yossi, you are. Fox, you are. But I'm not going to always do this, right? Like, we see it every year. There's defensemen that go super late that outperform everybody. I mean, we saw it with... I mean, Werenski was going like pretty high in this format, actually. He was going like 50 last year. But you see it every year. Like there's late defensemen, so we'll mix things up. I'm trying to figure out what I want to do here with my goalies. I also could go Harley. I might have to go Harley if this guy doesn't take Harley. This guy is no defenseman, so knowing my luck, he's about to take Harley from me. But you have Jack Hughes and Bratt, man, so go Dougie. Go Dougie, it's okay. Let's go. All right. Our defensemen are set. Also, another thing, Anthony, if you're still watching, I think a big reason why I'm taking defensemen early right now is because there's so many late round values at forward that I feel like it would be stupid not to wait on some really good forward values. Like once ADP gets a little bit sharper and we start seeing these guys getting pushed up, then I'll change my approach. But for now, when I can get some insane forwards later, like, yeah, I want to get all the top defensemen early. I mean, listen. I don't want to give away all the juice. Oh, you're talking about the the first guy. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, that's a little bit. What he did was a little bit too much. I agree. That's why I like middle rounds, kind of getting defensemen. Not too early. Like if you're getting Makar though, that's pretty good. Like Makar was on my team that came in 4th place last year, and he would just taken up. He was just like all my defenseman points every week. Oh, I was gonna go Bob there, dude. This guy is sniping me every time. Every time. Are you kidding me, man? I could go Allmark. We'll go Allmark. Screw it. Have not taken Allmark yet. Yeah, once you get past like the some of the elite guys, and there is sort of a drop off. And that's when you start seeing defensemen fly off. Like once you get past like the Crosbys of the world. Yeah, there's so many goalies late round too, man. I mean, you're going to have like Hellebuck was so good last year. So yeah, you could hypothetically like Shesterkin could be the guy, Vasi could be the guy, but like, some of these late round goalies are pretty nice. Like Markstrom could be really good. Demko, Swayman, even like Montembeault. It's a lot of it is volume. Obviously you want the spike weeks, but like volume is very important in points leagues. Yeah, I haven't drafted Hill yet. I do like Hill. He kind of burned me last year. I guess he was okay. Hill was fine, actually. I don't know what I'm saying. But I thought he'd be going later than this. But I guess Samsonov, however you pronounce his name, he's gone. So I don't know who their backup is. Akira Schmidt, he's pretty bad. So We'll go Wyatt Johnson here. A lot of Dallas guys. Should I get Hynts as well? I think that might be overkill, but let's queue him up just in case. Bro, oh my gosh, this guy snipes me every time. Are you serious? Are you serious, man? Oh my gosh. He sniped me on my car, he sniped me on Barkov, he sniped me on Larkin. I actually think that guy might have used my code, so I can't hate on him too much, but come on, brother. We do need some goalies here. I wonder if Hynts is too much here. Four guys, like what if they play 2 games in a week? You just get nothing. I guess if they all pop off. I don't know. Okay, well, wasn't going to be an easy decision, and now I don't got to make one, so that is fine. Would have been overkill. All right, man. This guy's just going to take every single one of my picks. That's cool. Goalies are set, defensemen are set, and now we just go forwards the rest of the way. mean, this guy is a pretty good team, actually. Although Brady, I don't know if I love that Brady pick. It's pretty good. I could have went Swayman there, but I've drafted Swayman quite a bit. So I went with Dostal. Swayman's a good value pick, in my opinion, though, going this late. You remember this guy? Remember when he was going 40th overall in here last year, boys? Timo. You've ruined me, Timo. I don't think Power Play 1 is going to happen this year for Timo until he gets off the Devils or there's an injury. That is pretty much it. Well, we know this guy is going to take one of the players I want. That's for sure. So let's just see. We'll just go with Nichushkin. It's a pretty looking team, fellas. You should go Logan Cooley. Okay, that's fine. I said I wasn't going to do it, but I don't care. This team's nice. I said I wasn't going to take Mika again. Is this team not gross? The goalie's maybe a little sus, but I don't know, guys. This is a pretty nice team. Yossi stays healthy, man. We're laughing. I could pair Byfield with Fiala, but I don't know if I like Byfield in an 8-team league. You know, that feels a little bit too much. I guess if he puts up like 80 points. We've not seen any Kings players put up 80 points, though. And he might not be Power Play 1. He might just be a complete dud. We might do it just for funsies. Just for funsies. Ooh, actually, no. Hold on. Let's get Tomash. Tomash Hurdle. Should be Power Play 1. Pair him with Marner. He's good for some spike weeks. Maybe get Byfield later, maybe not. We will see. Goes to Monahan. I see Monahan go off a couple times. I mean, he is pretty good. Screw it. We'll get Byfield. Pair him with Fiala. Could be some good spike weeks there, even though he probably shouldn't be drafted in an 8-team league. Could get Mark Stone as well. Just so injury prone, and he might not be power play 1. He's due for some regression as well. I feel like he's going to regress. All right, screw it. We'll do Mark Stone. This is the squad. Yeah, I don't know. I have doubts about Fantilli. If he's not power play 1, I don't expect. If he's not power play 1, I don't expect a crazy amount of points. But I think if Stone is power play 1. You know, I'm trying to do correlation here. I'm trying to stack. So, you know, you have Stone with Theodore and Hurdle and Marner as well. Oh, maybe that was too many Vegas players. Forgot I had Marner for a second. I was thinking Marchessault. Whatever. All right, boys. Let's switch over to drafters. Because we have one person left. That's all we have. One more person to join the draft with us here. If you guys want to join, there's a spot. Sign up on Underdog with code FIREDUP. Play 5, get 50% match deposit. Free draft cheat sheet. If you guys want to draft, potentially win $25K US. That's the first place prize. We've been waiting for this to fill because it is the middle of the day on a Wednesday. But we are almost there. Oh my god. What's up, Ryan? Hey, I don't mind. I really like Sanderson a lot. I don't mind it. I think it was a little bit too high, but I don't blame you for taking Sanderson there. I think Sanderson could be better than Yossi easily. Easily. So, yeah, I mean, yeah, shots and blocks. I think he could put up 220 shots, like 200, almost 200 blocks, 60 to 70 points. I talked about this in my breakout video. I think he's going to be great. So, yeah, I'll be drafting my fair share of Jake Sanderson this year. Who will join this draft? Who will be our savior? Whew. I'm going to go pee real quick. I'll be right back. JMac in the app. Hold on. Let me just pull it up for you. My phone is not loading. but I'm pretty sure it should be under originals. And then if you go to drafts from there, it's the best putt classic. And you want to go click on 30 seconds per pick, not the 8 hour per pick. We're in the 30 seconds per pick one. I'll check my phone again. I don't know why it's not loading, but also, we do have we're waiting for 3 people actually. That was a slow draft, or 4 people we're waiting for on this one. Let me pull up my phone again though. Hold on. Yeah, JMac, if you're still in here, I don't know what's going on my phone. It's not letting me load, but it should be under originals, and it's the what's it called? The Best Putt Classic. 3 spots left here in the fast draft. Marty 5-8 on drafters. Yeah, we might do another drafters while we wait for this. We'll just have to see here. Yeah, reach out to reach out to customer support. Last night I didn't have my identity validated, and they got to me pretty quickly. Got back to me pretty quickly. It isn't available in Ontario, though. Maybe if you're in Ontario, that would be an issue. It's available in all of Canada except Ontario. Also, most U.S. states. But yeah, if you are in a valid area, you know, just contact customer support. Let me grab some water here. We're going to join on drafters, and if it fills up, then we'll just have to do drafters, guys, and then wait until this one fills up. Dreamsy, you're good, man. Yeah, it's too bad they don't let you put it in after the fact. On drafters, they let you do it. All right, 2 more people left in drafters. I guess we're gonna have to go over again. Yeah. Because that will probably fill up. All right, yeah, we're starting. We will switch over again. And we will switch that. All right. All right, all right. We get pick number 6 here, boys. We've gone 6 quite a lot in the 13 drafts we've done. Every time. Okay, let's go with Jack Hughes. Pretty happy with that start. I think Matthews at 6 is pretty good, although I wanted to get Makar there because I just haven't really been able to draft Makar. It seems like every time I want to draft him, somebody takes him, but it's the way the cookie crumbles. And Zach Rowinski at 12. I've not taken one Zach Rowinski yet at that price. Maybe when he slides, I'll take him, but that seems a little bit too pricey for me. I think I know who I want, but he's about to get taken. Oh, he doesn't. Let's go. Pair him with Matthews. Maybe they play on a line even strength, guys. That would be pretty cool. Would not be good for Johnny Tavares. Marty. Yeah, I mean, that's getting Bouchard to McDavid is always really nice, especially in the third round. Ranson and Feltzu, which is pretty good too. Yeah, it's pretty solid. To figure out what I want to do here. It's a good pick. I was thinking of going point there. We'll switch it up and go Tage, just because I haven't really taken Tage a lot. Don't really know who to pair him with, though. I guess nobody. Like, it was, I guess, Tuck, but it's just so annoying that Tuck's not power play one, man. It really is. ZD, what's up, brother? Macklin Celebrini. Are you guys taking Celebrini over Crosby? That's the question of the day. I don't know if I am. Never able to get Keller, man. It's really annoying. It's very annoying. Rather be early than late on Mac, and I think his ADP will be around 25 tomorrow, and Crosby will be at 35-ish. Yeah, I mean, on Underdog, he goes higher than Crosby. I get it. I get the Macklin hype. I think he's just a little bit too pricey for me as a 20-year-old on a crap team. Just my opinion on Macklin. Great player. Has so much potential, but for next year, I think it might be just a little bit too pricey. That's all. Morse goes. Wow. We're going to be left with the scraps here at defense. You know what? We'll go Brad here to pair him with Hughes. Sounds good, Mikey. I'll be drafting all night. I'm getting tired, but we're gonna keep going. I'll be driving till like 11, and then I'll be going for a lawn slumber. Wow. Man. Gunther, yeah. Can't really grab Keller and Gunther with HSPU in the draft. He does it every time. That's fine, though. We'll get him. We'll get him at some point. We'll get Lane Hudson here. Any tips? Honestly, wanted to get Caulfield. Tips are, I mean, if you've played best ball before, you know, you want to do some correlation. You want to stack some players on the same team. Defense are going pretty early, like the ADP, like Sergachev's ADP is 100, but he's going like 50 to 70 range. So, yeah, defense are going early. That's just how it is. We'll go Barkov. I thought I was going to be able to get Dougie, but I guess not. So in general, defense, I go with 4 or 5. You don't really want to go for more than that. You want to sort of do double. Like there's 2 defensemen every week, so you go double that. Flex, there's 2 and 3 forwards, so that's 5. So you kind of want to go double, so like 10 forwards or 11 forwards, and then usually like 3 goalies. So either like 11-4-3 I do, or sometimes 10-5-3. Generally, don't go more than you don't want to go more than 3 goalies. Wow, okay. We'll go Harley. I need to maybe chill on the Harley exposure because, I mean, maybe he's not. Even if he's not power play one, this is pretty late. At 75, like the upside is kind of insane if he's power play one. So I don't mind taking him here consistently if I can. Yeah, this is pretty good. I do like this roster as well. Pretty happy with how it's turned out so far. To figure out goalies, though. Yep. It's going according to plan, boys. Question is, do I get Luke Hughes to pair with Jack and Bratt, or do I go Morgan Riley? That's the big question. Ooh, it might be overkill actually, but I like all those guys. I don't love Freddie Anderson. Just because he might be like splitting with Kochetkov, but Kochetkov's like not good. Like, I think Kochetkov's just not a good goalie, man. We go with Nico. A lot of Devils players on this team, but it's fine. Yeah, I think Veg was really good down the stretch, man. You know, obviously Ingram's back, but I think it's Veg's spot to lose. And Utah can make the playoffs, man. So if he's getting a lot of games, he could be really good. Like, didn't he start like 22 games in a row last year? Like, yes, there were some duds, but he also had some really good games. Yeah. You're talking about Freddie Anderson, maybe? Yeah, he's definitely hit or miss. Very injury prone. Yeah, I like drafting Nico this late too, man. I do. He shouldn't be going this late. Bro, he was so overworked. It was insane. I think I had him on one of my teams. And I was just like debating whether to start him because he would either put up like 20 points or like -10. We'll get Luke here. Pretty good on defense now. I think we're going to do Underdog if we can get it to fill, man. It's 2 people left. We've been waiting for like 2 hours for it to get it to fill. It should be, like, we're getting to like time where people are getting home from work now, so should be good. Oh, we'll get hints here. Forgot I need another goalie here. We'll go swimming. Is this guy gonna go another goalie here? Okay, he doesn't. Makes my job pretty easy. What if Lucas Dostal is the next Dustin Wolf? You ever think about that? Bro, Demko falling this far is actually insane. ZD, good pick, man. Good pick. Yeah, man. Dosta was great last year. He has no competition. They added Kreider and Granlund. They have a bunch of young guys. Like they're not a playoff team, but you know, they'll be good. All right, Verhaeghe goes. That's fine. I mean, we weren't really expecting Verhaeghe to fall that far to me. Go with Tomas Hertl. Wanted Verhaeghe to pair with Barkov, but it is what it is. Could go another defenseman here, but I don't know if it's worth it. Screw it. We'll go 5 defensemen. Devin Taves. Let's look at the squad. Whew. Pretty good. I like this team. Pretty good. Hopefully Luke Hughes and Harley are power play one. If not, then not so good, but that's fine. We are still waiting. If you guys want to join me on Underdog, we are still waiting for this draft to fill up. 4 spots left. We are getting close to 5 p.m. So hopefully we get some people back from work. But the Underdog drafts, they'll fill tonight. And we're going to be drafting with Matt Moody and DJ Mitchell. Underdog puck knowers. Thoughts on Nikishin as ADP and Yahoo's around. Yeah, that's a little bit too much ADP wise. I think I don't know why his ADP is that high on Yahoo. I wouldn't take him there. On Underdog, his ADP is like 170, 160, 180, something like that. So like that's fine with me, but it's too rich. Am I maxing both? Probably not on Underdog just because I'm in Quebec right now. I'll probably go up again in a couple of weeks. We'll probably do like 75 drafts in Underdog, and then we'll max drafters for sure. We will definitely max drafters. That's a given. Are you baseball guys, ED? Do you do baseball, best ball? I've never done best ball, baseball. All right, we got 3 more. Who is going to join us? Just football and hockey. Yeah, I did football a lot on Drafters 2 years ago, but football is just, I don't know. There's so many injuries that it's just not even fun at times. I mean, watching football is great, but just the injuries, it's like so unpredictable. The playoff pod formats, yeah. I don't know what the underdog eliminator is though, but it's the same with hockey, right? Is playoff pod formats? Obviously, like that can be fun, but it could also screw you. Two more people, boys. We are almost here. So close to filling up. Sign up with code FIREDUP on Underdog if you guys want to draft. You get play 5, get 50% match deposit, free draft cheat sheet. Until the 3 are left in week. Head-to-head tournament. Until 3 are left in week 17. Yeah, that's fun. Haven't done any NFL ones on Underdog. What do you think about Friday pizza nights? What's up, Ryan? What's up, man? We still got 2 people, boys. I think, oh, we got one more person to join. This is the closest we've been in 2 hours. First pick in the Cats League, you taking McDavid or Mac? Probably McKinnon still. I don't know though, like if McDavid, like I don't know if you saw that interview with McDavid, he wants to shoot the puck more. If he starts doing that and we get to like 22, 23 McDavid, we get back to that, then McDavid. And you do have to question, you know, how McKinnon is going to fare without Rantanen for a whole season. but I would probably still lean Mac. It's close though. Like I'm drafting both of them at the one spot in these drafts. Like leaning Mac a tiny bit, but I'm drafting McDavid too. I'm just streaming. I'm not going to normally stream this long. I'm just in Quebec to do these underdog drafts. So that's why I'm streaming all day. Because it's not available in Ontario. I'm from Ontario. But yeah, that's what we're doing today. And then normally it's just going to be like a 3 hour stream at night. But I think we're going to stream until like 7-ish. And then we're going to get back on around 8 to do more underdog drafts with the boys. And then we're going to go to bed. What's the over-under when this draft gets filled? I'll give it like, I think 10 minutes. That's what Vegas would put the over-under on. We just see one person. I'm curious what if there's any Kaprizov updates other than that he declined a Kaprizov declined an 8-year, $16 million contract. I'm on the Minnesota Wild Reddit right now, and they're freaking out. Oh, I'm just curious if we got any other reports. Yeah, that's the only silver lining, or like the only hope for Wild fans, because I can't imagine he wants more money at max term. So I don't know, man. I'd be concerned a little bit if I was a Minnesota Wild fan. I would. You know, Minnesota is not necessarily the most attractive place to play. And if they lose Kaprizov, they are... I mean, they still got a lot of great young players, but it would suck. It would definitely suck. I'll be back in 2 minutes, boys. This is going to fill up soon, so if you're patiently waiting, I appreciate it. I appreciate it. baby. Still one more spot. One more spot available. We'll keep that up. Sorry boys, I've been streaming for a while, so I'm pretty gassed. And we're just waiting for these drafts to fill up. We've done a couple already. We did one on Underdog. We did like 3 on Drafters. But we're sort of in the time frame when people are still at work, just leaving now. So hopefully this fills up soon. Once we get to like 5:30, like these should start filling up real quick. I mean, I guess we could do we could maybe do a mock draft on Yahoo while we wait. But this is gonna fill up pretty soon. checking drafters. There's only 2 out of 8, so this is the closest, boys. One spot. I said over under 10 minutes, maybe like half an hour ago. I think the over smashed. Maybe I might tweet it out or something. I don't know. Didn't realize it took so long. I guess middle of the day kind of makes sense. Oh, I guess we'll just wait. We will just wait. I mean, should we do a Yahoo mock draft? Gotta do something. Gotta do something out here. Yeah, maybe I think we're going to enter a Yahoo mock draft while we wait for this to fill up. Could be any second now. So we'll do that. If you guys want to join. All right. While we wait for this, let's do a Yahoo mock draft. We're going to do a 12-team one. We're going to go at the 5 spot right here. And yeah, we'll do this. If you guys want to join this one, this might give you some insight into Yahoo drafts. when Underdog starts, we will be going back to Underdog, though, when one person joins. Let's get some exciting music on. All right, we got 5 in the Yahoo mock draft. If you guys want to draft, there are spots available. You know what? We should have probably done the 10-team one. That's fine. I'll show you guys all the best values on Yahoo here. It's pretty insane, the ADP. All right. Let's get it, boys. Yahoo mock draft. We got some CPUs, but that's all right. What? What do you mean? Oh, there we go. Thank you, dude. I appreciate it. Lots of new content to come. And I remember my first fantasy year. That was fun. I think that was back in 2020. That's when I started doing fantasy hockey. And I just became obsessed, dude. We're at number 5 here. This is a pretty good spot. Lots of good players. I forgot about these draft sounds. Are so loud. All right. We're going Kel McCarr at number 5. I like getting elite defenseman early. Depends on your league settings, of course. If you're in a Cats league, maybe not, but I primarily play in points leagues. And I think unless you're in like a super serious league, you can get really good forward values later and just smoke your league mates on the defensive end of things. Pretty easy Jack Hughes here. Insane value on Yahoo. Let me move, actually, no, it's fine. Actually, hold on. I should move my camera here. All right, we are up. I think we're gonna go. We're gonna get Darlene. We're gonna do the draft board too. That makes it a little bit easier. What are the values here? Also, we should sort by ADP. I feel like that's a little more more accurate than expert rank. I don't know why it's so easy to take advantage of Yahoo ADP, because they're just like, yep, we're just going to sort by expert rank when you join a draft. It's ridiculous. I think we're going to go. We'll go clean color here. Feel pretty good about color this year, boys. Uyghur goes. We go Yossi here. Yossi is sick value. I understand the concerns, but come on, guys. This is also a Dylan Gunther channel. You stack color and Gunther. You're pretty happy about that. Who do we want next? Defenseman. Nichushkin's always a great pick. See, like at this point, my defensemen are pretty darn stacked. Right? I don't got to worry about defense anymore. And then you just get values, guys. That's it. I know there's some CPUs in here, and it's not going to be like 1-to-1, but you know what I'm saying. So that means the top 20 players will be taken. Should I target Celebrini higher than normal to keep for later seasons? How many keepers you got, man? I think Celebrini should absolutely go higher in a keeper league, but it depends how many keepers you get, right? If it's only like 2 keepers, 3 keepers, then maybe not, right? But if it's a good amount, then yeah, hell yeah, Celebrini should go pretty darn high. Also, I will say, like, I could have probably chilled a bit and not grab Sergachev. I could have grabbed Seth Jones later, but it's fine. There's just so many good picks late. The Yahoo ADP is so dumb. Would I take Sherwood at 90 in a cat league? I would consider it, yeah. I would absolutely consider it. Sherwood is like insane. Him and Will Coulee, like in a Bangers Cats, and yeah, like you wanna take those guys if you want to win your hit category. But again, you can punt hits. You don't need to take those guys high if you don't want. But you gotta figure out your strategy. Also, guys, there's 3 spots available on Underdog now. Hopefully by like, I don't know, 20 minutes, 30 minutes, it fills up. 2 people now. I think it will. It's 5:14 now, so people are going to be getting home from work and doing these drafts. Go with Marchenko there. Marchenko is going so late on Yahoo just because of what they did with him at the expert ranking, but we'll see how that changes. Like Yahoo ADP is going to start changing pretty darn soon. It's just ridiculous at the current moment. Same with Gunther. Let me show you guys the draft board. Nichushkin goes. Yeah, Nichushkin's a good pick. Nichushkin will go like pretty late every year for no reason. I mean, I get it. He can't stay healthy, but the upside is certainly there with Nichushkin. As you guys tell, we have not drafted a goalie yet. Yeah, dude. It's insane. If you did, like, I don't recommend doing drafts this early just because, you know, preseason and all that stuff. But some people do. And if you're drafting with, like, your friends or family members and they don't know puck too much, like, you're going to get Marchenko super late. You're going to get Gunther super late. You're going to get so many good players, like, insanely late. It's, like, insane. It is insane. Damn, Eriksson goes. That's too bad. Brother. Yeah, Nichushkin. Holloway, it depends on your league settings. Like, if it doesn't count hits, I kind of get it. But Holloway still has a lot of upside. But Nichushkin, I feel like in any leagues with 8 teams or more, he should absolutely be rostered. Like, if he's just healthy, like, he could put up 70 points and like 30 plus goals with really good shots, really good hits. It's sort of a no-brainer. Is there no left wings? Why is there like no left wings? We'll go Holloway here, I think. This is just a Yahoo mock draft, man. This is pretty sure it's, hold on. I think it's just like normal cats, like shots, hits, blocks. I'd have to double check. We're just doing this while we wait for Underdog to fill up because we're drafting an Underdog and Drafters as well. Kadri's always really good value. I'm trying to look. Who else is like, I feel like Toffoli is a big sleeper. You know, shots, hits, line one with Celebrini, power play one. There's a lot to like about Toffoli. I'll see another goalie. We don't draft goalies very high in redrafts. That's a fact. Mika Buchnevich goes. Tuck. Tuck's ADP is pretty criminal here on Yahoo. Makes no sense why he's going so late. Where's my team? This is my team. Pretty happy with how this turned out. Again, CPUs in this draft. Yahoo ADP is messed up, but yeah. Mikel goes. Yeah, Mikel shouldn't be going this late, man. Actually insane. Actually insane. We might go Cutter Gauthier here. We'll go veg. Landeskog might be a really good pick as well this late. It just, you have to be a little bit concerned about the health. I also don't mind Dorofiev here. We'll go Dorofiev. Dorofiev has so much upside, but if he's not power play one, like, he'll be a 50, 60 point guy, right? He had, what, 13 power play goals last year, 35 goals in total. So not necessarily high risk because he's going pretty late, but you know, in sharper leagues, he's going higher than this. He just is. We could go Geeky. We could Could go Alexia Lafreniere. Could go Fantilli. Go Alexi Lafreniere as the last pick. I would go Nichushkin over Dorofiev, yeah. I would. Nichushkin, like, I understand the injury-prone nature of him, but the upside is so high. Like, he could easily perform like a top 50 player. It's interesting both those guys were available last pick. I guess if you're in an 8-team league or something, that makes sense. But, yeah, I would lean Nichushkin. Still like Dorofiev, but, you know, a little bit concerned with power play 1. I'm not sure what they're going to do. You know, I guess Lehkonen could be power play 1 over Nichushkin as well, but I just don't understand. I just can't see Nichushkin not being power play 1. I know he wasn't power play 1 in the playoffs, but he should be on there. If you're looking at his power play goals over the last couple of years, they've been pretty darn insane. All right. We got back to 1. It dropped down a bit. We are still waiting for this underdog draft to fill. If you guys want to draft, oh, there's 2 now. It's fine. This will fill very soon. If you guys want to draft alongside with me, available in all of Canada. It's a best ball draft. $200,000 in prizes, $25K to the first place team. Not available in Ontario, but all of Canada, most U.S. states. And this should fill up soon. Use code FIREDUP. You guys see at the bottom there, you get some nice stuff if you use code FIREDUP when signing up on the app. And desktop too. You could sign up with the code on desktop. Doro and Nichushkin depend on their power play deployment. Yeah. It's really hard to say with Dorofiev. It really is. You know, do you put Marner on the right circle? But then it's just like, you know, you have Eichel and Marner who are passers. You don't really have like a shooter on the flank. But I guess Eichel could be the shooter on the flank. You know, oh, let's go. We finally got in a draft on Underdog. And we get the 2 pick. We like that. We get McDavid or McKinnon. Also, let's zoom in on here. Hold on. Can we go down? Is that better? Actually, no, let's go back. All right, second underdog draft today. We're going to be drafting an underdog tonight as well, if you guys want to join. And first draft went okay. Okay, we're a newbie on Underdog a little bit. Coming from drafters, it's a little bit different. You know, positions are here. It's not just forward. So you gotta get your winners, or else you're left with the scraps. And we get Mr. Connor McDavid. Can't be mad about getting the best player in the world. Who wants to shoot more, by the way, guys. If you read an article, he wants to not be so passive. He wants to shoot the puck and score goals instead of putting up 180 shots. He wants to shoot more, so we like it. We like it in this format, that's for sure. I'm trying to think what I do next. Defensemen are not as valuable in this format. think next. Maybe next we'll get Reinhardt. Might be the play. 23. He probably is not going to fall that far though. Maybe Panarin. Jack Hughes at 11. Marner goes. You guys see Brady Tkachuk goes way higher on Underdog than Drafters because this league counts hits. Drafters, he like I saw him fall like pick 30, 35, which makes sense. It does. Persona 5, nice, yeah. It's funny. I didn't even finish the game. I played it like maybe the first couple of hours. I just love the music. My sister loved Persona 5 though. She played that like 3 times. Oh, I wanted Reinhardt. Come on, man. I know who I want, but am I gonna get him? My guess is no. My guess is no. Come on. Don't dig him. Oh. I want a Panarin there. That's fine. We're going to go Mr. Jason Robertson. Yeah, I use there's this thing called Game Chops, and they do remixes, so it's copyright free. Because I don't want to risk playing Nintendo music. But yeah, a lot of it's just remixes of like old Nintendo games, stuff like that, man. Shesterkin goes. Natchez goes. We're actually gonna... We're gonna reach on Clayton Keller here. That's what we're gonna do. I think Keller... Even though in this format, not the best peripherals, he's going to have some insane spike weeks. I think Keller could put up 100 points next year. I do. It's possible. If he plays with Cooley and Gunther all year long. Although last season his power play, he did put up a lot of power play points, but I like Keller a lot. Hughes goes, Orwinski goes, Point goes. Go back to the board here. Oh. How long have I been streaming for, boys? It's almost 6 hours. Oh my God. And I'll be streaming till 11 tonight. I'm going to be tired, man. I got to drive 5 hours tomorrow back to Ontario. That's fine. Stream till 11. I'll probably fall right asleep. Bouchard goes. Blackwood goes. Celebrini. Too high in my opinion. No thank you. Oh, Darlene. It's pretty late. The question is, are they going to let Gunther fall to me? It's not really falling to me, but are they going to let me draft him with Keller? That'd be very nice if they could do that. There we go. That's better. That would be very nice. We could stack those two together, then get a defenseman maybe. Yossi goes. Miller goes. Gustafson goes. Don't steal Gunther from me, man. Please. Please. Oh my gosh. Oh, that's so annoying. It is oh so annoying. Man, that's so annoying. That is so annoying. Okay. I guess we'll go Mackenzie Weegar. Get the press. Gosh darn it, man. We'll go Corell the Thrill. Man, really wanted to stack Gunther and Keller. I've not been able to do this in any of my drafts today, even drafters. Oh, man. He went first overall. McKinnon, man. It's right on the screen. McKinnon. Okay. Yeah, this format's best ball. It is heavily on, or heavy shots, hits, and blocks, but yeah, I mean, Keller put up 90 points last year, so that's why I took him that early. And wingers are also more valuable in this format too, so that's what you got to do. Like Keller has not the best floor. Like Jarvis is going to have a better floor. You know, other guys are going to have a better floor, but you know, he has pretty high upside like week to week. We do need some wingers. Oh no, sorry, we have 3 wingers. I think we're pretty good. Do we have defensemen? We have Uyghur. We've also been punting goalie, which I don't know if that's the right course of action here. All right, what do we want to do here next? We'll get Hyman pairing with McDavid. Get Eriksson Ek. Really good in this format. Again, don't have the stacks. It's really hard to get the optimal stacks you want. You know, it really is. Fox goes. We need more defensemen. I don't know. I really don't like how I picked Uyghur this early. I feel like I kind of panic picked Uyghur. If he's not power play 1, then oof, you know? It's a big oof. Demidov goes. Demidov goes so much earlier in this format. I guess because of the playoff weeks, but I don't know. Oh, I wanted Sergachev. It's fine. Still some good defensemen left. He sure goes. Trocheck goes. Bennington goes. Demko goes. Well, well, well. That's not great. Go Harley. Pair him with Robo. Need a goalie next. For Haggy goes. Okay. I think we're gonna go. I'll go Jeremy Swayman as my first goalie off the board here. Hopefully we can get, we got to get 2 more goalies. Hopefully they're not completely terrible, but we got some options. Let's go back to the board. Do I do fantasy football too? I don't do fantasy football content, but I do play fantasy football, yeah. I have 3 fantasy football teams right now. Both of them were the lowest point totals in the week out of the leagues, and the other one was the highest point totals. So yeah, up and down experience. I don't know. I don't know if I drafted very well. Definitely know less about football than hockey. I want to get your opinion on this trade: Chase Brown and Addison, or Garrett Wilson and Igbuka. That's a pretty tough one, actually. I mean, you're probably asking the wrong guy. I mean, Chase Brown's a stud. It really depends on your team, I think. Because there's Igbuka's a big question mark, like with Mike Evans and Chris Godwin's going to come back. I don't know. Nichushkin goes. Of course he does. I agree. I like Nichushkin a lot. I do. He's just sort of a higher risk pick, but if he hits, he hits. My goalies are kind of in rough shape here. Grab Stoli. Yeah, he's undervalued every year, but he also gets injured every year. So there is that. Yeah, Skinner is this low. I mean, listen, if the Oilers don't go out and get a goalie, then he's the guy. You know? So that's the thing. We need a defenseman here. Like, Skinner has had good regular seasons. So, yeah, I don't know. I mean, if you're getting him this late, it's not terrible. It depends. Like, if you're in a Cats league, then maybe it feels bad. But in a points league, like, if that values volume, like, he could be pretty good this late. Yeah, Skinner goes 129. Yeah, Nurse, if you're league count shots, it's in blocks. He's a dog. He goes, I mean, on this format, he is still available, I think. Yeah, he's still around. Nice goes pretty high in this format, honestly. Where did he go here? Nice went pick 69, but this league counts hits, so that's sort of why he went this high. Seth Jones, guy gonna go defense as well. He does. Okay, that's fine. I guess we'll go Eric Carlson. It's not great. Like, these are some risky defensemen, but if they hit, they hit. No stacks, really, again. I'm trying to get stacks, but it is very difficult to get stacks. Especially in a 12. Like, it's easier on drafters. Definitely easier on drafters. I could go Jack Greaves, but I don't know. I don't know. Maybe. Hold on. Let's get to Foley here. I'll grab to Foley. Crispy, we're gonna be in here in a second. Don't you worry, brother. Well, maybe not a second, but it's good in this format. This is best ball format. So it's the no roster management, no ads, no drops. They automatically put players into positions every week. So you're just looking for spike weeks in a lot of situations, and if you stack, it's gonna ensure more success, especially in your playoff weeks. That's sort of the gist of it, really. Jack Reeves goes. Yeah, we'll be streaming till 11. Lawn stream. Trying to figure out what to do here. We need one more goalie, I think. We're sort of left with not the best options. That's for sure. We're on the clock. The goalie situation's not great here. It is not great. We're just going to go Arison, but that could be a complete dud pick for sure. All right, boys, we're going to switch over to drafters now. We got one more pick. We'll just queue someone up. All righty, righty. We're on drafters. We're going to get McDavid here. Okay. Sorry, boys. I'm just I was just looking at something on Underdog. I still have one pick left, so I'm just trying to queue that up. All right. We're done the underdog draft. Okay, do you think Dylan Gunther should be high on draft boards? Yeah, I do. Gunther was my guy last year. I think he's going to have a big season. ADP on these best ball platforms is pretty good, though. Like, I don't think he should be pushed up any higher. But on like Yahoo, his ADP is ludicrous. It's ridiculous. So, yeah, I think Gunther can put up 40 goals this year. Absolutely. If he's line one with Keller, man, all day. All freaking day. Okay, Gordie Howe hat trick. Are you going to take who I want to pick? I think you are. Don't do it. Every time, man. Every time. Every time. Screw it. Screw it. We'll go Dolly and Helly. What the hell? Really wish I could have got Bouchard there. That would have been nice to pair with McDavid, but it is what it is. Also, I haven't got Hellebuck yet, so that's why I picked him. I still think this is too high. Like, I'm not necessarily a fan, but we got to mix in some exposures to Helly in case he's the best goalie again. Like, he was crushing. Even despite the fact that he was drafted so high last year, he was still leaps and above every goalie. Just watching all the players go that I want. What the heck, man? What the heck? Tage and Darlene stack, and then I mean we could go J-Rob, but I actually think we're gonna go Yossi here. Pretty good start. I mean, yeah, we're happy about it. Sanderson's going so high, but I get it. You could argue Sanderson over Yossi. You absolutely could. You absolutely could. J-Rob goes to 38. Surprised Count MC didn't go. J-Rob with Rantanen. It's a pretty good pick, though. I think J-Rob still has a lot of upside. Casper or Jenner? Depends on your league settings, brother. If your league counts shots, hits, and blocks, then Boone Jenner is the answer. Honestly, in most scenarios, I think Jenner is the answer. Casper is on the second line, yeah, but you know, he's not going to be power play one, and he's not a peripheral beast, so that's just the way I see things there. Brat goes. Did he have Jack Hughes? No, he didn't. Esposito's probably pretty pissed. Joski's probably pissed there that he took Gunther. I'd be pissed too. It's happened to me probably like 5 times today after drafting Keller. We'll go Gustafson here. That was probably stupid. It was probably really stupid, actually. We have Hellebuck. I don't know why I did that. It's fine. I just feel like I haven't really drafted Gustafson a lot. Like I kind of am just going with the same goalie, so I wanted to mix him in, but probably not the right spot to do it. get 2 picks here. I think we're gonna go Shea Theodore, and then we'll go with Aho here. Let's look at the squad so far, boys. Pretty good. Pretty good. Gustafson was a mistake, like I said. Don't know what I was doing there with Hellebuck already drafted, but maybe I just go 2 goalies here instead of 3, because I don't necessarily need 3 goalies. I don't know. We'll see. Thoughts on JT Miller? I think he's going to be good. I don't think he's putting up 100 points again, but I'm a fan. If your league counts hits, he actually is. He's going to be undervalued this year, I think. You know, I think he's good for like 85 points on a really good power play. I know they were 5th worst in the NHL last year, but it should be a good power play on a team that I expect to bounce back. So yeah, I like Miller. Ooh, I wanted Seth Jones. We'll go Montour. And then we will go Robert Thomas. Let me unqueue that. Our defensemen are set. Now we just get the value meals at forward and we profit. All right. Marchenko at 86 feels really good. I don't know. I guess there's so many guys that go later, but that just feels nice. Like, what if Marchenko takes another step forward at 25 years old? Like, what if Marchenko is like a top 30 pick next year? It's interesting. I also think Marchenko could be one of those guys who puts up 300 shots as well. Like, I feel like we could see that leap. You know, Monahan is really good. Fantilli's really good. Kent Johnson's there. Werenski, if he stays healthy, he's one of the best defensemen. I'll definitely be mixing in Marchenko quite a bit, I feel like. Parayko goes. It's always when you're getting close to your pick, you're just thinking we're gonna get sniped, and it happens a lot. We don't get sniped. Gordie Howe hat trick sniped me once. With Bouchard, is he gonna snipe me again? Okay. He doesn't sign me. I think we go Ehlers here to pair with Aho. And then we will pair him with Verhaeghe. Barkov with Verhaeghe. Yeah, that's what we're gonna do. Maybe we pair Kyrou if he falls with Thomas, but they don't really play in the same line, and maybe not in the same power play either. So that would be the ultimate concern. We also could get another goalie. We got two goalies. We got a fire truck coming through. Feel pretty good about this team. We just need a couple more forwards and then decide if we're going to get another goalie. And we might not. I feel like if we're taking Hellebuck this high, then we don't want a goalie. Or we don't want a third goalie, I should say. Because we want to assume that Hellebuck is going to be great. Like, if Hellebuck's a dud at that ADP, then I'm not going to win. So you guys got to always be thinking about upside on drafters or any best ball platform for that matter. Swayman goes. So many good goalies. Like, goalies go earlier on Underdog for some reason. It's very strange. I guess Demko's getting faded because of Lankinen, but I don't know. I don't know, man. Should I get Tuck to pair with Tage? I feel like that might be the best course of action here. Yeah, we got some good stacks. Aho, Ehlers, Verhaeghe, Barkov, Tage, Tuck. Wish I got Bouchard instead of Dahlin, but Dahlin pairs with Thompson and Tuck there. Let's take a look. What are we doing next? I have an idea. I keep end up just targeting the same guys over and over, but they're just such good value, some of these guys, man. And I did it last year and I came fourth, so in fact, like when I deviated from what I liked last year, those were the worst teams. I was like, oh, I gotta mix up my exposures. It's like, I don't know, man. Maybe Brock Faber isn't a good pick. You know, maybe he just sucks. Count MC. Are you serious, man? Demko's just like screaming at me to draft him right now. Should I go Dorofiev maybe? Oh, this guy went with 4 goalies? Why would you do this? It's the worst thing you could do. We'll go Dorofiev and we'll go with we can go with Veg, I guess. Screw it. Dorofiev, I guess, pairs with Theodore. That works. Got some high upside players here, that's for sure. Yeah, I think Barzell's a solid pickup, man. Depends on your league settings, like I always say, but I think he's gonna bounce back. Like, I think the big thing is if he starts shooting like he did in 23-24, then I'm definitely a fan. I think he can put up 75 points. You know, yeah, I think he's solid. I think he's going pretty late too, so. Thoughts on Timo this year? Dude, I don't know. I'm kind of out on Timo. He burned me so hard last year. And listen, I'm not going to fade somebody just because they burned me. Every time I lift my hand, the camera does this. But I just don't see power play 1 as a possibility unless somebody gets injured. Sheldon Keefe has made it clear that they don't want Timo on this top unit. And yeah, so unless they move like Brad to the bumper and Heischer net front, it just doesn't make too much sense. Too many lefties on that power play as well, especially if Luke is on there. Let me fix my freaking camera. I don't know why it does this. I need to figure out how to turn that off. Boom, boom, boom. Turn that off. Turn that off. We good? Yeah, we're good. 12 pick in a 12-man points league. This will depend on league settings. I know I'd say that so much, but it really will. You know, if in certain leagues, like Cats leagues, Quinn Hughes is pretty overrated, and points leagues with hits. If you're in a points league without hits, then I'd probably go Quinn Hughes, Nylander. Oh, you already said that. Okay. Crispy, yeah. Gordy took 4 goalies. He took 4 goalies. It's fine. I'm good with... I'm good with veg. It is what it is. Yeah, I've talked about this. We'll see. I do think having a righty there is good, but I feel like Luke is so, like, he's way more mobile as a defenseman. I'm going to be drafting both. I just think Luke takes over this year. All right, we'll go Marchessault here because we have Yossi. All right, that is the squad. Let's see if we can get another one here, boys. We are drafting on Drafters. If you guys want to draft with me, sign up. It's available in Ontario. It's one of the only best ball platforms available in Ontario. Code FIREDUP, 100% match deposit up to $100. And we have 4 spots available if you guys want to join the $10 NHL Best Ball Championship. $10 NHL Best Ball Championship. Timo's frustrating. Don't even know why New Jersey picked him up if they don't use him well. Yeah, I think if you weren't going to use him on power play 1, like, I don't know why they traded for him. You know, $8 million to just play on your second line. I think he's a great player. Very, like, gritty guy you want on your team, but having such a good shot from that right side to not be able to utilize that is just, I think it's a mistake. All right, boys, 2 more. Two more. And we're starting. Let me zoom in here. Am I picking much Celebrini this year? Hold on, before I answer that question, let me pick here. Oh, let's go. Makar at 7. We take that. I'm not really picking too much Celebrini at his current ADP. That's for damn sure. Think he's going to be a fantastic player for many years to come, but at like a 30 ADP, like, I think I'm all right. We'll go Eichel. I'm not sure. I think on Yahoo, I had to check Yahoo ADP. Might be better value there, but Celebrini. Celebrini's ADP is 43. Like, just looking at centers. Like, Celebrini's going ahead of Barkov, Aho. Even Larkin could have similar value. So it's just like, I don't know. The good thing is Celebrini's shots, though. It does provide him with, like, a huge advantage. But I think it's too pricey. This guy gets to draft Bouchard with McDavid. Lucky guy, man. Lucky guy. I don't get to do that when I get McDavid, unfortunately. One pick away. What do I want to do here? I think we'll go Panarin. Boldy goes. Okay, we go. Braden Point. Pretty nice start. Keller at 28. Oh my lord. Wow. Over Gensel? I don't know. I do like Keller, but it's pretty pricey. Okay. We're going to go with Natchez. Ooh. Do we do that? Yeah, we'll go with Natchez. Pair him with Makar. Yeah, I finally got Makar. Finally got Makar. And he fell to 7, which is pretty nice. Ooh, okay. We'll go with... We'll go with Sanderson. Thought about going Hedman there. Could have paired him with Point, but I haven't really taken a lot of Sanderson, so I want to mix him in there. This guy's mad. This guy's really mad. Come on, man. Lighten up. Lighten up, man. Come on. Lighten up. Although it is annoying that Fox went that high. I wanted to grab him. That's annoying to me. Listen, man, you got to play. If defensemen are going early, then you got to grab defensemen. Like, what do you want, man? Just the way the cookie crumbles. Oh, Stützle would have been nice to pair with Sanderson. That would have been nice. Bedard. I haven't drafted Bedard at all, I don't think. Oh, Gunther. Why can't I get Gunther, man? It's so annoying. So annoying. I might wait to grab defenseman later here. Hudson goes. We'll go Barca off. I think this guy's probably going to take Gustafson, which is fine. Yeah, he goes Gustafson. Makes sense. Makes plenty of sense. Now, I haven't really drafted, I was going to say Bobrovsky, but nope. I haven't really drafted Destin Wolf a ton. You know what? We'll go with Wolf. Do I like drafting Wolf over Sorokin? No. But I have not drafted Wolf yet. Fully healthy Jack Hughes season incoming. Hey, man. It's asking for a lot. But I hope so. I really do. It is a tall order to ask for Jack Hughes to stay healthy. But if he is healthy, I expect a pretty big year. All right. Yeah, you would think, man. I mean, the concern with Jack Hughes is 3 shoulder surgeries in his NHL career, 2 of them requiring... Did I say surgery? Sorry. Shoulder injuries. 3 shoulder injuries. 2 of them requiring surgery. And he's only, what, 24 years old? Like, it is a concern of mine. Wow, JT Miller is falling pretty far. Sergachev goes, Harley goes. Gosh, damn, man. Hill goes. Do I want to get Larkin or Aho? I'm going to go Aho. You add Ehlers to this line. Could be pretty big for him. Maybe Jarvis, Ehlers, Aho. It's a pretty deadly line, man. Oh, man. I wanted Seth Jones, dude. We go with Robert Thomas there. With Cale Makar, I don't need. I can wait on some defensemen here. It's fine. Larkin's a great pick there. Marchenko's still on the board. That's a tough one. We also need some defensemen. Ooh. I don't mind going. We'll go Jacob Chikrin. He's fine. Oh, I just got sniped so hard. That was kind of a panic pick. I didn't know what to do there. Man. Didn't think Raleigh was going to get picked up that freaking early. That's fine. I got Makar. He should hold down the fort. Yeah, because you could get some really good value. And I think training camp, it's not as big as like NFL training camp. You're not getting too much info from training camp. But when a contest opens and the top prize is 10K US and people are drafting, you got to draft. So I'd be curious as well. Like I'm assuming some of the top teams last year were drafted around this time. So yeah, that's kind of the reason. All right. Oh, I wanted to get Ehlers there. This guy's just not drafting defensemen, eh? It's not going to work out for you, brother. Wow. Wow, man. Guess we'll go McAvoy there. I don't know. We need a fourth defenseman. Don't really like anyone else. Maybe could have got Devin Taves actually, but no. I don't know. What are you gonna do? Yeah, that's true, man. You got to just take your guys and ignore ADP at the moment because they're just rankings. They're not actually accurate. And yeah, Riley could have a pretty big bounce back, that's for sure. We'll go with Dostal. We got Wolf and Dostal. Good volume guys, really good volume guys. We need one more goalie, but they'll be around. Our defensemen are set. Need some more forwards. Oh, I really don't have any correlation, any stacks. That's a problem. Who could we get? I think we know, but we'll see. Yeah, dude. Booyam is legit. I think the only issue I have is even strength ice time, man. That's it. He could be third pairing once Brodeen comes back. You know, again, not a lot of even strength ice time, but he could put up 25, 30 power play points. So I definitely like him. There's a lot of really good young defensemen to look out for. Look at Zach Hyman, eh? Wow. How the mighty have fallen. Oh, Swayman goes. I thought Swayman was going to fall, dude. I really did. Yeah, dude, this wild power play is going to be insane. Really unlucky last year on the power play. Really low shooting percentage. Obviously, Kaprizov missed time, but with guys healthy, This guy goes Hyman. That's a great pick at 118. We could go Demko or we could go Joey to Cord. Oh, does this guy need a goalie? Let's go Demko. Screw it. Who the hell is that? Who the hell is that? Is that a mistake? Who the hell is that? Wyatt Amott? That must have been a mistake, no? Who knows who this guy's going to take? Okay, we're good. Nichushkin, come home. Let's go. That's a big value there, boys. We get Nichushkin, Natchez, Makar. Pretty happy with that. right. Two more picks, boys. And then I think we're going to do one more draft, and then we're going to go to Underdog after, because we got to stream with the boys. Oh, Mika. Thought I was going to get Mika there. We need one more forward. Maybe I could pair Batherson with Sanderson. Maybe. I think that's what we're going to do. Because this guy needs a goalie, maybe? Yeah. All right, Batherson. And then maybe Buchnevich with Thomas. Or Holloway, maybe. Maybe Holloway. Maybe we'll do Holloway here. Problem is Holloway doesn't play even strength with Thomas or on the power play. Well, maybe on the power play. But that could be an issue. All right, we go Holloway. We go Holloway. All right, boys. We're going to do another draft on Drafters. That's a team. If you guys want to join, there's one spot available in this one. If you guys want to sign up. And then we go to Underdog for about an hour and a half or so with two guests, two Underdog drafters. They're gonna give me some guidance here because I need some help. Yeah, no problem, Coop. I appreciate you you watching the content, man. All right, we are pick number 4. Yeah, bro, I streamed all day. I'm in Quebec right now. I've been trying to do Underdog drafts. I've done a lot of slow drafts, loading up on those. Did a couple Underdog lives, and then we're doing Underdog after this one with some guests, because you can't do Underdog in Ontario. So yeah, streamed all day, and then I'm going home tomorrow. Willie 34. What's good, bro? I feel like I've seen you in here. You go with McCarr at 4 here. Maybe a reach, but McCarr is just so good that I don't mind reaching for him. No, he's not always my 4. I think you can easily go with Matthews, Draisaitl, Kaprizov. I just like McCarr at 4. I think defensemen are needed in this format. Like having a guy like McCarr, if he stays healthy the whole season, is going to elevate your team so much. And right now I can find, because of the way ADP is and it's just so early on, I can find insane value. I was hoping Jack Hughes was going to fall. Gosh darn it. Screw it. What I was going to say is I can find such good value at forward later on in the draft that I'm sort of going heavy D early. I thought about going Bouchard there, but Quinn Hughes is better. I don't know. I feel like we might see some regression from Quinn Hughes a little bit. Okay. What is this guy gonna do? Hellebuck. You go Panarin. Thought about going Willie there, but Josky's got to be pretty happy. He's got the Nylander Matthews stack. What else we got here? Reinhardt goes. Vasi goes. Celebrini at 24. Holy moly, man. Silly, silly people. Boldy. Ah, I wanted to get point there. We'll go with Keller. We'll go with Keller. I'm reaching on Keller a bit, guys. I don't love it, but I haven't been able to get him enough in these early drafts. He's going a little bit too high, but that's fine. Robo goes. We have a couple of options next, although I think they might be gone very soon. Yeah. Feel like we got to go Crosby still. I haven't drafted Crosby yet. Getting a little bit older on a poopy team, but could still put up 90 points. Wow. Okay. Fox going before Roman Yossi. Hudson going before Roman Yossi. I wanted to get Fox next. Kind of a shame. That's all right, though. Maybe we'll go Yossi. Who knows? Who knows? Wow. Oh, my Lord. Okay, Yossi goes. I thought Yossi actually was going to fall to me there. All right, this is definitely such a reach, boys. This is such a reach. But we're going to go Gunther. I haven't been able to stack Keller and Gunther here, so I just want to be able to do it. I'm not going to do it much if Gunther's going this high. Like, I love Gunther, but he should not be going this high. He should be going maybe like 20 picks later. And, yeah, I'll be able to get Gunther like in a couple of weeks later for sure. Because people are going to wake up to some of the ADP stuff here. Oh, man. I wanted to get Sergachev. That's all right. We got McCarr and Hughes. We really don't need too many defensemen here. Okay. Feel pretty good about this team. Dobson at 56 is insane. This guy's made some crazy picks. It's always nice having someone like this in your draft, though. No offense if you're watching out there. But, like, dude. I want to get Elias Pettersson, but... Screw it. We'll do it. Yeah, Quinn Hughes. Quinn Hughes has a monstrous season, so should Elias Pettersson, hypothetically. Although I don't think Pettersson's going to put up 100 points again. I just don't see that happening. What are your thoughts on Mikel this season with the Leafs? Maybe a good sleeper pick if he's playing with Matthews. He's all right, I guess. Like, his shots, hits, and blocks are so bad. If your league doesn't count hits, like, it still should count shots. So he's going to be at such a big disadvantage there. Probably not power play 1. So maybe like 50 to 60 points maybe. In a deeper league, like maybe like 14-team league, I would take a look at him. But honestly, I'm not the biggest fan. Not the biggest fan. Ooh. I don't mind getting Bob here. I haven't drafted Bob at all, really. I think we're liking this team. Gunther is a little bit too high, but I haven't drafted him yet, so. Nice. Easiest click of my life. Coming to the team, Robert. We welcome you with open arms. All right, so you grab Eric Carlson there. Thought about Lacombe and Riley, but I feel like Carlson has more upside than those guys. Hopefully they don't re-sign Matt Grzelcyk and put him on power play 1, but you never know. You never know. Riley goes to. Don't really know who my fourth defenseman is going to be, but maybe Devin Taves. We need another goalie too. Shoot. All right, we have a lot of options here. We'll get Fiala. Yeah, Fiala's good. Yeah, dude, Askarov, I think he could get some volume, so in certain leagues he could be all right, but yeah, in like a Cats league, like he's, I don't know. You also have Nedeljkovic there, so who knows? I'm sure that Askarov is going to be really good in the future. Like, give it a couple of seasons when you have Misa, Celebrini, Smith, Eklund, all those guys, Sam Dickinson. Like, yeah, if Askarov's a starting goalie, he's going to be one of the best goalies in fantasy, I think. Yeah, dude. I mean, there's a reason he went in the first round as a goalie, right? I think he went first round. Doesn't happen too often. You go with Swayman. I was thinking Logan Thompson there maybe, but we'll mix in Logan Thompson later. Chushin goes. I finished 4th last year, man. Won like $2 grand. 4th out of 5,000 teams. Was pretty close to getting 2nd too, but there was some BS stuff last week. A lot of people said no, yada yada yada, but we were close. I think this year we're gonna try to take it down. We'll pair Verhaeghe with Barkov. Yeah, felt pretty good. Also very stressful. very, very stressful the last week watching all the games. First place was out of the equation. Like the guy who was in first was way ahead. Who was on the team? I'll show you after this. I'll show you the 4th place team. All right. We got some good value picks later on here. I really hope a certain player falls to me at this price, but he shouldn't have fell that far. It's fine. I didn't expect it. HSPU, he knows what he's doing. Like he knows who to draft. Good pick. Good pick. Shoot, who do I pick now? Should have went with Logan Cooley, eh? Should have maybe done that. Maybe Stamkos. Oh, wait, I know who I'm picking. If he doesn't snipe me. We'll go with Mika, my boy. Yes, he's my most drafted player. Yes, I need to stop, but I'm not going to. I am not going to. I think we got 2 more picks, eh? Do I have Crosby? Oh, shit, I do. Don't do it. Don't do it. Oh, we could go Raquel, though. We'll go Rust. Pair him with Cross. And we have Erik Karlsson, too. Okay. Didn't even realize that. Not bad. Not bad at all. I like this team, boys. I really do. Michael Misa. Bro, this guy is crazy. This guy went Demidov, Celebrini, Misa. He went with 6 defensemen, including Lane Hudson and Noah Dobson on the same team. This guy's wild. Can this guy be in my draft every time? It'd be awesome. No. I didn't see he took Devin Taves. No. Oh gosh, which defenseman do we take? Should we take Rinzel here or Nurse? You know what? We'll just go Nurse for the floor. It's a me. That's good. Yeah, that's definitely an LOL for me, man. All right, this is the team. This is the squad. Pretty happy with it. All right. So we are going to switch over to Underdog drafts. I just got to figure out some stuff here. We are being joined by 2 very special guests. Yeah. Oh yeah, Wyatt. Forgot about him. But yeah, we're being joined by 2 very special guests, DJ Mitchell, Matt Moody. Hopefully, I've never streamed with people, so I don't, like, especially on StreamYard. This is my first time using StreamYard. So don't know how it's going to go, like technical wise, but let's figure it out. Also, boys, we're going to be back on Drafters after like probably 9:30, 10 for about an hour. If you guys want to draft with me, I'll say it again. You can use code FIREDUP, 100% match deposit up to $100. The $10 NHL Best Ball Championship, 50K in prizes, 10K to first US. Available in all of Canada, including Ontario, most US states. So we're going to be doing that, but we're going to do Underdog now. So same thing, best ball, a little bit different format. We're going to talk about it. We're going to talk about some strategies. They're going to give me some tips because I feel a little bit out to lunch on Underdog, a different format. But yeah, you guys can sign up there as well with Fired Up on Underdog. Not available in Ontario, but everywhere else in Canada, most US states. Gets you play 5, get 50 on Underdog. With code Fired Up, also 50% match deposit. Let me just invite these guys. Hold on. We're gonna see. How would you add 3 people? Oh, that's not right. Okay. Those guys should be coming in around 8. Wow, that was loud. We will see how it goes. Technically. Kind of want to go Shesty here. This is just a slow draft I'm in. Shesterkin. I could go Tage. Could go Yossi. Screw it. We'll go Shesty. We'll go my boy Shesty. But yeah, let's switch over to Underdog here, boys. This is the contest we're going to be drafting, the Best Puck Classic. $200,000 US in prizes, 25K to first. It's best ball style format. And we're going to be joining a fast draft, but not right away. We're going to have these guys come in. You know what? Let me just message these guys, actually. Yeah, we're gonna talk a bit before we go into a draft. pick their brain a bit, introduce them, and then we'll do a draft, maybe 2, depending on how long they want to stay. Okay, I'm just gonna pee real quick, and I'll be back. All right, boys. These boys should be coming in soon at 8-ish. And then we're going to do some underdog drafts. If you guys want to sign up, draft with us, feel free. It is by choice. You want it on dark? We could do dark. I've had it on light the entire time. You know, some people are all about dark mode. I don't know, man. It just depends on the place. But I will turn it to dark because I do think that's the preferred way to play. Dude, yeah, we've got 2 in. We've entered a bunch of slows. But yeah, I didn't realize it was going to be this slow early on. I guess with a 12 team, with it being 12 team, it takes a while, and it's pretty early on in the season. So it is what it is. What we're going to do, maybe 2 tonight, and that will be it. Load up on slows, go back to Ontario. Maybe come back up to Quebec in a couple of weeks before the season starts. But yeah, it's been fun. Drafters, like, it's so quick on drafters, I guess, because it's an 8-team league. Yeah, I mean, it's been a couple of weeks now, like 2 weeks. Oh, you're talking about drafters. Yeah, that makes sense. I guess everyone just goes in, wants to get early ADP. That makes sense. But in general, like my memory from last year with drafters is they fill pretty quick. But I think that's just 8 teams versus 12, you know. Just the way it is. July 14th? Is that when it opened? Holy moly. That's insane. You probably had to join a draft and wait like 8 hours to get it to fill. Curious what the ADP is look like, or like how much it's changed since the start. Oh, all right. These boys are going to get in here soon. And then we're going to chop it up a bit. Yeah. Drafters works in Ontario, man. A lot of people don't know. It does. It works in Ontario. Oh, shoot. I got to change my code here. Sign up on Underdog. Yeah, code FIREDUP and Drafters works in Ontario. Yeah, the boys are coming on. Yeah, it does. It's unfortunate, man. Hopefully next year it can come to Ontario. They're making some progress. I've read some what's it called? Like there's like a court ruling that needs to be looked at for daily fantasy sports. But it's annoying, man. New York as well. It's not available in New York. That was recent. I think it's because Drafters is available it's located in Ontario. I think it's a Canadian company, and that's the only way it's able to operate in Ontario. I think it's located in like Mississauga or Toronto or something. Could be wrong on that, but I think that's the only way, because I think Drafters is the only one that's available in Ontario. It's the only one. You do have Owner's Box, but I don't think they do best ball drafts, like season-long ones. Hell yeah. We're going to be doing some of these drafts. Hopefully, I don't know. We'll see how it goes technically. I've never used StreamYard before, and these guys are going to join. We'll see if everything goes well. We'll turn off the music. They'll let me know because I think they use StreamYard, so we'll see. We'll repost that for them. Yeah, no issues, man. I got paid out right away. Got paid out right away. Yeah, I'm a huge Keller guy. You know, I think if he's on a line with Cooley and Gunther the whole year, then you know it's the sky's the limit, because he's even in his like really good years, he was playing with Schmaltz and Barrett Hayden. So, you know, yeah, lots of upside.
What's up?
Yo, what's good, buddy?
Can you hear me? Oh, I can't hear you. This is probably my fault.
I can hear you.
Oh yeah, this is me.
Yeah, do you?
What's going on?
How's it going, man?
It's good.
What's good, boys? Good to meet you guys.
Yeah, likewise. I feel like an asshole because I went and I looked at the tweet that you tagged me in earlier that I retweeted and I totally missed you were streaming for 8 hours before this. I just have a
yeah.
What the hell is wrong with you?
So I went up to Quebec yesterday. I drove 5 hours, and then I was trying to stream last night, but my mic. By the way, does my mic sound good? Is there like static or like? It sounds good.
Sounds good to me.
No,
I was troubleshooting for like 3 hours last night because there was like a staticky noise, and I realized that I had my phone right beside me and it was picking up interference from my phone.
We need one person, by the way.
I'm
the
an
next
idiot.
draft.
Are you guys in here?
I'm in here. Are you?
Okay, I was gonna say we should chat a bit, but will it fill up quickly after this? Wait, Matt, you're not in this?
I haven't joined.
Yeah.
No,
maybe back out, DJ.
Back
I'm
out.
fine
Okay,
to
I was gonna say. I just wanted to. I'm fine to chat. I just wanted to let you know, like, we need one more person.
Yeah, let's just back out.
Let's chat quick. Yeah, I backed out. Okay.
Let's chat for a little bit because I do need your insight, both of you, because I did 2 underdog drafts today and I felt pretty out to lunch. You know what I mean? Like I felt like I didn't know what I was doing. Very different from drafters. You guys would agree?
Matt, I'll let you go first.
Yes, I mean, I live in Pennsylvania. I can't play on drafters, so
Oh, really?
I don't spend a ton of time thinking about the contest, even though in theory I think that's a much more interesting contest. Basically, the best podcast is underdog is very variance driven, versus like if you draft the nuts in the drafters contest, like you're winning every time pretty much. You know, like that's just like you're competing, and just there's so much variance in the playoffs of underdog that like you just get rewarded less for being aggressive and playing aggressively, which, you know, my mindset is normally to, you know, be very contrarian and aggressive with my takes. So I've had to dial that back a lot for underdog purposes. And arguably I haven't done it well enough, you know. But DJ, I know you do both. So
yeah, I mean, I well, number one, I would say, you know, just looking at the entire scope of sports, like I think in the NFL, drafting on drafters is actually a way better contest because of how much variance week to week there is in the finals on Underdog and, you know, DraftKings. I think it's just like a way more. If you're actually good at what you do, you could win on drafters, and I think it makes more sense. In hockey, I think it tones it down a little bit with the amount of strategy that you could use to maximize the playoffs and the finals. But the biggest difference is just certainly the position allocation isn't quite as rigorous. I haven't drafted this year on drafters, but last year it was kind of like a mad dash to get your defensemen because they were so far down the line because of the points, how they score. And it was, you know, really kind of, I think early on, pretty easy to win those lobbies. Now, if you have the theory that I had last year that maybe I didn't push as far on drafters, and that was spreading my wealth as much as possible, you were probably better served on drafters as well. I took some pretty hard stances on drafters, and that cost me a decent bit, pretty against certain players.
Who are your hard stances?
I remember giving like way too much Panarin and he was going way too early. I'm trying to think of a couple other guys that I just didn't draft at all. I mean, Brady was another great example. I drafted like no Brady on drafters whatsoever. I think.
Yeah, that's a good though. I mean, he was crap last year.
Well, he was great to start the year, and that matters in that format because it's like every, those scores add up, and I was chasing all year long. Matt, what were you gonna say?
I was trying to reorient myself on what the contest. 8 or so it was 10. It's 8 this year. And I think you start 2 defensemen per week. Is that true?
Are you talking about drafters?
Yeah. On drafters.
It's still 8.
2. Yeah, 8. Yeah, no, it is. I think last year it was 10 per draft.
Yeah, what DJ was saying about Demon is very interesting.
Yeah. It was. Yes, it was 3 forward, 2 defensemen, 1 goalie, 2 flex, and defensemen were so far down the board because the previous year it was only 1 that if you knew what you were doing, you could just nab up a bunch of them at the beginning.
That's what I was doing, and I'm still doing it. Yeah. I've done 17 drafts already, and like there's so much insane value at the end of the drafts or the end of the rounds. It's insane. Like I could get the most stacked teams, especially because I don't know if you've checked this out, DJ, on drafters, the ADP. It's like it's set at the start. It's not like it doesn't have an ADP. It's their rankings. And I don't know if they took it from Underdog, but like it looks the same.
Hold on.
That's Underdog. They did Underdog did the same thing where they had like their own projections when the contest, and you just saw some wild stuff going on.
And what's interesting is because obviously in this format, winners are like on Underdog, winners are more valuable than centers. But because on drafters, the rankings are similar to Underdog, like all these insane centers go super late, like Robert Thomas, like hits don't count on drafters.
Yeah.
That's like Nico Hischier, Dylan Larkin. So I'm just scooping these guys. But I did a couple of drafts in Underdog, and like I couldn't get any stacked teams compared to drafters. Maybe because drafters is early on and Underdog ADP is sort of settled. But I guess I have 2 questions for you guys. One of them would be like, what's your strategy with positions? Are you always going more winners early? Are you like, what's your main strategy with the way Underdog works?
Before we talk more shop, I do have a couple questions for you.
Yeah, of course.
I'm guessing you're located in Ontario.
I am, yeah.
Travel to Quebec to draft on Underdog. And 2, do you need to eat something? It's been 8 hours and 20 minutes you've been live. I can't get over this.
I took a break. I got a shawarma at like
no
2.
breaks.
Which was good, really tasty. And dinner, I don't know, I'm fine. I ate enough. I had some chips. We're good.
My question was why Texas Longhorns football? I mean, that's or really, I mean, it could be club hockey for all I know.
Honestly, I know zero about the Texas Longhorns. I just bought the hat because it looked cool and it fits really well. So yeah, I'm not like I do watch the NFL, but I don't watch college football at all.
Understandable. I'm the exact opposite. I feel like I only watch some college football and then I just get mad at the NFL. Anyways, though, we can move past my we don't need to get into that. Me talking about football because I'll go on a rampage for no good reason that no one wants to hear.
Would you be shocked?
Oh yeah.
Would you be shocked to learn DJ's a Browns fan?
He
hates football. I mean, gee, I wonder why.
Where are you from, DJ?
Well, me and Matt are both from Rochester, New York, and my dad's just a huge Browns fan. Like he grew up with Jim Brown playing, and the Bills stopped being in the NFL, and he just held on for dear life. And I unfortunately followed suit. And it's. I mean, the biggest reason I hate football is probably because I'm a Browns fan, and it's been misery.
Let me just get this straight.
Yeah,
you're a Browns fan and you're a Sabres fan.
I don't like to talk about either.
Are you doing okay, man?
Yes. Bad, terribly. Like what's funny is like people look at sports as like an escape. They're like, I can leave everything at the. It's not when you're a Browns.
I need an escape. You need an escape from the Sabres and the Browns.
It was drinking for a long time, and I've tried to tone it down to at 30.
That's good.
And now it's gambling on stupid.
Now it's gambling.
Okay, so back to my question. So Underdog. Yes. So I'll just mention 2 things as well. So the positions and also like. Obviously, peripherals matter way more on Underdog than drafters. Like hits are counted, shots and blocks are like double the value almost on Underdog. Yep. Like, are you mixing in like, okay, like this guy's going to be like, as a Erickson X, he's going to be a consistent guy that's going to be in my flex, but I also have an upside guy in Tage. Like, how are you mixing that in? Like, give me your short synopsis of strategy here.
Do you want me to go first, Matt? Because I feel like you've done way more research and put together way more articles. So if I go first, then you can slam dunk afterwards. So I think the first thing I say to everyone when they first get into hockey drafting, whether they're huge fans or not, is like, do not go into a draft with a mindset of like, this is exactly how I need to allocate my position. This is exactly the order of how I should, like, every draft is going to flow the way it's going to flow. ADP value is the most important factor that leads to success in all of drafting. So yeah, it does matter quite a bit whether you are allocating properly, but if you're getting massive amounts of value early, if you're getting, McDavid as your second overall pick, for example, that's going to change the entire makeup of how you're going to draft, the decisions you're going to make, why you're making those decisions. So like every draft is different. Where you draft from matters. I mean, the first season that I really writing and going over a lot of this stuff, it was like the clear cut 4 centers, McDavid, Matthews, McKinnon, and Draisaitl. It's like, what if you don't get them? How does it look? It's kind of changed a bit now, but it all kind of is dictated after the first few rounds of where you're going to go from there. So I do think that with the 2 flex now, last year was only 1. It adds a lot more value to other centers who are just better than some wingers. I'm drafting a lot more 4 center builds. I'm trying to get a center early. I'm not really thinking about I need floor stats to win, because floor stats might not win you $25,000. And what are we really playing for here? If you're playing to win your league and double your money, then draft however you want, but I'm trying to play for 25,000. So I'm more thinking who has the upside. I'm mainly drafting for upside when I'm taking players, and the one kind of caveat to all of this is a little bit less allocation to defensemen comparatively to the field, and more towards the winger, center, and definitely goalie for me compared to the field. I'm allocating maybe a touch more.
Yeah. Before Matt goes, I just quickly want to say, I know you said you don't care about floor players. Defensemen really mess me up because, Darnell, average fantasy points per game on Underdog, Darnell Nurse can be really good, or Colton Parayko. And it's just these, what if you have a guy, what if you have 3 defensemen that don't put up any peripherals but are really good? What if you have, Quinn Hughes, Adam Fox, and Lane Hudson? What if both 3 of those guys have a shit week, and then you don't have any floor guy and you just get 0 points? Do you guys consider that at all?
Matt, you want to go first?
Player to player, it's very, I guess so. I don't know. My backstory is I come from the hardcore DFS streets. So, on DraftKings, when you play the daily fantasy stuff, just the shots are so important, and shots drive everything when it comes to, goal production, obviously, and assists. And so defensemen, I always have an inkling toward those guys who are shooters. Maybe they don't block, they don't hit. So that is something I've had to fight off. I think on Underdog, you do have to consider the Colton Paraykos, the Darnell Nurses, because guess what? If they happen to score 2 of their 15 goals for the year within, a 1 week sprint, you are flying up the leaderboards. That is just unequivocally true. So I think ruling them out entirely is a problem. But exactly like you're saying, you're sort of trying to construct a room. And so the other part that is, I think, under-discussed about best puck as it relates to football, which is much more, in the zeitgeist as far as people talking strategy, is that if you draft an NFL team and the playoffs are week 15 in your league, everyone gets 1 game that week. It's not it's not like I draft Josh Allen and he gets 8 quarters of football and Lamar Jackson gets 2 quarters of football. They'll get 4 quarters of football. That's just the way that it works. However, in the other sports, basketball, MLB, there's differences in the schedule. And so that's why I think that's almost more of what I consider. You can't really control the schedule, of course. We know the schedule. You can sort of hack things around. I've posted in Discord various ways to sort of think about, the schedule and how players relate to one another. But for example, if you run into a week where Adam Fox plays 2 games, Lane Hudson plays 2 games, and sure, maybe Quinn Hughes plays 3 games, but he gets hurt and misses a game, or something like that. You're already hurting. So That's sort of where the having 3 in a room really helps. I'm not overly concerned with their profile necessarily. Because if I'm stacking Rangers, if I'm stacking Vancouver, and I'm stacking, I don't remember who the other team was now, but Montreal. If I'm stacking all three of those teams, the D-men just sort of fit into my room like that, I can live with it.
Are you stacking, like, how many stacks are you doing per draft? Like, what, 16 players? Are you stacking 3 teams and that's it? Like, or are you just doing 2 stacks? Like, do you have
almost every pick I want to get stacked. It's not going to happen. I'm going to take
just because of playoff weeks.
Yes, that is primarily it. And I think the reason that it works out so well in like testing stuff, but by the way, I think I should plug, I have a newsletter, moods.beehive.com, where I've written the wannabe Mike Leone best ball manifesto. If you are hardcore NFL drafty, you probably know that. I did the best puck manifesto last summer. That goes super in depth on different strategies and stuff using actual underdog data from previous seasons. But I also posted an update for this year, looking at data and trying to adjust it to the new scoring system that we have on Underdog, which isn't a huge change, but I think DJ mentioned already there's 2 flexes instead of just 1.
I can't imagine last year with only 1 flex. Like, wingers just are so much more valuable than centers. They're still valuable more, or they're still more valuable, but last year must have been insane.
Dude, 2 years ago, it was even crazier because so many centers or so many wings were listed at center on Underdog. So like Jordan Kyrou was a center. Sam Reinhart was a center. And it was just like there was nothing at the wing position. But anyway, I didn't do a whole write-up for that. And so the reason I plug the whole newsletter thing is, I'm not very succinct in my thoughts in what I say. So you should definitely go check those out because I get to my thoughts in a much more organized manner. But there's such power in stacking, and I tried ways to sort of test, like, is it because when, a guy has a top 5 week at a position, his teammates are doing well, and like it's all true. If you have a guy who's the top 5 and his teammates are probably going to be, say, top 20 at their position or something like that, but something just didn't really sit right. And then when you look at through the lens of, well, okay, let's basically control for the games played as like your variable of interest, you can all of a sudden see how a team starts coming together. A team with 16 stacked players on it in an underdog draft. Because some weeks a team's going to play 4 games, maybe even 5 games if you're super lucky. So if you get 3 guys from that team, well, what's going to happen the next week? The NHL is not going to send them to play 9 games in 14 days. So they're probably only going to play 2 games or 3 games the following week, just the way that the schedule yins and yangs throughout the season.
Are you stacking
I think is
3 guys on a team?
That is what I'm doing this year primarily.
So what if they have 2 games?
Well, that's the thing. If you have 2 games for your team, your stacked team, well, you're going to want players on a team with 4 games that week. And what's the easiest way to do that? It's to sort of stack and sort of hope that your teams fall together like a puzzle, like the ups and downs of the schedule sort of, I think, naturally balance that. And the best way to get 6 players, now it's 7 players to score for a given week, is basically to maximize the number of games you have. And so you could throw 16 darts at a dartboard and say, well, okay, maybe I get some yin and yang thanks to that. But I think there's an additional bonus where not only are you getting more tightly correlated bounces throughout your lineup, you're also getting the, me and my buddy are going to hug each other because we just scored a goal together and got you not 6 points, but we got you 10 points because you got the goal and the assist. So that's like a really like in-depth thought on stacking. But I do think that that's very like unquantifiable in a way. And I think it's really important and a reason why stacking is so powerful. And the extra flex just makes stacking all the more powerful because now even lower scores get into your lineups each week.
Well, I think the important note here, and like I kind of like Matt kind of led right back into, is like every draft pick is a decision tree, right? What are the most important factors in that decision tree? ADP is one of the most important. Like it is going to be a very, very good heuristic to fall back on. Okay, so I have like 6 or 7, maybe 10 guys within this now pretty small decision tree to pick from. The next one is probably correlation, right? Let's try to correlate the best we can. Me and Matt are pretty staunchly like, if they're correlated on the power play, there's an inherent benefit to correlating them. You don't have to say that, like Reinhardt and Matt the Chuck, are they perfectly correlated? Let's pretend Matt the Chuck's going to play all season, even though he isn't. No, but on the power play, they are, and that could lead to spikes in certain weeks, right? So you're kind of going through this decision tree. The one thing that Matt did, which anyone, of course, in the Discord, or if anyone listening that's not in our Discord, you don't have to join if you don't want to, I'm sure we'll share, is Matt kind of built a delta between teams, like how many games, I'm not trying to put this as plainly as possible, but like the amount of games being played by the Rangers and the Seattle Kraken at the same time versus at separate times. And it's kind of this way of that I look at every time I'm drafting to kind of give my okay, I have a Ranger stack. What team was going to give me the most benefit that is playing at different intervals than the Rangers? Matt has already built that out for me in some respect. Matt, yeah, you want to?
Can I give some, because I think it's a very abstract thought. It's called Manhattan grids. And basically, you think of it like in a season-long fantasy setting. Like the Anaheim Ducks play a lot of games on Sundays and Fridays, just the way that they do their schedule. So they're inherently more valuable than another team that's playing on largely Thursdays and Saturdays, where a bunch of NHL teams play. Is that something that you focus on here at FIREDUP? Is that something that like you're familiar with, or did that just sort of land?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, in redraft leagues as well, like Utah. Ducks have a lot of off nights, so it's definitely something you consider. So
that concept can be applied to weeks in the underdog schedule. There are some, you're not as predictable as say Anaheim and this, but if you think of it as some teams are more valuable when paired with other teams, because when one team is playing 4 games, the other team's playing 2 games in a week. And so you look at each week as sort of like grids on the New York City street map. You can quantify the distance between each team. If I have to go up 3 blocks and over 2 blocks, how many blocks am I away from that team? That's basically what the math is doing. And I've posted the summary of that in our Discord. That sort of gives you a cheat sheet of, okay, I stacked this team. What are some good teams to target with them? And what are some bad teams to target solely from the perspective of, I want to optimize, like what I was saying, the yin and yang between the 2 teams throughout the course of the entire season.
So
that makes sense. I mean, my question is, by the way, like the only thing I have an issue with Underdog is you can't see how many people are in the draft until you join it.
Yep.
So like, I want to make sure we all get in here.
Who's in there right now? I mean, someone in the chat. I know Tua is in there.
If anyone's in here, let us know.
I mean, God, Tua, are we sure we don't want to change our name? We're positive. I mean,
dude,
didn't watch a lot of NFL.
I drafted Tyreek in my redraft league, and it's not good.
Still need 6. So we can.
Let's get in here and keep talking.
All right.
Yeah, I'm in. 5, 4. So I'm guessing you guys are in 3. Okay, this is going pretty quick. Yeah, I mean, I think that it's very it's 30 seconds isn't a lot of time. So I think
doesn't feel like it.
So I definitely think it's doing your best with the time you have and trying to just give yourself the tools. Again, I mean, we had an overlay tool. We worked with the Brick Draft Caddy before, Brick 75, and that was helpful. But like, how much could you put in an overlay tool that's actually going to benefit you much? Like, I still think at the end of the day, you could have every one of these micro edges and put them into your advantage. And if if you don't draft the right players, you're still fucked. So it's like, we might as well get into what people actually probably care about way more than us talking about the Manhattan effect and getting into the player takes, I'm guessing. But is there any other, overarching things you want to go over, or overarching things? God,
before we get into the players, and a certain player that I know you're a fan of, starts with Q. Yeah. Before we get into him, so like with the weeks and the off nights and the games, are you guys like the quarterfinals, the semis, the finals? Are you guys drafting with those weeks in mind? Because I know in the NFL you got to do that, but in the NHL, are you doing that?
Definitely in goal, I am. Just because goalie starts are so valuable. And it's so controllable. Obviously we don't know if you draft Darcy Kemper and he gets hurt, you're screwed in either way. But I like to make sure that I have at least one chance to have a 3-start week for my goalie, for my goalie room, I should say. So like if in week 1 of the finals, I have 2 guys with 4 starts and 4 games for their team, not guaranteeing they get 4 starts, and 3 games in the second week, I might look at only goalies for my third goalie in who's on a team with 4 games in the second week of the finals. I don't think you need to do that though. It's like if you're trying to break ties though, is sort of how I do it.
Yeah. That's exactly what I would have said, almost word for word. It's a tiebreaker if anything, but if you get, again, ADP value, if you're the only person that gets Igor Shesterkin in the 4th round, he's become much more valuable to you on this team. And it's like, oh, well, now I didn't get the perfect, goalie that has more games. And it's like, it doesn't really matter. Like you still got way more value out of getting that goalie at that position than you're going to get by kind of, mapping that perfect scenario. So, yep, I agree.
And is the final week the final week of the NHL season? Because I know on Drafters, okay, good. Because on Drafters, I'd have to check because I know last year in the final week there was a bunch of people sitting out, and it was just like, oh my gosh. So it's the second last week.
No, it's even earlier than that.
Oh, it is.
I mean, I could find it. I thought it was.
There's like 78 games for teams within the best puck season. So I think second to last week is correct.
That's still fun.
Yeah.
That's still good.
Second to last sounds right. It's the 26th. Well, that doesn't really matter, actually. Let me just... I can find the exact schedule before we start, I'm sure. It's somewhere in here. Nope.
And while you look for that,
break.
Matt, do you have any hot player takes that you want to share?
I mean, I can look at my highest owned players. They haven't really changed much over the course of. I'm through 55 drafts on Underdog, by the way. My highest exposed player is Shea Theodore. Just an absolute giga smash, I believe. I don't think he loses power play time. I think Mark Stone is the odd man out there. I could be wrong. I just don't think Mitch Marner on the point is what Cassidy's going to do with Shea Theodore in the garage.
That's my guess too. I think it would be Stone, and then if not Stone, it'd be Dorofiev, and if not Dorofiev, it would be Theodore.
I think, that's exactly where I'm at too. So, just with no Pietrangelo, his defensive minutes go way up. He and McNabb are incredibly trusted by Cassidy. Who knows what Hannafin's going to look like next to, God, is it going to be Korczak?
I think so. Potentially.
We've seen Pietrangelo go out. Theodore's been awesome. I mean, Theodore was on an awesome pace last year too when he broke his wrist in the Four Nations, which, by the way, I hated the Four Nations from day one. And of course, my favorite player in the league gets hurt game one. Like absolute scenes there. But we got Thomas Harley out of it, so
I never want to say I'm happy when a player gets injured, but I did not draft a lot of Theodore last year. That was probably my worst take. I drafted Hannafin. I was like drafting.
Oh my God, dude!
Because I thought he was going to be power play 1 just because in the playoffs. I'm like, when it mattered the most, they put him on power play 1.
Yep.
Everywhere people are saying it, and also he was power play 1 throughout the entire training camp until the last week.
Oh, but dude,
I was like, wow, I just got screwed.
Didn't you know Noah Hannafin and Jack Eichel were friends growing up in Massachusetts?
Like, they have dinner together before
that
games.
Was part of it too, man.
I was so fucking take locked on Noah Hannafin, and I love Shea Theodore. He's been my guy for
And Theodore's so much
now.
Way more mobile. Like in hindsight's 2020, but like looking back at it, I was like, wow, that was stupid. That was my worst. And I also did not draft a lot of Zach Werenski last year. I still came 4th on Drafters and won money. Nice. But Werenski, like I think I drafted him once on Drafters. It was.
I got my clock cleaned last year. I advanced like shit. I didn't advance any of the quarterfinals on Underdog. It was tough scenes in the Moods house.
Yeah.
Again, I spent all last learning the code and writing this manifesto just to completely shit the bed.
For defense, I had a few really good takes and a few really bad takes. So Hannafin was my second highest drafted defenseman. Theodore was 7th. I drafted a lot of both of them, just assuming that I honestly thought both could coexist, like a Harley Miro. I was also 4 was Sanderson, 5 was Werenski, but 7 was Theodore. 6 was Morgan Riley, who was cover boy for me and Matt tonight. And 3rd was Justin Falk, who was probably the biggest failure. I mean, he was a late pick, but man, did that guy do absolutely nothing.
If I was drafting an underdog last year, I would have definitely targeted Falk with his shots, hits, and blocks. Like I assumed he was going to be power play 1. What about this year? You mentioned Theodore, DJ. I know, is Quinton Byfield your most drafted player?
Yeah, he is. I mean, again, like, and as Tom kind of pointed out, like right now at 140 ADP, I mean, it's a giga smash for me. When he got up to, because again, Underdog must kind of batch the ADPs over the course of a week or maybe even 4 days or something like that. But at one point, someone took him, I heard 6 overall, and that moved his ADP up to like 115. Like, I'm not stupid. I'm not, but like, he's the perfect type of player to buy on, in my opinion. A player that clearly has all the skill in the world, that just hasn't had the shot propensity to put up the major stats we're looking for in this format. But like, when does a player get that? When does it happen? It's not like every player that comes into the league instinctually has it or doesn't. I think that some of it can be learned. And with Quinton Byfield, it feels like that is coming. And if it does, it could pay off in massive amounts of spades, where you're getting your likely fourth center or third center in. Hopefully it's fourth center, really. That could actually be a very big needle pusher in the right direction. I'm just not buying on a lot of guys that go after him at all.
Yeah, like I was just looking, and like honestly, it's not bad value. I think Mika Zibanejad would probably be my favorite target at this 80.
Yeah, that is.
There's no reason why he should be going this late. It's insane.
He's old and bad.
Well, he's going to be power play 1, and he's going to be in the top 6 with JT Miller on the wing instead of Kreider and Smith. Like Byfield, what if like 5 forward power plays are not very common, right? If they go back to a 1 defenseman on the power play, I think Byfield's a guy off. Like, you don't have to worry about Zibanejad getting taken off. That's all I'm saying. I think Zibanejad is higher upside and he has less risk.
Yeah, I will also plug the newsletter again because I wrote about several spots that I'm targeting for this year based on small samples, admittedly, for last year. Basically, the premise was, let's go look at key inflection points from last year and look, how would this player look in our eyes if this season was that, after that inflection point.
And Mika was
there was a whole
there.
Garfield. Yeah, there was a whole Garfield spin. I did a great job. Kudos to me. But Mika Zibanejad was one of the key ones that, like, you look at the stats after JT Miller got there, and all of a sudden he doesn't have to play center. He gets a gifted playmaker to play with, and the power play comes back to life. Like, Mika Zibanejad looked really good there. Like, it just, like, the downturn was much overstated. And just statistically speaking, he doesn't have to be a good player to produce on a power play with JT Miller, Artemi Panarin, and Adam Fox passing the puck. Like, that's what it boils down to for me.
All right. Well, I have a couple things to say. First off, I'm getting roasted in the chat by my brother-in-law. Thanks for joining, Brett. You gotta roast me at at Thanksgiving every time. So I gotta get roasted by Byfield take. But thanks for jumping in. Also, I'm probably going to keep going on that tangent because I just realized this picture is something very, very inside joke funny. But my top 1 player, it's the fish from the Cooter conference. Okay. Which Matt knows, and just please don't ask.
Yeah, I won't.
My top 1 player is Quinton Byfield. That's correct. And then Cutter Gauthier. I'll ignore goalies. Josh Norris, Brant Clark, Marco Casper. I am really only getting exploitative.
Okay, wait, hold on.
Yeah.
So you like Brant Clark and you like Quinton Byfield.
This is true.
Okay, so is Brant Clark going to be power play 1?
Well, I mean, they're not going to eat each other on the power play, is my opinion. So, like,
you think they're both going to be on the power play?
I really fucking hope so.
Who's getting taken off? Who's getting taken off?
Like, Byfield isn't playing the point ever. You know what I mean?
No, but who's getting taken off?
Wait, take off Kopitar. Who cares? He's old.
Who's going to take the face-offs?
Me. I don't know.
That's my issue. It's the face-offs. Byfield or Kopitar to 69% face-off win percentage last year. And Byfield had a 42. If you don't win draws on the man advantage, you're screwed. That's my only issue. I love Byfield as a player, man. But maybe Byfield improves his draws. That's it.
Here's my take on Byfield. I'm ambivalent. I have like 7%. I take him because I like Fiala. I like Kempe. If I need a center and it correlates and there's value, I'll take it.
Sure.
But if you like Quinton Byfield, God, I think you would love Leo Carlsson. Because everything you like about Quinton Byfield, I believe, is in the package of Leo Carlsson. But Leo Carlsson hasn't had 4 seasons to show us something other than what he is statistically based on last year. And Byfield's never shown it. I think Leo could take that step up into true fantasy monster. And again, if you like Cutter, I mean, there you go. There's another great correlation there.
I think what's really interesting too on Underdog is like, I'm seeing a difference in drafters. Like I just did a bunch of drafters drafts. Like Demidov goes like 120 on drafters because it's total points. But like I guess you guys are thinking in the context of, oh, they might be popping off near the end of the year. Like Gauthier might be scoring a bunch of goals at the end. Demidov might be popping off. Like, are you guys thinking that? Because it's such a different mindset to drafters when I'm thinking total points the entire time.
I just don't understand how you could look at what Cutter Gauthier did last year and not think that he could be an absolute monster in this format. And I think, buying on Demidov as a fantasy asset is something I'm going to do eventually, but buying on him next year we're hoping he's a top power play guy. I think it makes logical sense, but again, where exactly he fits on that top power play is, in my opinion, a little bit tenuous. He's going to need to take a huge step in the right direction, not on the top line, not a prolific rate shooter coming over. I think people are just saying like, oh, this is just like Matt Michkov. This is the same thing. And it's just not. This is not the same type of player. I just think that he's going a little bit early in most drafts. As he's fallen, I've considered him. I still don't have any takes. He's draftable, but he's just not as good as even Cutter at, in a vacuum, in my opinion, let alone an ADP. But Matt, I feel like you wanted to say something as well, so I didn't want to.
Yeah, I take offense to putting Cutter and Demidov in the same sort of vibe, in the same mold, because we saw Cutter be absolute god mode. It's just the problem was the donkey coach didn't play him at all, and I don't know. You have to take a bit of a leap of faith. Yeah, you have to take a bit of a leap of faith, but I trust Joel Quenneville a whole hell of a lot more than Greg Cronin. And the production that Cutter had last year was simply unbelievable. I mean, it was legitimately among the best in the NHL as far as like per minute production in the last half of last season. So yeah, he went most of last year without power play time, for God's sake. Like that's just not happening under Q, I don't think.
No.
Oh boy.
All right. You are on the clock. I will let you.
I hate this spot, dude. I really do.
Yeah, we really got screwed. Matt from the 9, me from the 10, and then you're in the 12. So all right next to each other.
I think we're gonna go Michael.
Yeah, I would probably.
Forsberg, maybe.
I think.
Yeah, we'll go Forsberg.
Yeah,
just because he puts up shots and hits. You guys were talking about Cutter Gauthier. Yeah, my issue with Gauthier is like, I think he's going to be a future 40 goal scorer, but like, does he get the deployment, right? Like they have 3 lines they could run, and then even strength, and then power play. Like somebody's getting left off this power play. Is it going to be Troy Terry? Is it going to be Chris Kreider? I don't think it's going to be Chris Kreider. Troy Terry is the veteran on this team. Leo Carlson's our franchise center. Mason McTavish is the face-off guy. So it's like, who's
but I just don't think any of those guys do what Cutter does. Like in my opinion, like his role is secure because he's the only guy with the prolific shot from one of the sides. Like they need, like last year, the Anaheim power play was an absolute disaster, and their coach was, as we already mentioned, the biggest donkey in the league. And he never seemingly wanted to put a cohesive unit together because they really didn't have the pieces. But like Kreider can play the net front. They didn't have anyone to play the net front. McTavish can play the bumper. They need guys on those 2 ends. Is it going to be Leo Carlson or not is my question, why I'm not drafting him as much as everyone else. But if it's, I think on the other end, it's definitely got to be Cutter. And it has to be, maybe they go no defenseman. I don't know if they have anyone other than Owen Zellweger that I trust on the point. But Matt, I feel like once again, you tried to say something and I kept going like normal.
To me, it's more, I just don't think you need power play time for Cutter. Like, second power play, they have Granlund. They're going to have Zellweger. I think Lacomb's going to be power play 1, but I'm happy to be proven wrong if it's Lacombe power play 2. I think there's actual talent there to make the second power play work. And just the rates are so prolific with Cutter that if
with his shots,
and the hits. He hits too, which count on Underdog. It's not a huge thing, but like the goal scoring is, the key element. But to me, it's a very small miss because we've now seen it for, multiple months of last year as far as the rates and the floor is concerned. And the ceiling is nuclear. So it's like you get rewarded a lot when it hits. And I don't think you're punished hardly at all when it misses. as far as like what his optimal season looks like here.
I
there's
think
a
that's
world
fair.
where he plays 11 minutes a night again and just doesn't do it.
That's what
But, like,
that's what I
remember,
worry about. Because I
last
think
year-
Byfield's going to get more ice
Okay.
time per game.
Last
than-
year, well, of
than
course.
Cutter.
But yeah, obviously. But last year, Cutter went 101 shot attempts before he scored a goal. That is like you could not have picked the worst script for him.
A
as
lot
far
of his
as getting
shots were
ice time out
super
of the gate.
super low danger though. He would just kind of throw them on the net. But yeah, that luck is not going
He
to
had.
stay the
I want to
same.
say he had over 10 expected goals for his first goal. Like it was
Did
astronomically unlikely, and it just happened to
You're on the
rookie.
clock, by the way,
like,
Matt.
Yeah, like it just everything about it screamed
Fuck.
like this is
Shouldn't have
not
said anything.
sustainable. Like, so. And he didn't. He broke out in a massive way down the stretch. So I think we've already seen it with him. I'm in. I want someone else's thoughts who's not completely pilled on Michkov, because that's a guy who I feel like I'm single-handedly responsible for steaming up the boards both last year and now this year, as far as where he's being drafted. So what are your thoughts on Michkov and like Philly as a whole with Zegras, Tocchet? Any thoughts on Michkov here at his ADP of like 50?
Hold on, I'm on the clock.
Bad timing on my part. I
keep going like centers, and then the wingers are so bad later on.
Yeah.
The problem with Keller in this format is the hits and the shots, but whatever. We'll go Keller. Sorry, you were talking about Michkov?
Yeah.
I think he's going way too high. Actually, wait. Do I think he's going way too high? Hold on.
I mean, he is definitely risen. Let's start there first off. If you've drafted, we're almost up to mass over 50 teams. I'm pushing the 50 mark. He is certainly continues to rise. He was not next to Tim Stutzel when we started this process, but I think it's funny because you look at him and Seth Jarvis, and I feel like you see this like very odd case of like the floor of Seth Jarvis with the kind of safety of the points. And I mean, hopefully again, he's 100% healthy. I know there's been like some rumors that there's small concerns there, but like comparatively to Michkov, where it's like, what the hell are they doing under Tocchet? Where is he going to be? But he has to be a focal point. Like it feels like there's no way he's not going to be a massive focal point. And what happens when you're right? I mean, I think it's a little bit tough to click, to be honest, but normally it's tough to click because Gunther's there, and I saw someone take Gunther at like 30, and I believe it was Paul. But yeah,
I'm a big Gunther guy, by the way.
Oh,
Gunther's like my favorite player in the NHL. He's going to be my most drafted player in redrafts, but his ADP on these platforms is pretty damn sharp. Future 50 goal scorer. He was one of my most drafted players last year. I could go on and on about him, but what I wanted to say about Michkov is I think you can look at a lot of things. Like the upside is there. Like you have to look at his age, and you do have to say, okay, if we're looking at like that age, like what is he 20? Like you usually don't see like 80, 90 point seasons from that type of age. But he did only average like 16 minutes a night last year. Tortorella as coach, Mr. Forecheck, Mr. I'm going to bench you. Their power play was trash. So if we see the power play get better, new head coach, he gets 18, 19 minutes a night, then yeah, I could see like some massive weeks, especially in the playoffs on Underdog too. So like I kind of get why he's risen a lot, but like I do think it might be maybe a tad bit pricey.
So remember the Four Nations from last year really screwed the schedule. He was a rookie, had never played an 82 game season. Tortorella was not shy about telling us all of this, by the way.
Yep.
We knew he was feeling it, and he was just having a rough go of it, right about the break. From February 24th onward, Michkov averaged 9 underdog points per game. He played, I don't have the exact numbers up, but obviously his ice time went up as a result. But his underdog point index, meaning his per minute rate of acquiring underdog points, trailed only Kucherov, Pastrnak, Tkachuk, Forsberg, Matthew Tkachuk, Ovi, and Gunther as far as wingers and their season-long, point rate for the year. Like we're talking about a guy who put up top 10-ish numbers, going at wing 25 right now, maybe wing 20-ish, with I think all of these contextual factors that could improve in a massive way. I think Michkov is an absolute superstar. I think he's already there. his KHL numbers are unmatched from almost any player, past or present.
Davidoffs are better. I'll just say that.
They're just they're not as far as like
The
shot
thing
rate.
about Demidov is Demidov averaged 13 minutes of ice time with his point totals. Michkov averaged, I think, 16 or something like that. But I think they're comparable in terms of like future superstar potential. But I hear you with Michkov.
Okay.
He had 16 points in his last 12 games. I just looked that up like a couple of days ago. That's why I know it.
Wow.
So he was popping off. But I think also if you look at a lot of the Flyers players in that last stretch, a lot of them had unsustainable numbers, like Tyson Forster. Some of these guys,
but
had
Kate's
really high
Forster
shooting
Brink,
percentages.
Kate's Forster Brink were like their own unit of insanity. I don't know what the hell got into those guys. But you know, Michkov was dragging around Sean Couturier. Like it was a very different, like I think there was a different vibe there as far as like who the production was with and like the context there. And I live in Philly, so I get all their games on my big TV here, and so I have all the games on my iPad on ESPN Plus and whatnot. And I'm eyes fixed on Michkov. So I don't know. I'm pretty take locked there. I do grant you the sustainable, nature of some of it. We're dealing with small sample sizes. But I personally am very interested in people's thoughts on Michkov for that reason. Because I just think you could look at it and see almost anything you want, which is super interesting. In a format where, again, it's very sharp. There's lots of sharp things going on. Gunther flew up the boards immediately, all sorts of stuff like that. So
yeah,
right.
I think you do make some good points about Michkov. Is a center going to be Couturier?
I think they're going to try Zegras there, right?
I mean, that's what I hope.
He sucks at face-offs. Like he's so bad. I don't know. I guess that would be cool though for Michkov's production. I'd love to see that.
So I want to say Konechny can take a power play draw. I might be wrong there.
You have 5 seconds.
Yeah.
Okay.
Also, how do you feel about like the Siders and the Uyghurs of the world? Because they're like unicorns with the shots, hits, and blocks. Like if you're looking at total fantasy points, they're insane on this format. But like, I guess maybe their upside is less. Like, how do you feel about those guys?
I was gonna ask you, what are your thoughts on Zane Parake?
I think if he's on the team, he's power play 1, and that's a concern for sure.
That is my major concern with.
And then you take 15 to 20 points off of Uyghur, and he's like he's a Colton Parayko.
Yep, that's exactly where I'm at on it. So I don't think I have much, if any, Uyghur. Cider, I think.
But what if Parek isn't on the team? Then he smashes.
Yeah, I mean, we're getting to the point where camps are about to open. We're about to be able to get real good intel on that sort of thing.
Well, it's funny because I feel like last year we had the same conversation about like Rasmus Anderson and all this stuff, and it's like there's no way Mackenzie Weegar is going to do it again. And then it's like, oh shit, he did it again. And now it's like, well, he can't do it a third time. And it's like, what if he does do it a third time and he's defenseman 5 again? Then we're going to sit here just banging our head against the table. I mean, I think it's like a little bit early. I'm certainly grabbing the value. I think I have 1, maybe 2 shares. I'm not saying it's undraftable, but yeah, I really don't know if I delineate between the 2 of them very much. And both of them seem to fall because I think most drafters don't find them to be sexy picks. And there's a lot, sexier picks there, Jordan Kyrous and things like that. So I'm grabbing the value, if anything, on them, but I'm not going to war for either of them. But I definitely get why you're drafting them, right? You're getting a huge floor, and I think Sider's position feels very locked. A guy coming out of his rookie year that I believe had the most points in his rookie year than he's had in the rest of his career feels wrong. It feels like if Detroit ever does bounce the right way, it's probably going to be a very big boon for him. Yeah. He's going to find a lot of those ancillary points around the edges and continue to hit, because he definitely is not shy of hitting. He's not shy to shoot the puck or block the puck. So it just comes down to, I think, Detroit actually getting there, and I don't believe they will personally, but a lot of teams. I didn't. I mean, did we sit here saying that Montreal was going to make the playoffs? No. But they did, and all their players boomed, right? And like that's sort of the way you have to look at it. It's not, I don't know if I like the theory of like draft like you're right entirely, but if you are drafting him at a good ADP cost, at that point you're kind of saying, okay, like Cider, I'm not looking at Larkin. I'm not looking at Raymond. I'm not, whoever piece. Marco Casper down the board, even if you kind of fall into that threshold, it's like, is he the guy that maybe was the missing piece and the guy that actually gets, 30 goals that no one expects? So, yeah, I think that it all kind of leads into each other.
I think like one thing I wanted to mention is like I did this last year. I did a video about like looking at fantasy points per game for redraft leagues. And I talked about how like in 22-23, Seth Jones averaged more fantasy points per game than Quinn Hughes. And Quinn Hughes put up like 90 points or was on pace for that point total on Underdog. So that's why I'm struggling with the whole like preferals and with Underdog here. Okay, I'm on board.
I'll let you make your pick and then talk a little bit about a strategy thought I have with respect to that.
Sure.
You got something against goalies? We do.
I need a goalie. Oh God, that was a panic. I didn't want to pick this guy.
Yeah. You had time to take one of each, but I feel like
I'm panicking.
We're the biggest anti-goal. You got 20 seconds. Don't need to panic. We're the most anti-goalie duo in all of the land. But I mean, if I pick 85, I think you try to squeeze one in.
Yeah. So something that you're coming into now is when you invest 4 of your top 6 picks into centers and defensemen, you're going to reach a point in rounds 9, 10, 11 where odds are you're going to look at the board and go, ooh, I really like the D-men here, or I really like the centers here. And you go look at the wings and you go, ew, like get them away from me.
I know. There's still so many good defensemen left. So I feel like fading defensemen might be the key here. Versus drafters, it's like the complete opposite.
I think almost any format is viable as far as like, you can take a Kel McCarr or Zach Werenski. But I think the key is to make sure your allocation of the total room is appropriate. And so, like, of course, a Cider Uyghur room can get there. But my guess is that when you look at the 2v2s when the draft is done, what if you took Timo and Uyghur and then say, around 12 defensemen and someone else, you're going to find 2v2s that you like a bit better, I think, just because goalie and wing dry up so quickly and center and defense hang out for a little bit longer. It's a little tough this year defensively. I think after D like 25, it gets real murky, which is, I think, different than years past where I was like pretty comfortable taking guys into like D30, D35. And I think we'll get some information out of camp that makes some of those guys more like attractive. But that is one thing that like year in and year out, based on the data I've put together, is that like the only way to guarantee you have no best puck success on Underdog is avoiding goalies. Like if you're in the bottom 20th percentile of goalie drafters, meaning you invest late picks into goalies or you're not taking 3 goalies, you have such a low advancement rate and such a low like playoff performance rate that your expected value is dramatically worse than if you just don't do that. If you just take some goalies somewhere. Right. And part of that is, right where you pick those guys is where, legitimate star goalies are still available for you.
Right.
And even a little after.
Yeah, goalies you can get some insane goalie values on drafters. They go off pretty quickly. So
yeah.
I don't know. Looking at my team, probably.
I think
should have gone wing goalies.
Like if Markstrom is starting enough games, you're probably fine as long as you get at least one more. I mean, again, like last year, like Dustin Wolf was not a lock to be the first goalie, and I was adamantly against drafting him where he was going, and that was, I said it on the stream. I was like, that was probably my biggest mistake, was just fading Dustin Wolf and saying that Dan Vladar was the fucking starter, like an absolute genius. But again, there are goalies down the line that we're not considering right now that some news could come out. I mean, like a trade could still happen. I know the NHL is allergic to trades. Everybody has decided that you couldn't possibly trade anybody ever. But if someone decides to trade a goalie, it could completely shake up the entire dynamic of the, round 12 to 14. God, I don't know. I am not getting a lot of correlation.
You need 3 goalies, right? Is that what you're saying, Matt? Because I know in drafters, I typically go with 3.
Yeah, that's there are certainly like methods you can take 4 goalies, but like odds are if you get 3 starter quality goalies, like you're just on the right foot. Like that's as simple as it gets. Where I don't think you can win your draft with goalies. Whether you pick the right guy or you want to get 48% of some goalie because you're confident they're going to be a stud this year. Fine. But I don't think that's how you win your draft. But I think you can lose your draft by just not getting appropriate starting goalies in your lineup.
Yeah, like just based on what I'm seeing here, I feel like obviously this is not going to be a strategy every time, but I feel like the value at defenseman is so strong late that fading defenseman is the key here. Or at least I'm going to do that the next draft because, yeah, you can get some insane. Like Sergachev this late is insane, in my opinion.
Again, I don't think it's truly fading. It's just like if a defenseman truly falls far enough past ADP to take them, and again, like you're getting a different window than everybody else, right? Like if you're getting a guy well past ADP or where they're going to finish, you're getting that defenseman at like a bottom potential, like in the board, and getting different sort of correlations. Not many people are going to have defenseman X with winger Y because they're both going at the same spot, but when they fall, so I think ADP is still the best catalyst, but this room did not make any defenseman fall. It is this second, but it hasn't been. So I think it's just kind of like, again, letting the room come to you. And
Yeah.
I mean, I took Cale Makar 10th overall, mainly because I'm like, I don't know if he's going to get past 10 very often. I've seen people take him 5th. I've seen him get to 10. I'm not saying I'm the only one that's going to have him there, but I'm definitely more than willing to take some stabs at him because if he does put the entire defensive, market to bed and is just the clear-cut number one by such a substantial margin, which only he has the ability to do, I do want some shares of him, but I'd rather get them later than when people are taking him earlier. So that's kind of the way I look at all of it. I'm not really opposed to anybody in the first 6 rounds other than Matt Tkachuk, who I probably will end up with close to 0% of because of the injury.
Yeah. Also, somebody told me that Keller, the Utah and Nashville both have 2 games in the first week of the finals. So I stacked those guys, which is great. Or I guess you wouldn't call it a stack, but I guess that's something to keep in mind.
Just hope that week 2 is really good.
Yeah, the real problem with that is if you're stacking, Forsberg, Yossi, Marchessault, and you're stacking Keller, Cooley, Sergachev, or something along those lines. Like the way that you're drafting, where you're taking usually 6 wingers at minimum, if not 7. That's not something that I think about. Like when you're picking Clayton Keller, I don't think that's something that should be top of mind for you.
Right.
But it is noteworthy when you're thinking about how to build out your team from here. My question for you is, now you have 3 wingers and 2 centers, 2 D, 3 goalies. Like, what are you thinking about, coming up to the next wing turn? Because you click on the wing position.
I know it's bad.
It's not pretty.
It's bad, man. That's why I need to change my strat next time. I mean, we just have to go for high upside winners, I guess. All
right. I'm pulling the cord. This goalie just recently talked about how his goal this year is to be on Team Canada. And you know what? God damn it. I say Stuart Skinner, you make Team Canada. You go out there and do it, baby.
I feel like Skinner could be good value if he's a starting goalie. Like, he's so late in these drafts.
Yeah. I mean, Edmonton should be good.
That one is not wild to me.
Yeah. I keep drafting him and I keep if the shoe drops, I'm going to be very sad.
Okay. I am glad. Hold on. Let me make sure.
What were you going to say? I'm
glad Marchessault made it to you there because I think that's a very good pick.
That's the right pick there because the upside I think is super duper high. I mean, I was considering him, although I have 2 pretty nice correlators. I kind of want to maybe take instead, but we'll see who you take first before one of them was Gabe Velarde, so he's gone.
Yeah, I really like Marchessault on this format or in this format. Like I did underdog rankings on I did like top 200 rankings for myself, just going over everything. And Marchessault is, I feel like pretty higher than his ADP where I have him.
I don't have much Peterka. I'm just gonna go with it. Got the Cooley, Peterka, Sergachev 3.
Yeah, I mean, again, I loved Peterka last year, but I'm scared of him this year, man.
Who's the odd man out in that power play? And Matt's convinced me it's Peterka, and I think he's probably right. Like,
I think it
but
is.
I could see it being Gunther, Cooley, and Peterka at 5-on-5. So we'll see.
Yeah, I think the problem is Cooley's going to have to take all the face-offs, and he was pretty bad last year. Usually it's Cooley and Schmaltz splitting duties. So
young players are always bad until they get good. So it's like, when is he going to get good?
True. But Schmaltz is also really good in the bumper. He put up 25 power play points last year. They had the 10th best power play in the NHL. So those are my issues, but I don't doubt that Peterka has nuclear upside if he got put on power play 1. That's for sure. Although he's probably second line with Barrett Hayden and Nick Schmaltz. So
it's gonna be interesting to see what they do. And again, but it's one injury away. Like, one player goes down, it's probably Peterka next man up to take a massive role, and we know what he can do in it. It's just I think his biggest problem is how bad defensively he was in Buffalo. Is that going to persist? And if it does, how do you cover that up? You don't cover it up with Cooley and Gunther. So that's kind of the concern. It's like, is he going to be on the right line to maximize his value? But I still think at this draft slot, I'm fine taking it. But yeah, no, this draft's going. It's an interesting room. There's a couple guys going a little bit haywire. Most people are drafting kind of in line with most of the theory, but I don't think anyone's doing horrifically. Normally we see one drafter that's truly off the reservation. I don't know if we have that in this room, which is sad.
Somebody asked about Harley versus Miro. Do you guys have any strong thoughts on that? On power play?
I'm fairly confident it'll be Miro to start. I just don't think it matters much. You could see Golitzin go, oh, actually, Mikko Rantanen's going to get 90% of the power play time, the way McDavid Draisaitl did in Edmonton. But I just think Dallas is so talented that, you don't need to do that. You don't need to put that burden on guys like Rupe Hintz. So I think we're going to get a pretty even split once again. And I think that the Harley theory is more just, he does so well as far as the blocks and hits component of it, because he's out there killing penalties. He does all the things. Plus, he's a 3-on-3 merchant. I mean, the dude if it's 3-on-3, that guy's scoring a goal. So you got that in your bag too. They both just get there, I think, in different ways. Miro is just straight accumulation because he's getting 28 minutes a night, where it doesn't matter to me. I like both at ADP. I prefer Harley because I like the flair and the upside. But I think Miro also has great upside just attached to the team, not necessarily because he's great, but because he's going to do stuff a lot more than, other guys at his ADP.
John Carlson or Luke Hughes?
Fabled debate.
That's another question. Luke or Dougie?
I'm definitely taking
Luke for upside.
Yeah. I think it's more likely that Luke Hughes has the top power play than John Carlson, because I think Chychrun. Actually, I can see Chychrun and Carlson being on it, to be honest.
Yeah, they're one of the only ones that do two defensemen. Even in the playoffs last year when it mattered the most. But I said that with Noah Hannafin, so I don't even know if I can trust that anymore. But yeah, I just Dougie still being there scares me. Luke really stepped up in Dougie's absence, so yeah, I hope he's power play 1, man. I think he can put up 60 points, have some pretty big spike weeks.
Oh, damn. I missed Geeky. I did not notice he already went.
He's a good pick too this late. He puts up good hits.
Yeah, my comfy click.
Goals, yeah.
My comfy click is Ryan Donato. He's one of my highest owned players.
Really?
I think he's almost locked into a role alongside Bedard, and Donato's been really good, even though Bedard's been actively not great. And I think there's a very strong chance.
Let's name a single player Chicago picked up other than Burakovsky. Okay, go.
That's it.
The thesis is that their young players are good.
Name one that you're confident. Yeah, I mean, Nazar was there though. I think it's just who is possibly taking Donato's spot. Again, Nazar was moving into that role. I think again, but there's just no one that's going to play the Donato role on the top power play and the top line next to Bedard. And I think he's going to end up being
I'm projecting Nazar to be on power play 1 over Donato.
But
You think it's going to be like you think it's going to be Tavo, Bedard, defenseman?
Bertuzzi net front, Nazar bumper. They tried Nazar in the bumper. They put Donato on power play 2 at the end of the season. Nazar power play 1 in the bumper. I thought he looked pretty good on there. I think Nazar is better offensively than Donato. And Bertuzzi had, 15 power play goals last year or something? So, yeah, if Donato's not power play 1, I have an issue with him. But if he is, he'll be dope in this format with his hits and everything.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Tyler Bertuzzi's like the exact sort of guy that like if that's what I'm afraid of, I'm not that afraid of the click, I guess, because like we know what fair. Tyler Bertuzzi is like.
I just he had so many power play goals last year, but it was like a super high shooting percentage.
Yeah, and that's it. He could be Andrei Kuzmenko, like that could be he's there, he's a staple on the power play because for some reason it just works. And like I buy that in LA, Kuzmenko on that power play, it just works. Why? I have no fucking idea. Like Laferriere is a right-handed shot. I think he's a better player than Kuzmenko is, but for whatever reason, it just clicked the second that Kuzmenko went into that slot in LA. So that could be the case, but ultimately, like I'm trusting the shot volume from Donato that he puts up. I'm trusting the 5-on-5 role, existing for him, and I think there's a good shot, if not a perfectly guaranteed shot at power play 1 time, which I will take for my 6th defenseman or my 6th winger when the board is pretty gross.
Yeah, that's fair. Where did you take him?
Any round after 14 is pretty much fake to me. Like,
did you take him in this draft?
Yes, I just took him. 14,
oh, you just took him
14. But basically, like, if you're reaching to take a guy in round 14, I don't think it matters. If you're reaching to take a guy in round 8, I'm a little concerned. Just like
I'm gonna get crazy.
Oh boy.
Do you not like Landeskog more than Donato?
I have no interest in Landeskog.
Really?
Yeah. I don't trust the health. I get it. Can he do that for 2 games? I have no idea. Like, I love Tyler Seguin. I can't take Tyler Seguin because I just don't trust the health. 2, I think there's too many cooks in the kitchen there. I mean, they signed Victor Olofsson. They have Brock Nelson. Those are left-handed shots, probably on the periphery of the power play. McKinnon, McCarr, Nachas are guarantees. And then net front, you have Nichushkin and Lehkonen to fight off. Like, I can't even guarantee a top 6 role for Landeskog, let alone a power play 1 role. So, yeah, I'm going to have none. I feel quite confident in that.
Okay, I'm going to be honest. I did miss a lot what you said there because I was really trying to focus.
That's fair.
So personally, I think Landeskog in the playoffs, power play 1 in the top 6. You're saying you don't think he's going to be power play 1 or in the top 6?
I'm saying it's far from a guarantee. I think the health is a major concern. Like especially when it gets to the money weeks. Is Colorado going to be fighting for a playoff spot? Or are they going to pull a Florida and pull the parachute out? And hey, Gabe, go sit in the press box for a couple weeks, and that's if he's still healthy. So yeah, I have
a fair point.
A concern.
I think I need to see it before I buy it, and I don't think that even if we're wrong, me and Matt, and say, oh, okay, actually he is going to be top power play. We're seeing it in training camp. They're clearly rolling out the red carpet. He's with McKinnon. I still don't even know if his ceiling is as high as people think it is. Yeah. Like, he certainly should move up from where he's going. If that perfect storm comes together, what does that even look like to me? It's probably 120-ish, 115, like 110. Yeah. Like, just thinking he's going to play enough games, thinking about the rates that he's going to produce, the minutes he's going to have. Like, you're really still buying on something. Like, we've seen players go with McKinnon and not get there. Like, he doesn't always take everyone with him for the ride. So I'm tentatively putting him on the second line, second power play as well. And with his rates and health concerns, I just think it's a bit of a reach.
So you think Lehkonen and Nichushkin both on power play 1? That's fair.
I think there's only room for one of them. Is the problem there? So it's like, because the way I'm thinking about it is, you lock in McCarr, you lock in McKinnon, you lock in either Nelson or Olofsson. I think that Rantanen-ish shooter is going to be one of those two this year. I don't think they signed Olofsson to be a fourth liner. Maybe
You think
I'm
they're
wrong.
going to put Olofsson on power play one?
I think they could. Is my
Over
point.
Natchez?
I don't think they're not putting Nichushkin or Lehkonen on the half wall.
Right.
Like that's just not.
They're
you know.
either net front on power play one or two.
So then you're talking about Natchez and McKinnon sort of flip flopping the bumper, McKinnon spot, like just floating around, doing a bunch of floaty shit. Like it's not like they're locked into that like another team would have locked in roles on the power play. So I think you have room for basically one net front kind of grindy type, and you have to fight off both Lehkonen and Nichushkin, who are very good players in this league. And you're a 34-year-old, 35-year-old coming off of the most serious injury we've seen returned from in the last several years in the NHL. And you're on a team that probably shouldn't need to run you into the ground in order to make the playoffs right when all the money's made here on Underdog in, late March.
And like we saw something, I think, somewhat similar in whatever you want to look at it with Max Pacioretty. The reason to buy a Max Pacioretty at 2 or 3 years ago, now obviously long gone, was the prolific rate shooting. Like if he did end up seeing the right role, we knew what he could do with it. But like Landeskog, it doesn't feel like that was ever really his game. It was all point driven. So if you take away the time on ice, you take away the power play role, like how is he going to get to even the ADPs at now is sort of my stance. And like the 13th, 14th round, I just would rather take a number of other players, including Donato and others. So because you can make a case for it against a lot of guys here.
I'll just say that in the playoffs, they had Landeskog in the bumper and they had Lehkonen in net front. I'm not saying that, I think Landeskog used to be the net front guy, but they can play him in the bumper. So, I mean, you guys make some good points, but it's hard to say what they're going to do.
They could. It's interesting, the McKinnon Natchez of it all, because they're both so puck dominant and they're both right shots. Like it's just so different than when Rantanen was there that I do feel like we are sort of guessing, what with an offseason Bednar decides to do with the deployment. I find it strange that Brock Nelson wouldn't be the flank, and that if Brock Nelson's not it, that it wouldn't be Olofsson, just because like, I don't know, like are you really like asking Natchez to set up McKinnon for one-timers? Like McKinnon's not a great shooter. Like I don't think that's.
I think Natchez would be the one-timer guy on the left side. No,
I would say that's a better use, but like I just don't think that's happening. I mean, McCarr and McKinnon, like they just feel so locked on that as their philosophy. Fuck, they had Mikko Rantanen, and he didn't get as much. He didn't. I should say he didn't get as much shot volume as I would like on that power play, because it was just McKinnon taking one-timers into the crest, 100 times a night. Like that's, you have Cale Makar and Mikko Rantanen, and Nathan McKinnon's taking 35% of your power play shots. Gee, I wonder why you're not Edmonton levels of dominant on the power play. Like,
don't get Matt going on Nate McKinnon, or we'll be here all night.
Do you guys want to do another one, or what's your situation here?
If you're streaming, I'll hang out here. We were gonna do a stream over on our channel, but I know you've got the bigger following, so I'm happy to take advantage of that. I think
we could stay here. I don't know if anyone's waiting for us in the other lobby. I think most people are hard to hear.
Yeah,
I know, because I know you said 9-ish, so I didn't know if you guys had to go or something. But I'd love to do another draft if you guys want.
No, literally, all we were gonna do is do this exact thing over on DJ's YouTube channel. So I'll just shout that out if people are watching.
Yeah, absolutely.
So DJ is at NHL DJ on YouTube. Like, when you search YouTube or whatever.
I don't know if there's anything to do to like link them up. I don't think that's even possible.
Maybe.
Or
not.
could I go?
I know. No, I guess I should join a draft. But we stream about once a week.
Sorry, shout out, plug your channel. Don't join a draft yet, because obviously, just in case there's only one left.
Okay. We stream about once a week. DJ's about to go on his honeymoon. Shout out to DJ.
Nice. Congrats,
it'll be a bit slower.
Thank you.
But we will be back.
Oh shit! Need 4. Should we just join this real quick then?
Yeah, let's join. I'm in. Need 3.
Join.
Need 1.
One more.
You're in that, right?
DJ's. Yeah, we're all in. DJ's YouTube channel is, one of the best spots for best puck content out there. Just because we have streams in the bank for the last couple months now.
Yeah,
We
I've
have
watched
a
your
full.
streams multiple times.
Thank you. We have a full team by team preview from about a month and a half ago now. We went literally team by team and talked about every player in the league pretty much. So for the real sickos out there, and also I've started to do stuff on YouTube. I've posted a few condensed drafts where I basically draft like this, but I just talk through my picks, pause, make a pick, talk about it, pause. That to me works better than streaming on my own. I again don't know how you did this for 8 straight hours. It feels like I'm going
9.5
insane.
hours right now.
Yeah.
I'm tired. But honestly, I was getting tired around like 4 or 5, but I feel pretty energized right now.
Yeah, to me, it just works so much better with someone to talk to. I can't talk to myself. I can't talk to the wall of chat. So anyway,
Dude.
I've started doing it on my own channel. It's at Fake Moods on YouTube as well as on Twitter. So if you follow us on YouTube, you'll get some good content if you want it. Specific to Underdog.
I retweeted you guys. So if you guys follow me on Twitter, make sure you follow those guys. Subscribe, do all that stuff. Great content, especially if you're drafting an Underdog.
And then if you like the in-season game, we do a daily fantasy podcast specific to DraftKings. But, I know there's pick'ems and other games out there that you could apply it to. We do the Morningscape podcast. You can find it on Stitcher, iTunes, whatever podcast platform you want to use, or also on DJ's YouTube channel. We sort of simulcast it there. And again, my newsletter, moods.bf.com, we do a lot of, I do a lot of slate write-ups, slate recaps. I'm a DraftKings sicko, so, I focus on DraftKings in season. But
right.
There's a lot of content from us throughout the course of the year.
I'm gonna bounce for a second. I'm gonna come back. I'm gonna start our stream and end our stream and just direct everyone over here.
All right.
I don't think I can literally do it, but I'll just be right back.
Okay. All right, what did you pull? You pulled the 5.
Oh,
okay.
Shoot, it's me. Kucherov or Pasta? I feel like that's a tough one because Pasta's shot volume is just so good. And I remember at the end of last season, he popped off completely on drafters.
Mm-hmm.
And there were some top teams that I was up against. I was like, oh my God. But are you taking Pasta over Kuch? What's your vibe there?
I think I agree in a vacuum that I like Pasternak over Kucherov. However, because I'm doing, 150 of these drafts, I don't want to be like 20% Pasternak and 0% Kucherov. And the field has pretty much decided that Kucherov is the first wing. Obviously, in this room, Peterson took Kaprizov. I know Paul, he's in a fantasy league I'm in. So I think that's a little ambitious personally, but I get it. I mean, Kaprizov was incredible last year before he got injured.
Did you see the Kaprizov news today?
I did. I say good for him. I don't think he wants to sign for 8 years, regardless of the money, because he's going to be making 20 mil a year in 4 years. So
is that why?
I could be wrong. I could be wrong. I don't know, but I think that's it more so.
I didn't think about that when I was talking about that earlier. I wasn't thinking about the cap going up because I know it's going up like this year or next year.
It's going up a lot, real quick.
Right.
I want to say they just published something about that. Where was here? So the agreement with the PA, the following annual increases to the upper limit: 7.5 mil, 8.5 mil the next year, and 9.5 mil the year after that. So you're talking almost 30 million over 3 years, getting added. You do 20% of that, because that's the max allowable, average annual value. You're talking a whole hell of a lot of money that I think Kaprizov is giving up by signing an 8-year deal. Now, I will never be in a position to turn down 140 million or whatever that is, so not 140, but an egregious amount of money. I don't know what that's like, but I do think that there's some merit to it.
Yeah, I mean, if I was a Wild fan, I'd be a little bit concerned, but I think if it's about money, then I don't know. We'll have to see. I wanted to ask, if you draft Kucherov, do you need Point or Gensel? Like, if you don't have those guys, are you not winning? Is that how important stacking is?
I'm gonna say no, you don't need them. It's very convenient though, the way that the board sets up for you, like to just grab one of them. But like it's also so common that like even if Kucherov's the guy you had to have in the first round, like Kucherov outscores everyone by 100 points or something, odds are he's going to advance at a much higher rate than the teams around you just for that reason. It's not that you're unlikely to win, but I don't know. Like it's going to be so common that like you could find merit in just getting different intentionally, because it could be Hagel, like it could be Point, Hagel and Kucherov for whatever reason, and Point has a down year or a down week one of the playoffs or something, and all of a sudden, you're left with a different deck of cards than we see sitting here from September.
Hi.
Sorry, I just had DJ.
Yep. Graham made it over. Good. There was like 3 people waiting. Graham was one of them. So I was like, come on to the other stream.
Yeah, I just feel like going Gensel there is like kind of a given. Like I know Marner's going to be better, probably Panarin, but like if you have Kucherov, I feel like you need, if you're going to win, like you probably want Gensel there. But yeah, if there's an injury or something, I get it. That's like, one player I really have a strong take on. It's Brandon Hagel. That's probably my biggest fade.
Interesting. Tell me about that. Tell me about that.
I just think you're not going to see 90 points. Oh, shoot.
I mean, if you auto-drafted Jake Ottinger, you wouldn't run into the same goalie problem.
Okay,
but,
we'll go. I guess we'll go
great
Point. Yeah. This has got to be super common.
Okay.
My issue.
I haven't seen it a ton, honestly.
Okay, that's good. Maybe I'll get Hedman too. I'll just go crazy. My issue with Hagel is I don't think he's going to be power play 1. I think it's going to be Bjorkstrand on that left circle because they've been looking for a right-hand shot since Stammer left. And he's not.
You don't think Darren Radish is up for the job?
No, I don't. I know he's been a power play specialist his entire career, but I don't think he's the guy. But that's my issue. He's not going to put up 90 points again unless he's power play 1. I really don't see it happening. Cirelli had a very efficient year, an unsustainable year. Hagel had an unsustainable year. And he's probably going back to like 70, 75 points without power play points. So should he be going as the pick 45 when you have like insanely good wingers later on? I don't know.
Let me actually check. Let me make sure I'm not talking out of my ass here. I don't think I have Hagel as a strong stand of mine. I have no Brandon Hagel through 55 drafts. So
I don't
Smart man.
I have some, but I don't have a bunch.
Let me take a look. Let me take a look where he
I want to update mine. I have so many slows going right now.
Oh god, yeah, Brandon Hagel at pick 47. That's Dylan Gunther and Michkov range. Yeah, I'm not getting that guy. So yeah.
I have a lot of Hagel, but it's the same amount as Kucherov, so I feel like I'm just pairing them together a lot. I really don't have a problem with Hagel. He's an all-rates player. I think he got there last year without even being like glued to the first power play, and once he was on it, seemed like it only gave it an uptick. So I don't know. I think he's fine. I just think that like his price is really hard to justify comparatively to Gunther and Michkov, which is why, and maybe even a couple others.
Even
but
like
Marchenko,
DeBrincat, Hyman, Konechny, Ehlers. Like I could go on. Like for Hagee, maybe not for Hagee. For Hagee really burned me last year. But I just have an issue with him. Like he had 0 power play goals last year. I don't know.
What if he gets more this year?
That is funny.
That's actually. I mean, he probably will get more. That is a great point. But I just can't draft him this high.
The guy with Hagel, I mean, again, I've already stated my position on him, but the guy I come back to with Hagel is Andre Palat, because we saw Palat on that wing. Just whenever Kucherov would get hurt, go absolutely apeshit. So it's like, obviously there's no Stamkos anymore, but like, is there the possibility that if Kucherov were to miss any sort of extended period of time, that Brandon Hagel becomes like a legitimate demigod because he produces at 5-on-5? And then the power play just goes completely off the rails, like good, in a good way for Hagel's production specifically. because like I just have flashbacks to Andre Palat being an absolute DFS monster for like a week at a time, because all of a sudden the puck was on his stick and he has all these weapons like Kucherov does to pass to. Or I don't know. It's one of those things that like I wonder. Because Hagel is one of the best 5-on-5 players in the world. Like there's almost no disputing that.
He's a dog, man. He's actually a dog.
Mm-hmm.
Like I love him as a player. Like he's so much fun to watch.
Yeah. Anyway, the astute among us in the chat realized my start of Jack Eichel, Stam Reinhart, Rasmus Dahlin.
Oh my God.
Where
do you get your ideas?
One hell of a 2018 fever dream right there.
Those guys should win a Stanley Cup where they were drafted, in my opinion, and nowhere else. Yeah, I mean, I really do think, I one player that in Michkov we've already talked about, but Roman Josi, we probably should. Like, this might be one of the most unique scenarios of a player that failed in such a dramatic way, and then coming with, some of this illness or this sort of, I guess, injury, illness type situations that he's in. Like, at 50, we're talking about a defenseman that was pretty unequivocally the must-have-it piece 2 years ago that face planted last year. Like, is anyone willing to buy back in at, the price of the fifth round? Like, I'm a bit hesitant where sometimes he goes, but I don't know if I don't think this national team was as bad as they finished, and we were low on them. I mean, we were saying like, "Hey, pump the brakes on this." On the Stanley Cup parades down Broadway, like this team might barely make the playoffs, or like just be, I mean, I think I was more like they should be good, and Matt was like, "Yeah, they should make the playoffs," but and then obviously it didn't work out in their favor at all.
I thought they would be good. But Stamkos was going at pick 30. I said, "What the fuck are we doing, people?"
That was probably one of my least favorite picks, Stamkos.
I think I finished with 0. Yeah, and there's sometimes where you can get that, over the line. But anyways, what are your guys' thoughts on Roman Josi?
I like Josi. In this format, though, with the way these drafts are going, I don't like drafting defensemen early based on what I'm seeing. But I am drafting him quite a bit on drafters so far. I think I talked about this in my recent video, but like I did a bounce back video. I think, especially if you're in a redraft league, he's like 60.5. Like that's insane value for Roman Josi. This POTS diagnosis, I'm not worried about at all. Katie Ledecky, the most decorated female swimmer of all time, has had this for 10 years. It's very manageable. The only thing I am concerned about with Roman Josi is his concussion history. If he gets one more concussion, it actually is concerning because he's had so many concussions. I think Nashville, they had the lowest shooting percentage in the league last year at 8.8%. That's not sustainable. Fedor Svechkov's an upgrade over Tommy Novak. Luke Evangelista could break out. Yeah, so I like Josi. I think Yosi's going to be good value.
Matt?
The only problem I have with it is the players around him that I just want access to. I want Kempe. I want the goalies that go right there. I want Michkov. I want Gunther. So it's the exact story as Brandon Hagel, I think, where it's just like I'm not getting to Roman Josi. It's not necessarily by force; it's more just by like circumstance. But let me see. I have 3 shares in 55.
Once I took Michkov, the kind of the last of that kind of range was gone for me, and then it was like, well, I guess at this point, I mean, my plan was actually to take JT Miller, and then I could tell, I was not going to get him by the reaction when he was taken before you were on the clock there. So then I was like, well, can Gunther get to me? And then you took Gunther. So I was like, all right, Michkov's kind of my last in that tier. So at that point, I'm like, Josi is now I think the clear cut number 1 for me. But what's your exposure, Matt?
5.5%.
Okay. I think ending up close to the, 8-10% is probably where I'll be. Interesting. Sider over Sando, and I guess Hedman.
I should have went Hedman there. I don't know, man. This is like, it's so different to drafters. It really is. So much more sharper, and it's way, way different thinking. I think Sider, I don't know. I really like Sanderson. I think Sider just has a much safer floor with the hits. And I think he could put up 60 points this year with like incredible shots, hits, and blocks. So, Yeah, sorry. What were you guys talking about, Yossi? I was kind of zoning out there.
Yeah, we're pretty much done with the OC talk.
I think we're good.
We got it.
I want to hear someone else's. I mean, Vault here in the chat. Where are we comfortable taking Ehlers? Like, what are your thoughts on Carolina this year? In thoughts of not just their forwards, but also their defensemen and their goaltending situation. Because if you look them up, like they have basically no one going very early ADP wise. They have Jarvis, Aho, Ehlers going before pick 100. Otherwise, there's like nothing doing. You can get whoever you want, and this is year in and year out one of the best teams in the league. So, like, is there anyone that you look at and say, like, oh, that's a clear target just based on sort of how you feel about the Hurricanes this year?
Yeah, let me just I could get Hem in here. You know what?
He's gonna live a little.
Yeah, he's like, you know what I'm not going to do is draft defenseman early, no matter what.
I know. What am I doing? I said I wasn't going to do it.
You couldn't force me to take a defenseman this early.
Oh my god!
I guess I'll take two.
I totally.
We did it, everyone. We did it.
But then I have Kucherov Gensel on point. You know what? Listen, I'm gonna get to Morgan Geeky, and I'm gonna be like, really, why did I do this to myself?
Morgan Riley.
So first of all, I just want to say, Graham, I'm gonna probably stream till 11. In terms of Carolina, Ehlers is one of my favorite picks. I think Ehlers is gonna have a really good year. He can put up 250 plus shots if he gets the right ice time. He's gonna have the best even strength line mates of his career. Matt. He's not gonna have Cole Perfetti. He's not gonna have. There we go, Moods.
He's the next wing on the board. He's the next wing on the board.
I'm convincing him. He's not going to have Cole Perfetti and Vladislav Namstikov on his line. He's going to have Aho and then maybe even Jarvis. So, yeah, I think he can put up like 75 to 80 points, but he is a Band-Aid. So that's my only issue with him is he just can't stay healthy.
Yeah,
okay.
I mean, again, sorry, Matt. I was going to say one thing.
Do me a favor and type Carolina into the player chat and to just like, because I want to hear actually like, what are your thoughts on Gostisbehere, Nikishin, Kochetkov, Anderson, Svechnikov, Stankoven? Like, there are guys here that you think, oh, like they're really good players, and they go so late here that like I wonder if there's like diamond in the rough there from anyone's perspective. Jackson Blake doesn't show up at all. You know, like,
yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be drafting Jackson Blake, especially not on here, just with the peripherals. I guess I'll just quickly say, like, Svech could be really good value at this price in this format, like really good value. But he just needs to be power play one. I don't know if he's going to get that. They could easily put Blake on power play one. If he's not power play one, then that really limits his upside. Probably on the second line too. And who's going to be the center there? So, yeah. Nikishin, I don't think he's going to be power play one, but he has some peripheral upside. Gostisbehere is probably not the greatest in this format, but he could be good for like 25 to 30 power play points. Stankoven, I'm not drafting in this format at all. I feel like he shouldn't be drafted, but
I think as like a last, your last round, last winger in with the Carolina stack, like you could make the bull case for Logan Stankoven, and I think it's very strong, especially with a last round pick. It's like if you get a last round pick that feels comfortable, you have found the 1 in a million draft lobby. But like the bull case on Stankoven actually taking a top power play role and being with Aho, I think at least exists, whether it's strong or not. It feels like a player they actively targeted to fill a role that they didn't have a lot to fill, and that should be a rate shooter. Like that should be what he does and who he is. So I think I'd push back on him a little bit, but I don't think it's like I'd drive him up the boards. I still think he's a last round, a 16th, 15th round guy. But wow, all the centers come back to me, huh?
Yeah. We're going heavy wing here.
I don't know. Maybe Stankoven's on the second line as a center because they clearly Rod has talked about Stankoven going there. Maybe even Jarvis, but Jarvis has a shoulder thing. But if it's not Stankoven, then he's probably on a line with Jordan Stahl and Jordan Martinook on the third line and power play 2. So I don't know. I love him as a player. He's a dog, but like I don't know. Like I'd have to look at the later round picks here. Like Buchnevich is going at a similar ADP. I think Buchnevich is like 5 times better in terms of upside, spike week potential. So yeah, I mean, Yeah, I don't know. I don't like saying.
And then
Give me a bolt.
the goalies are also interesting because we literally, I mean, we're talking goalie 28 and goalie 33. When we talk about a team like Columbus, much different defensive environment. Their two goalies are goalie 31 and goalie 32. So, like, can you squint and see anything in Kochetkov or Freddie?
I think
He's on the
Kochetkov
clock,
just
right?
sucks. I think
That might be
Kochetkov
true.
just sucks, and Anderson can't stay healthy. But it's probably going to be a 1A, 1B. So, like, I don't know. It really is. Like, if you click one of them, you're not happy. Like, you're not like, yay. Could they be
Okay.
good? Yeah. But, like, if Anderson gets injured, Kochetkov's the guy on a playoff team on one of the best teams in the NHL. So, it's sort of a high risk, high reward type pick, I would say.
Okay, I will take you off the stand. Just
Yeah,
What,
just
what are your
looking,
what are your thoughts on those goalies?
Yeah,
are you targeting one
you
of
know,
them heavily?
you know, I mean, I think when it comes down to some, late goaltenders and stuff, I like to pull up the sports book and I say, what are their win total odds? You got Cam Talbot at 20.5. You have Elvis at 20.5. Feels like the sports books are kind of taking a mid take on both of them. You got Freddie Anderson at 21.5. It's sort of like all these guys that have this, like, these are supposedly the starters they think maybe. So I don't know if there's anyone there that I love. And a guy down the board at 18.5 and Sam Erickson is kind of the one I like the most. Which is odd, to completely disagree. But I just don't see Carter Hart coming back to Philly personally. So two of the just worst NHL starting goalies of the year last year were, Fedotov and I can't even think of the other guy right now. Eventually it'll come
Kolosov.
to me. Kolosov. When Arison was fine mainly, but he just got overworked. So it's like, can they find a way to get him enough starts and maybe spread it out a little bit better? That's kind of where I'm at. I think that's my favorite. And then other than that, I mean, honestly, I've taken a couple Alex Lyons. Like, if the Sabres are good, it's probably on the back of one of these goalies. Is anyone really going to tell me that Alex Lyon couldn't take that net over Devin Levi, who was projected in the AHL, and Ukko-Pekka Luukkonen, who had kind of a flash of a end of one good year when nothing fucking mattered? The Sabres were obviously eliminated because, why would they ever be in contention past January? And I don't know if I'm like, I'd rather take a stab at one of them than say, like, maybe Freddie Anderson's going to, at like 67 years old, is going to actually come back and win the starting job and start a majority of the games in Carolina. Like, it doesn't feel like how you win this format. Like, you take a guy that, doesn't get the same ownership, doesn't have a lot of drafted, but could actually end up being a guy that you needed and be actually a big difference maker. So, yeah.
Yeah, I'll keep it short.
Answer.
Carolina, the nerds ruined hockey, and the nerds realized that you can't give goalies consecutive starts in order to keep them fresh. There was talk when they had Spencer Martin that they would do a 3 goalie rotation where they would send, like, on a back-to-back, they would send the next night's starter to sleep in the hotel, like, before, so that, like, they could just bring Spencer Martin in the starter. Like, it was very weird. Obviously, it didn't come into fruition, but, like, if the nerds are very on top of things, they do not want their guys getting 3 starts in a week, and therefore I do not want their goalies on my fantasy team.
Agreed. And Mitchell here, by the way, great first name. It's my last name, so I love it myself. Saying Talbot is not the starter. This was kind of a debate me and Matt were actually having on the phone recently of, like, how are they going to run this goalie potentially not even just tandem, but, like, what about Kosa, right? I mean, like, is Kosa going to actually get run? I am actually, like, kind of nervous about how that situation is going to work. And for that reason, I'm kind of just out on drafting Detroit goalies as well. Like, I think it's, very likely that they have at the very least, a very strong split, if not worse, when then you start to get into the, what if they start mixing in a third goalie for starts? I also just think they're run by a moron. I'm just simply out entirely at this point on Yzerman. Like, if anyone says the Yzer plan, I think I'm going to start flipping him off because there's no either plan. He just picks up random players that suck, puts them into top 6 roles, wonders why they suck, and then, is just not building a franchise in Detroit that anyone should be proud of. So I'm out on Steve Yzerman. If you're watching, Stevie Y, come at me, DM me right here, whatever.
Wow.
Yeah,
That
my
is,
hot take
those are
is
fighting words.
My hot take is
watching.
I think Talbot gets more starts than Gibson this year, and that's even if Gibson stays healthy.
I disagree.
I totally get that, but I just I think that's the case.
That's not a good sign though. Like that's my point. It's like, oh man, what are they going to do? Start a definitely not good enough goalie to carry you, or a goalie that people for whatever reason still believe can be good enough to carry you? And John Gibson, like I have been a bit of a believer that maybe there is some more under John Gibson, but the time's running out. Like I'm not saying he needed to lift the Anaheim Ducks into the playoffs or anything, but it's not like he stole a lot of games for them either. So
He was good last year, though.
He was fine. He was a
You know
fine
who's better?
goalie.
He was good.
You know, like,
Those stole. And they still were
Dostal,
bad.
yeah.
I mean, like
Yeah.
I don't know. I think at this point I'm out. And the problem in this range at goalie is it's like, oh, okay, so you're not clicking John Gibson. What are you going to do? Click Spencer Knight or Askarov? I'm fine with either of them, but man, does Spencer Knight feel like a tough click? The only thing I'll say in this format, at least, and really on drafters as well, is if you do take that goalie as your third goalie in, and they have 1 week where they win goalie of the week, they are going to score 100,000 points because they're going to see 900 pucks a night. And you know that kind of a spike week is really hard to find on the best teams in the league. You know, like Bobrovsky seeing, you know, his over under every night's 21 saves for a reason. Florida doesn't allow a lot of shots against. So I do think that there's some good upside cases down the board, and I don't mind taking them. But does anyone have a favorite goalie down here? I guess we're already 90% of the way to this conversation.
I wanted to add that I do like Sam Ersson. Like I would drafted a lot of Sam Ersson last year, but he was bad.
Me too.
But I really just like the volume case for him. Honestly, on this board, I think Skinner could be really good value. I love Swayman. I think Swayman's sick value. Yeah. I think Boston's going to bounce back a bit, and Swayman's going to get like 55 to 60 games, and they're going to be playing hard the whole year. So
Swayman's my tied second most drafted right now with a decent number of guys. I think that's a really, really good call.
He's probably my most drafted goalie on drafters so far.
My highest drafted goalie through 55 drafts is Kemper. It's not much of a take other than I just don't like because that tends to be where like the center glut is. So I just go, I need a goalie. Let me grab a goalie. So I grab Kemper, I grab Hill. So I expect that to balance out a bit. It's 30% right now, Kemper. I have 22%.
Do you worry about Cody Ceci? And losing Gavrikov?
I don't care. No, it's whatever. It's goalie. Like, I'm not here to predict how well the goalie's going to do. I'm here to predict how many starts the goalie's going to get. And obviously, a goalie can't get a bunch of starts if they suck. But like, I just don't think like literally any goalie can lose the net. We saw Sorokin lose his job like entirely. Like it just shit happens.
I forgot about that. Who did he lose his job to?
To Varlamov.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. And, you know, there's more to the story than just like that because, you know, Patrick Waugh, blah, blah, blah. But like just weird shit happens in that every year. And we run a daily fantasy show. So for years we've said goalies don't fucking matter. I don't know who's going to make the saves tonight. You know, the difference between the best goalie in the world and the worst goalie in the NHL is one shot out of every 100. Do I know when that one shot's going to happen? Is it tonight? Is it Saturday? Is it next year? I don't know. So like, it's one of those things where I try not to be too like exact in my thoughts on like who's good, who's bad, what environment's going to be the best. But I will say that I feel like the skids are pretty greased for Askarov to be. He's my second highest drafted goalie, 22%, and not necessarily that he's going to man the net from night one. But I think that when the money starts to be made on Underdog in March specifically. They're going to try and give him a full NHL workload. Maybe I'm wrong, but I think getting a guy with that sort of pedigree and that sort of upside case where like he could be the unquestioned number one in the money weeks is too good to pass up as basically the last goalie off the board that like I'm remotely comfortable with. So that tends to be like my break glass option.
Yeah, I think as a general principle in most cases, especially when it comes to goalie, as Matt's kind of alluding to, is that like the entire cycle the that cycle, the psychology behind a good goalie, and the mental and all this stuff. Like, you could really dive in on each of these goalies and find reasons to like or not like them. But like any goalie that failed last year that shouldn't have, I think is a good buy this year. Because why did Swayman fail? I think a lot of people would sit here and be like, oh, they might mention the contract problem and the arbitration and all these things. Like, that might actually matter with goalies, because it's just a stupid fucking position that no one can actually figure out, and we all pretend to be experts on. And like with UC Saros, like the wheels fell off that entire team all season long. Like, it never got on track. And you're going to sit here and tell me that UC Saros just could battle through all of that adversity and like, no. I think that there was a lot of reasons why things went from bad to worse in Nashville. But does that mean he's a useless goalie that should be going 45 picks after ADP? I don't think so. There's not a new goalie that backing him up that I'm worried about taking starts. If Nashville's remotely good, it's probably largely on his back again. Same with Boston. Is Boston destitute to be what they finished? No, they're not. I think anyone that tells you that they're just obviously not a playoff team is not thinking all the way through. I think they're unlikely to make the playoffs. I think the odds the sportsbooks are giving are probably fair, but those odds are closer to like 35, 40% than like the zero that most people think. Right. So like in that 30% window, your second goalie in is maybe going to be a top 20 potential value, like where he gets to. And that's
even
the same.
Even if they're a
Saros.
fringe playoff team, like Saros is still like going to be a dog.
Look at what Wolf did. Right. I mean, Wolf, like you're going to figure and be like, Dustin Wolf is unequivocally a better goalie than UC Saros. Like, you're wrong if you say that. If you're going to tell me that Nashville is clearly worse than the Flames, again, I think you're wrong. Like, I don't believe you. Like, I think that's like. So again, like the fact that we're all just taking the information from last year and making it really, really stand out as what we're using moving forward just this year. And I again, there are cases where players get a lot older, and obviously that ends. Like they're aged out. Blake Wheeler was the perfect example when he went to the Rangers, and everyone was like, "Oh, perfect! Now he's on the Rangers. He's going to be great." And I'm like, now he lost his role, and he's old, and he's bad. So no, I don't think that's true. Like. And but Matt, before I continue to talk ad nauseum, I'll pass it back to you if you want to follow up on my rant.
I have nothing to say. That is the most coherent I've heard DJ in my entire life.
I mean,
I just kept going because I
like Saros, man. I think you always got to look at these guys that are going super late, like for Haggy, and like there's so many good bounce back players that you're just going to get at such a good value. And I think Saros is one of those guys. Like, if you're looking at total fantasy points in the last, like, other than last year, in the last, like, 3 years, Saros is at the very top. He just gets so many games, faces so many shots. We'll go with...
To me, it's a basic equation of I'm trying to stuff as many starts in as I possibly can. And basically once, Stu Skinner's off the board, I feel very little confidence in the total number of starts that any of these guys are going to get. So then it sort of turns to me as, okay, well, who could be the number one, in a 1A, 1B setting, who could turn into the number one by March? And that's sort of where the Ursins, the Askarovs jump out to me more so than teams that I feel more confident want the two goalie approach, like Detroit and Carolina and even Columbus to some extent, though part of that's just I'm not convinced either guy's very good.
Yeah, like Jack Greaves is kind of shooting up quite a bit, but I don't really know. Like, I don't think his numbers are crazy, but it's such a small sample size. Like, he's a goalie, guys. We need to know he's a goalie.
I still think Elvis gets the opening night net. So, how much is that worth?
Yeah, I'm gonna grab Elvis. That's kind of my theory too. Is that like. I think he sees the opening night. Like, what did Jack Greaves really do? Again, like when the games don't matter anymore, the bad teams all of a sudden look a little bit better, right? The teams that are coasting to the playoffs, they're not starting all their guys. They're putting in backups more often. And all of a sudden, Jack Greaves looks good. And it's like, Elvis seems to have the net there, in my opinion. So I'm fine.
Elvis was so good 3 years ago. Like, the volume that he got, it was actually insane.
And he feels like a guy that could actually get traded and get put into a perfect spot. Like, I'm not saying you can draft with that mindset of like, oh, well, like he just got to get traded. Well, NHL GMs are gutless cowards and they don't make trades and they don't actually do anything. So it's a real big problem. But if a team actually grows balls and trades for a goalie, he seems like a prime
hold on.
candidate.
There's a reason teams don't trade for a goalie. We see it every year. Like we experience ourselves drafting these goalies. Like it's so fickle. Didn't Elvis request a trade like mid game or something? Like it was like right after the game. I don't know if you guys remember
something
that.
goofy. I do remember.
He was like, "Yeah, I want out."
Yeah,
He played really well, and he's like, "Yeah." He's like, "Now's the time to let everyone know I want out." And it's just like, you're not that guy, pal.
Yeah, I do think part of the problem is that like because for as much as we shit on goalies, they are the most important position. Like every night, they are the most important position. Like the Pittsburgh Penguins could not possibly function with Tristan Jarry playing the way he was playing, right? You know what I mean? It's like that they was never going to win a game when he led in the first puck every night. But on the same
I
token,
if your goalie, of Jarry last year.
Oh, me too. But if your goalie is doing super well, then your team is probably doing super well. So you're not trading them. But if your goalie is doing absolute dog water, no one wants them. So it kind of puts you in this box of like never being able to move them. And like, that's why I just don't understand how the offseason, I thought this offseason, at least a goalie or two would move. Just like nothing.
Well, John Gibson. There you go. There's your guy.
At least Yzerman of all fucking guys, right? Just has to go get one more, Out
of curiosity, are you guys drafting like the Kiefer Sherwoods and the Will Cooley's of the world?
I drafted Will Cooley last draft. I like him, a country mile more than Kiefer Sherwood. I think the path for Will Cooley to be incredibly viable is there. Like, Kreider's gone. The net front is technically open. Are they filling it with Will Cooley? Feels bold. A bold take. Is he one injury away from being the net front guy? He might be. Like, I don't know who is really miles and miles above him for that position, that net front spot. Yeah. Again, I don't think he starts the year there, but even if he doesn't, he had 20 goals and 300 hits last year, and he's a young player, and it didn't feel like a fluke. Like with Sherwood, it kind of felt like stuff with a fluke.
I feel like Miller could play net front. He played net front on the Canucks in situations. Trocheck could play net front. Even Laugh could play net front. But I do hear what you're saying in terms of having a big body.
After the Miller trade, Zibanejad averaged 8 underdog points a night, and Cooley averaged 7. For reference, Miller averaged 8.8 and Panarin averaged 8.7. So, and Trocheck 8.2. So you're talking, close to that area for Cooley. And whereas if he gets an actual power play role, I would not be shocked if those numbers went up a bit. So I don't know. It's not someone I have a ton of interest in, but given the way that I'm aggressively drafting Zibanejad, that's just a guy who I think I have like 2 or 3 shares of at this point in Cooley.
I was going to say, I think like for me, my mind is like if I have a bunch of, I know we talked about this earlier, but if I have a bunch of wingers who don't necessarily put up the best peripherals and I need a safe floor guy who's going to maybe fit into my flex, like Kool-Aid could be that guy. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. So that's what I'm trying to think about it a little bit with the peripherals here. Cause like if I have like Kane, if I have like Patrick Kane and like Pavel Buchnevich or like other guys and like they put up zeros in a week, like I need some like peripheral guy. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Odds are if that happens too many times, you're screwed anyway, because like what happened to the first 4 wings you drafted, right. So yeah, Sherwood was super valuable last year, but he also shot like 38% or something completely obnoxious.
Yeah.
And
Kool-Aid, I definitely like Kool-Aid more just because he's probably on that line, that second line.
Yep. But in the hits, like I don't know what the hell happened with the hit stat, but like I don't know. I tend to want to use it on a bit more certain path to power play 1. I just grabbed Kent Johnson for free. And like, is he gonna nuke me like sometimes by getting 2 points in a week where he gets, no points? Sure. But like I have Sean Monahan on this team. So if Sean Monahan has a blast off type week, is it possible that that's on the power play with Kent Johnson being the orchestrator there? I think so. So like I'm sort of targeting upside with my late picks there rather than like, oh, can this guy get me 21 points because he gets 17 hits and a goal and an assist?
That's true. Are you guys Alexi Lafreniere truthers? Because I think I might be one of them.
Oh, you are. So Lafreniere, my origin story with the best puck is 2 years ago now. Well, hold on. Let me start from the beginning because we're done with this draft. We can recap it in a bit. But for the real origin story of like us and Underdog is DJ won the fucking contest. Like either the first year, the second year. Basically, we started doing content for it. Okay. We started doing content for it, and DJ won. He finished first, got the 10K. He was the best ball goat, or the underdog goat or puck goat, whatever the fuck. And I'm very competitive, and that pissed me the fuck off. So I shit the bed.
Just quick, how do you guys know each other?
We've been best friends since 3rd grade.
Nice.
Yeah.
Best man at my wedding. Really roasted me for 10 minutes.
Of course. And so, I'm a competitive guy. So I'm like, fuck, this sucks. Like DJ, the best. So like I threw myself into this trying to, learn it and whatever. And he follows it up by getting, I think, like 6 teams into the finals, which is, if you draft 150 teams, your expectation is to get like 1, maybe it was 2, like at that point, because the contest was a bit smaller. And he does it again. He doesn't win, but he, has decent look at things. I have 1 team in this final contest, and I finished in 3rd fucking place because Lafreniere had a 5-game week, and Panarin, Trocheck, Lafreniere went apeshit for that stretch.
That was 2 years ago?
That was 2 years ago now.
I think I remember that.
And so it was like one of those, like, I can't believe this team is competing. And DJ sitting there with 6 teams, the nut players, you can't, and just finishes all of them in like close to.
I'm listening, by the way. I just need to stand up. I realize I've been sitting for like freaking.
I had
I don't
one
want to get a
team
blood
finished.
clot.
Yeah, I think I had like 15th, and then like every other team was way down there. Like I think I had the dead last team in the finals. It was great. But yeah, Matt, continue onward.
So when you say like
fan.
Lafreniere truthers, like I'm sitting there thinking like, how the hell did I get Lafreniere on that team? Because I would not consider myself a Lafreniere truther whatsoever. And I just checked, and I have 3 shares of Lafreniere at the moment. So I don't know what the hell's going on, but I think Lexi Lafreniere just sort of finds his way into my lineups.
It feels like there's no reason he shouldn't be good in this format. It feels like there's no reason he shouldn't be good in this league. It feels like the flashes are there, the role is there. It should be only be getting better as Kreider leaves. I know it's not a direct replacement. Zibanejad, but continues to age. And like for some reason, I find myself just unable to click the button comparatively to some other guys. I have a couple shares myself, but I'm not in or out. I think in the 16th round, again, it's like you're making a case for a lot of these guys. Michael, Stone, Lafreniere, and Kent Johnson are the final wingers taken. All of them you have to make a bull case for to take, but that bull case obviously exists for all 4 of them. There's a very clear path to them succeeding. I think that like of those 4, I tend to honestly think Lafreniere has maybe the highest upside. So it makes a lot of sense to me. And I think he normally goes earlier than that. So it's kind of just a good value in general. I think you should probably go in every draft because of the upside.
Yeah. I think if he is power play 1, I think he could like be like so much upside from this ADP, right? Like he can put up 150 hits, 200 plus shots. He's line 1 with Panarin and Trocheck. So I am projecting him to be power play 1 this year, but I don't have any inside info. Yeah. I don't know. Do you guys want to do another draft or what do you
I'll
guys
do one
say
more.
here?
We can, I mean, Matt, I'm up here now. I did one more.
No, I'm literally just putting off work, so I'll do this all night if
you have more work to do. You're sick.
There's some bullshit going on. We're trying to launch a survey next week, and there's comments and things we can't do and accessibility concerns and all sorts of shit that I need to get on and test a survey. So my plan is to do that as late as possible tonight.
Can anyone let us know if what the
we need 6. I already
is?
joined. We need 5. I already joined. We need 4 now. I already joined.
Whoa.
We need 3.
We gotta move. We gotta get in there.
Okay, I gotta pee so bad. I'll be right back.
You go pee. It won't start. I'll recap my team while he's gone because I really, really, really like this team. I took
Mark Stone in the last round. Come on.
I'm not proud of that at all, but let me finish. I have McDavid, Hyman, Nugent Hopkins. I mean, just a wonderful little 3-man. Could all be top line, top power play with. I'm not sure if you heard of this guy, Connor McDavid. Pretty good. I get 14 picks of ADP value on Joel Eriksson. You're looking to get horse in the mouth and not do whatever you. I've never understood that expression. Anyways, Trocheck to go with Panarin. With 13 picks of ADP value, just lop it in there while we're at it. I closed that off, of course, with 8 picks of ADP value on Quentin Byfield. The GOAT. I don't even think I needed it. But you take the luxury picks when you get them sometimes. He could be a perfect second flex. Panarin, like I mentioned, Michkov, Hyman, Cutter Gauthier. And yeah, I did finish it with Mark Stone, but whatever. Defense, Roman Josi, Shea Theodore. Is Shea Theodore and Mark Stone stupid? Maybe. Morgan Riley, I think, again, like a guy that failed last year that could definitely bounce back. Like I mentioned on our last stream, it's like, who's going to take over for Mitchell Marner? Probably Morgan Riley. He knows the power play well. And then my goaltenders, did I give up a lot in net? No, I have Igor Shesterkin, Darcy Kemper, all the starts in the world, and maybe Elvis Berzelikins is a little bit suspect, but sometimes you got to take a suspect goalie to win it all. So I really like this team. It's a little bit weak at wing, if anything, but I think I have a ton of upside in Michkov and Cutter.
You know what I think about that Elvis pick, DJ? Bad. Bad.
Canceled. Matt is
a Jack
officially
Reeves
canceled.
truther?
No, I just wanted to troll DJ.
Tell me that team isn't good. That's a good team.
Columbus?
Seems
No,
fine.
my team
No,
that I
he
drafted.
read out his team. You have Shea Theodore, therefore it's an insta win, and you have Cutter
Shea
and Michkov,
Theodore.
so.
And Michkov. And I mean, like, and the list goes on. I have Kemper. That was, I do think, like, the Matt's best take last year was, like, how much Kemper he took. And people kept, like, I remember people, like, actively in the comments being like, he sucks. And you're like, no, he doesn't. And LA is good. And yeah, that worked out real well. One of your few good takes, by the way. I just wanted to.
Yeah, I made so much money from it and had such a good advancement.
Tens of dollars.
Were you guys close at all last year to winning?
I had 3 or 4 in the. Let me check how many finals teams I have.
How many teams are in the? How many teams are in the finals?
Good question.
I wouldn't know.
This year or last year?
I don't know. Isn't it the same amount of people? They didn't increase.
Oh wait, it is the same, isn't it? I think it's.
Well, they had to
again.
this year because more advanced this year than in past years, so it's a little different once you get into the playoffs.
What is that?
I had 3 in the Best Puck Classic, and I have 1 in the Penalty Box final. Is everything okay back there?
Sorry,
so yeah, no, you're good.
Look,
I don't know what that was. There was like a beeping. I don't know if it was.
I had 3 in the final,
Sorry,
and
you guys
none of
can
them
talk.
came even close. Yeah, 3 in the finals,
Alright,
none of
so,
them came even close for those listening. And I suck. Matt,
I
back to you in
do
the studio.
intense data shit. I calculate EV, which isn't perfect, related to what actually happened, because I do a playoff mechanism that basically says, like, what if the second half of the year had many different playoffs in it, and I just sort of iterate to try and get a better sense of who drafted good teams and who didn't. There are 60 people who drafted at least 50 teams. I had the 5th worst portfolio of every single person on the website. And when you in my playoff EV, and when you consider everything, including my advance rate, I have the 8th worst portfolio of the 60. For those interested, DJ was at 16th in this ranking out of 60. So
Number 1,
much better than mine.
Makes sense.
I advanced 17% of my teams, and I advanced 0 of those teams to the semifinals even. So I didn't even have a semifinal team, let alone a final team.
Yeah.
But yeah, listen to me. I'm very smart and good at hockey.
Well, don't lie to the good people out there. Yeah, I drafted 170 teams technically because I did max the penalty box as well, so I'm not going to delineate between the two. I had 56 of the 170 advanced out of the preliminary 11, and then 3 of them were the Best Puck Classic, 1 in the penalty box. On the season, that would have made me, I believe, adding the numbers up, slightly net positive. It was a few $100s in net positive. in previous years, as Matt kind of alluded to, I obviously won the 10K. And then the year that Matt did better than me as far as total amount won, I mean, the 6 teams in the finals and the advanced rates I had was still a pretty profitable year, $1,500 or so. So nothing to scoff at. We've been successful in this format, but I think just in general, like all of best ball and all sports is very exploitable if you know what you're doing. Hockey is just more exploitable than others. Like baseball, hockey, probably basketball, I have no idea. They're just more exploitable than the NFL if you have any sort of process, understanding decisions that you're making. And like the fact that people aren't like this space should grow really fast because people love fantasy sports. They love hockey, but they don't love playing fantasy hockey because it's a commitment. Like you have to play fantasy hockey. It's not set your roster once a week. Like you're playing fantasy hockey. You are committing to that. This has no commitment. Like you can draft 150 teams with all the stuff we're talking about, all the player takes you have.
It's just the money, though.
It's the money. Yeah, absolutely. But like, if you're doing it well, I think you can continue to, at the very least, cycle through those funds. Where in football, you are the best drafter. They talk about. I know Davis Maddock, if anyone follows him at all. Like I've talked about, like some of the people that advance at the highest rates failed completely in the second round because some of the best takes they had failed in 1 week of the playoffs. Not only your entire portfolio is ruined, you lose everything basically. You might make some money if you're good enough, but like it's hard to continue to recycle in football with the randomness. In hockey, like a good drafter is going to be rewarded, even more so on drafters for those in Ontario that might feel left out on the underdog side of things. Like you're more rewarded for being right on drafters if you're actually doing the right things.
Yeah.
I wanted to say with I did a lot of football drafts in like 2023, 2024, but I think I did none this year just because it's so annoying with the injuries, man. And I just know less about football, but like it really is annoying with the NFL. You don't got to worry about your star players just missing like 8 weeks in the NHL. I feel like that's the big knock I have on fantasy football in general.
Number 1, let's go.
What did we get? We got
always,
7.
Always rewarded. Yeah. No, I mean, I agree. I mean, like, concussion chess it's a cool sport. If you like watching people play chess and get concussions, it's fine. If you want to watch commercials, nonstop. But hockey is an actual sport that's worth watching and is good.
I see you on Twitter. I like your tweets about football.
I have to do it. Well, I think
it's so funny.
Please don't. Please don't.
Like I love doing it because like there's enough people that follow me that are very into fantasy football more so than hockey, but they just love Underdog and stuff. So I just know it drives people a little bit crazy, and I just can't help myself. But yeah, I mean I played football my whole life and whatnot. But Matt,
a fun fact about DJ that some people may not know is that yes, like he said, he played football through high school, like on the football team. Also, he would write 7-round NFL mock drafts for the Cleveland Browns in high school that I would like proofread for him. And my God, if you think he can't spell now, imagine him at age 15. Jesus Christ. Like this guy was football fucking obsessed.
Really?
So, it's a little bit of a overcompensation.
Are you a big Shedeur Sanders guy?
No, the Browns are a poverty franchise that will never win. Everything they do is wrong. And if you and like the fact that people are sitting here like, is it Gabriel? Is it Shedeur? It's like neither are going to be good. And if one of them is good, they will trade them. So why are we? I mean, again, like probably the largest reason why I've given up on the NFL more than anything is just being a Browns fan. Like it's demoralizing. It's just not worth my time. At the end of the day, like I can do so much more on a Sunday than sit there and make myself upset. So I just don't do it. I do love playing daily fantasy football. Like I don't need to really watch. I think that part of my edge is not caring that much. And I still lose. So what edge do I really have?
Yeah.
Although this week I almost won. Actually, I did win money on the week, but not because of daily fantasy. I just love daily fantasy sports.
Are you a football fan, Matt?
No, I like Red Zone, so I watch Red Zone. I love gambling. That's the main thing. But I'm not a huge drafter. Like Underdog. There are people who fucking sit on Underdog 24/7 and draft teams because they love drafting. if it were up to me, like, and I could get action on hockey against other people in the off season, I would never do one of these drafts. Like the thought of sitting down and spending 45 minutes doing a draft actually sort of makes me sick to my stomach.
What about 11 hours?
Well, once again, I asked, are you okay? Are you
No,
is everything all right up there?
Oh, I'm gonna have the
because-
best sleep tonight.
Yeah, so I'm a football fan in that like I follow football, but like if football were to disappear tomorrow, I would just all right, more hockey, like but if hockey were to go away,
you know what my problem
I would
with,
be
you know what,
despondent. I would not know what to do.
my problem with football really, and like why I do the things I do on Twitter, is the people that like it's like a game to these people. Like, I'm the biggest football fan. I'm sad on Tuesdays. I cry at my desk because like, shut the fuck up. It's not that good. It's an average sport to watch at best.
Product
These
fucking
people
sucks.
The product.
I mean,
is
the only thing
bad.
I will
Like,
say is fantasy football is like, I love fantasy hockey, obviously,
Yeah.
but fantasy football, something about fantasy football week to week, watching Red Zone is really something special.
I completely agree that like the fantasy football season long with your family and your friends from home and all that, like it's a much better product. This is better for hockey and basketball and baseball. Like, again, I'll include all of them in because it's not actively managed. So like you can, again, I do understand the price does matter, right? Like having the funds and then putting them into your Underdog account, because if you're drafting one or two teams, you're going against people drafting 150 with probably or potentially better process and stuff. But like, this is the best format of fantasy hockey. And I think it's the best way to win a lot of money if you know what you're doing. So yeah, but again, like the totality of my experience is just being nauseated by the film bros that are like, I watched every single play in the Packers game. And after, it's like, you could watch paint dry. Like, what is wrong with you? 80% of the plays are nothing. Most of the game is the clock running. That's most
fair.
of the game. Like, I don't understand how people, like, you can tell me football is actually a fine sport and that you watch the Bills-Ravens game, all this stuff. Sure, great. Like, it's a lot of fun for like 4 minutes, but all it is an excuse for people to sit on the couch with their phone in their hand and garbage food in front of them and look at their phone for 4 hours and not feel bad about it. That's what football does for people. Congratulations. Enjoy it. Have fun. And if you are an active, I love football more than anything, bro, I truly hope you have fun with it. But if hockey's on Sunday, it's preseason hockey, I'm going to watch that over football. It's so much more fun.
That's fair. I mean, I disagree with the preseason hockey stuff, but I thought
you ever play daily fantasy preseason?
Dude, yeah, hold on. I bet
daily
you
fantasy
haven't played
preseason. No.
Yeah, I bet you haven't gambled on the DraftKings preseason slate. Because my God,
that's like a next level of degenerate that I don't know if I can.
That's
get
the part
that
of it.
level.
That's the part of it I love, though. I love the puzzle solving, the information gathering. That brings me back to like,
you're going too far. There'll be 4 preseason games. One of them will be Capitals at Colorado, and you will read one beat reporter tell you that there's no Ovi, there's no McKinnon, there's no Makar, and 8% of people will play all of those guys. Like 10% of the lobby just shits the bed immediately and plays a bunch of guys that aren't playing. So like you could you're going against like 8 people for like $1,000. It feels like some nights, and it's just like, this is the best, right? So I mean, I think the preseason, and I'm going to be in Italy and missing a lot of it, so I'll be very sad. But what?
Where else do I get to play Oscar Olofsson? Now a member of the San Jose Sharks. Watch out for that guy. Like,
this is Alex Bump's preseason. Alex Bump is going to win a preseason slate. I guarantee.
I've been seeing you tweeting about Alex Bump.
He averaged unbelievable shot numbers in the NCAA. Like, I think if you, again, I gotta look into this more, but like, and he was like 23 years old doing this, but I think they were better than Eichel and better than Fantilli by not a ton, but a bit.
I mean, I have
this guy.
Have the data.
Yeah, you have him, right? I mean, these are generational shot numbers from the college level, and like, is it going to translate? Like, probably not, right? Especially not right away, but in the preseason when he's going against a bunch of other demokes, like, sure, why not? But yeah, that's a guy I'm very high on for daily fantasy preseason. And the thing is like, I say stuff like this,
And people are like, what's wrong with this dude? If I said that about the NFL preseason, people would be hooting and hollering. They're like, we're going to get 1 quarter of Shedeur Sanders. I can't wait to sit down for 4 hours. It's like, shut the fuck up. That's why I do
But
it.
you are
That's the
a
thing.
big Browns fan.
Big is a strong word nowadays, but
I feel like you hate football. The way you're talking
Because
about
of the
football
Browns,
just
yes.
makes me think you actually hate it as a sport, but you also are a Browns fan. It's very interesting.
yeah, right. I don't know how this is confusing. The Browns are the worst franchise outside of the Buffalo Sabres.
No, I get it. I get it. You do, yeah. You did pick some tough teams. Well, how did you pick those teams? Well, I guess
It's
Buffalo
my
makes
dad.
sense, but
Just
Oh, yeah,
my
your
dad's
dad,
a
your dad.
fan, and I was 5 years old, and he's like, "We're going to a Browns game," and I was just like, "I love William Green and Tim Couch and Dennis Northcutt," and then you're like, "Those are terrific people that sucked," and it's like, right, that was my problem right there. I remember the first game I went to, LaDainian Tomlinson ran for like 250 yards against the Browns, and I was like, I still love the team in the orange and brown. That was really, really smart.
true.
Alex Bump had 5.9 shots per game last year in the NCAA
In college.
in 42 games. Not he played the full year.
It's I mean, it
Wow.
really was generational stuff out of college. But like, is he gonna get a crack at? I mean, he'll probably start in the AHL, but still.
yeah. Once they start doing underdog AHL drafts,
Oh,
you'll
God.
never see me again. I'm quitting my job. Like I'm just getting in the bunker because like this is like that's my bread and butter. I just love the information gathering. By the way, if you sort by shots per game among all NCAA players since I believe 2017 is what I have. Oh shit, there's all the NAs that sort to the top. Here we go. Cutter Gauthier is up there.
Mm.
It goes Alex Bump 5.9, Cole Caulfield 5.4, Kevin Wall 5.2 in 2021, same year as Cole Caulfield, FYI, and then Cutter Gauthier, Ryan Leonard. Ryan Leonard last year 5.16, Cutter Gauthier the year before that 5.17. So yeah, this Alex Bump thing is pretty ridiculous.
It's insane. I mean, like
Sorry, what was the Alex Bump number?
5.9 shots per game.
Wow. That's insane.
yeah. I mean, it's one of again, it's like one of those things. Like, is it going to translate to NHL success early? No, but like in daily fantasy preseason hockey, that is a guy that could win you a slate, and that not many people are playing. And I do think that the sickos that are going to play will all know about him, unfortunately. But like, 30% of the field is going to put in lineups that are half dead, and some of them will just have, they'll only play the good NHL players, and none of them will pick any ancillary pieces that should see some decent run. So I love, again, like I love all formats of betting on hockey. I'm not particular to any of them. But I think that the preseason daily fantasy is always every year, like, it feels like Christmas, and I'll be in Italy, and I don't think I can do it there, unfortunately.
Oh, I wanted Sorokin there.
But yeah, no, I think, I mean, again, I've gone on my football rant enough. I will say that, I actually, if I would say anything though, I think the college football is a much better experience. It just feels more like random and nonsense rather than the NFL that just feels very mundane for most of the time, barring any of the like 6 teams that actually have a good quarterback.
Matt, are you also a Buffalo Sabres fan?
Yeah, I grew up Sabres fan. I'm still pretty much a Sabres fan, but just you spend so much time on hockey in general that like I love Austin Matthews. I love the Leafs. Like the Leafs have been my team like you talk to my dad who's like a Sabres fan, but the Sabres will make the playoffs. He turns the TV off, kind of deal. Like
Right.
that's sacrilege. So like I don't really care about the Sabres when they're bad, but I'm not detached enough to not enjoy it when they're good. Kind of the same way I am with the Bills. Like that's what fantasy sports does for me. It allows me to have that sort of second level of separation where I can still enjoy sports without like hating it, the way DJ's outlining. So
Right.
Yeah, like I'm not even a fan of any team. I mean, I was a Canucks fan growing up for like 7-8 years. try to watch as many games as I could. I was in like the Canucks forums on the Canucks.com arguing with people as like a 12-year-old.
Uh-huh.
But then I stopped watching hockey for like 7-8 years. So like I'm kind of like my connection to like Ryan Kessler, Alex Burrows, the Sedin twins, all those boys, like it's kind of gone. So it's hard to get back to that. So I'm kind of just like watching NHL all year, like looking at my drafters teams, like as like a non-fan. It's an interesting way to watch sports.
So during the year, what does like your normal day look like as far as like your connection with hockey? Like are you betting on stuff? Are you in so many season long teams that keeps you entertained? Or are you like just a normal person, other than watching the games?
I do some, like I don't really gamble too much. I don't really bet. Like yeah, not really. I mostly just like all the season longs. I do some daily fantasy. Hold on, let me just make a pick here.
This is a big moment here.
This is a big moment.
You gonna do it again?
I was gonna say I have $100,000 on. I am a gambling man. I know you're taking it. I feel like you're gonna bow away from it. You're gonna run out of time.
Uh-oh.
He goes Mark.
Oh,
I
quick
was
fingers,
so
let's
certain
go.
you were clicking Mo Cider. I was just like,
I couldn't go cider again. I couldn't.
It's so
but
weird.
I saw him
thought he
on
was
there.
glued. Yeah. No. I
Yeah, so I'm just watching a lot of hockey, like obviously like for fantasy hockey purposes. Most people watch my channel for redraft leagues. So like I'm paying attention to that stuff because I do like the weekly guide videos, like who to pick up, blah, blah, blah.
Yep.
But I'm paying close attention to the season longs. I've done a couple of daily fantasy ones on drafters, but not a crazy amount. Like I'm not doing preseason. It sounds like you guys are really like daily fantasy focused. Like are you guys doing every slate you guys are doing drafts?
On DraftKings, I build a lineup for pretty much every single slate, at least a slate every day. But like
That's
showdowns
insane.
on a Saturday, 2-game night slate on a Thursday. Like I'm almost certainly building a lineup.
Is it worth it? Like I don't know if this is a personal question, but like, are you making a lot of profit or like because I think I won one of them on drafters, but a lot of them I was just losing money and it was just like I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I've had good years and I've had bad years. I've had some really bad years. I've had some really good years. I've been at this now for, I think this will be my 9th season. And I want to say, like, in terms of total, like, yearly profit, I'm up in profit on 6 of them and down in 3, or maybe like even in 1 and down on 2. But 2 of those 3 down years have been, 2 of the last 3 years. So it's certainly trending away from me. I don't know what that really means. Like if I hit one big contest, it turns around overnight. I've qualified for 2 fantasy hockey world championships in my playing career, I guess, which has been really cool. It's like a live final. They fly you out somewhere and you compete for like a big top prize. Yeah, it's a whole thing. I wrote about it. I wrote about it in my newsletter. I can send you the link, but I wrote about like the entire experience of going to Phoenix and having a mega sweat that felt real flat. That really sucked.
That was
like
that 250,000 at first, or was that 500K at first? Wasn't it?
I think it was the year I was there. I think it was either 150 or 200, and last year I think it was 250 at first.
Yeah, I mean, it's okay. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I feel like I don't dive all the way in on any of this stuff. Like I'm drafting teams on Underdog sometimes. I'm making lineups on DraftKings, and then I'm also gambling on basically hockey every single night. It's kind of spreads me thin, but like I think everything that I try to do is like, what is the edge here or there anywhere? And like, where's the way to, I'm more of a, big game hunter than anything else. And it's like, I'm not just going to sit there and put $10 down at a time on straight bets. I'm not going to, draft, max out every night on under. I just don't have the time to do it. But I do think like if you have the time and the energy and the desire, like drafting the maximum amount of teams for the daily slates on Underdog is really, really EV positive if you know what you're doing, because people do not. And there's a lot of auto drafters and people that just, are pretty much just making it up as they go.
Yeah, that makes sense. Like, think there's a huge edge, like you guys said. One of you said it in NHL. If you really know what you're doing, you could probably. There's such a huge edge with the peripherals as well, and yeah, a lot more research than some other sports for sure.
And I really do like believe it's growing. I just think that like people don't know about the offerings that are out there in
Who did I
perpetuity for
autograph?
hockey.
Oh wow, Josh Morrissey, not bad.
Did you have Connor?
Yeah, that's a good pick.
Yeah, I forgot about the. By the
Oh, I
way, in
thought
the
you-
private chat, I sent
Did you
the
have autographed
link.
again?
No, I starred. Wyatt.
Okay.
But
But yeah, no, I think that like, oh, sorry, Matt, you have more to say?
I was saying I sent it in the private chat. If you can post it to the chat,
Yeah.
I'm not connected for some reason. But I wrote about like my trip to Scottsdale for the Fantasy Hockey World Championship, where someone won. I'm not looking at it, but I think it was 150K, and yeah,
Wow.
just like a full blow by blow of like what the weekend was like, watching someone win $1 million in basketball. That whole thing too was quite interesting. So
Wow, dude, $1 million in basketball.
yeah, it's nuts.
Yeah.
The sort of money that's out there.
Well,
So
it's surprising because I basketball I'm not even gonna shit on because I watch my alma mater like every time they play, and they like I can't help myself. I feel like I'm watching my kid. Well, I'm
Sorry,
an
you
idiot.
watch what?
College basketball for my college team.
Oh,
So like I'm gonna sit here and make fun of basketball next, and I'm just like, actually, I can't do that because if there's
dude,
like hockey will be on, and I'll have my St. Bonaventure basketball on my computer, and I'm just yelling at my computer like I know what's going on. I get mad because like they're like foul, and I'm like he barely hit him, and like I
oh,
I just don't get
I used to be the biggest like Raptor. I still am a huge Raptors fan, but like for like 6 years, I watched every Raptors game. In Toronto when they won, it was pretty awesome. But yeah, I think my issue with basketball is just the amount of stupid fouls. Like the refs just call it. I feel like they feel like socially pressured to call fouls. Like it's
a social
know.
experiment.
I really do think like they're like, yeah, or like a team's up by 20, then they start being more lenient to the other team, and it just like evens out, and I hate it because it's like, no, we saw the replay, and it wasn't a foul. So that's my biggest issue. Like hockey, you don't have to worry. Like it's obviously there's bad calls, but like it's pretty, like games are not necessarily like screwed over by penalties in a lot of cases.
All right, I'm gonna grab a Carter Verhaeghe share here. I don't have a lot of good correlating piece, but I feel like he kind of gets forgotten about the fact that Matt the Truck's gonna miss months of play, and like they can't just continue to keep this guy on the top power play, right? I mean, they're gonna because Maurice is actually a clown, but does make me upset.
Yeah, I don't even know. Like, I think Bennett will be
Like-
net front, and then I don't know. Like, I like
Or like-
Verhaeghe. I think he's going to bounce back.
We need
But
Seth Jones and Ekblad out there, genius, and it's like, oh, you fucking did it again, didn't
isn't
you?
that
Like,
insane? In the finals, they put
So
both those
dumb.
guys on power play one.
Dude, he scratched
and he gets
Mackie
away with it.
Samoskevich for the entire postseason, and it didn't fucking matter. Like,
I know.
Yeah,
just, oh,
he was
God.
so
This
good.
dude
I
was
don't
the
get it.
loseriest
Verhaeghe
loser
was
of
really
losers.
good in the playoffs, though. I will say, I think Verhaeghe was almost a
Yeah.
point per game, but they took him off.
Yeah, he was
power play
great.
one.
Just nothing matters when you're Paul Maurice. You just fucking sprinkle shit over everything, and out comes a Stanley Cup, I guess.
He's really funny, Matt. Have you not seen the press conferences?
It's true.
Oh,
I guess
God.
he keeps the locker room real loose.
When he did the handshake thing,
he's-
he was like, "We can't handshake." That was funny.
I don't mind Paul Maurice at all. I just think that like the whole like again, like going into the playoffs, I feel like the only person that picked them to beat Tampa, and I said they're just going to do it because nothing matters and life is stupid and we're all going to die anyways. And everyone's like, you're dumb. You're an idiot. And then they win the cup and everyone's like, how did we not see this coming? Of course they were going to win the cup
Dude,
again. And it's just
I
like,
drafted so much Tampa on drafters in the playoff best ball
Yeah.
because they were just like so easy to stack and it
So
was
easy to
so
stack.
nice. And I was like, this is amazing. They're gonna win and I'm gonna win all this money. And then Florida just wins. And I was like, that was great.
nothing matters.
No.
Life's too short. Like I was just sitting there. I felt like I was the only one betting on Florida, And I'm just like, we're all doing this to ourselves. We're convinced that Florida's not going to turn it back on. They've played too many games and all this stuff. But like, I remember, again, in reality, Florida was very, very good for a good stretch of the season and it tailed off. And it's like, well, Tampa didn't. It's like, all right, we'll see what happens. But next year, I mean, obviously Sabres to the Cup, so it doesn't matter.
You guys have any spicy takes on who's going to win? You guys think about that stuff?
Think about it. Yes. Bet on it. Not yet. I will do my preseason cup bet, of course. $100 bet's going to be made. I haven't locked it in yet. I think right now my spicy take is New Jersey. Like, I think in the totality of the fantasy season, everything kind of encompassing, like if Jack Hughes stays healthy, he could carry a lot of pieces up the, to maximize their value, including the Devils in general. Like I genuinely believe in him as one of the best players in the league. So I do think like that is enough for me to consider them. And I really didn't think they looked as bad as people might remember them looking in the playoffs, even without him against Carolina. I don't think I have anything spicy in the West right now. I feel very indifferent on like the majority of the teams in the West. And I'm not locking in anything. I kind of, like I said, Matt, do you have any other takes other than Buffalo?
I mean, the one thing that like I wish I could somehow do this without having to take like some super insane long shot, but like the Utah like fever not being applied to like Anaheim or even, I mean, San Jose is different to an extent, but like the Anaheim specifically, just like why is Utah 45-1 on DraftKings win the cup and Anaheim 100-1? Like I get that Utah has some pieces, but I actually think this Anaheim team has a much higher ceiling based on what's currently there. And there's just such the unknown of like having Quenneville in the room that like makes their ceiling like so dramatically high. I don't really know what to do with it because again, I'm not putting money on Anaheim to win the cup at 100-1. But like that's just a team that I continually come back to where it's like they have all the pieces. They have a stacked, decor of touted prospects. They have, like Radko Gudas is still a really good shutdown defenseman. Like they don't really have a hole in that regard. They have a stacked forward room, so much so that like Sam Colangelo doesn't seem like he'll have a job on that team. And it's like, yeah, they're not the best right now, but I think Leo Carlson could be. I obviously think Cutter could be, which we've talked about. Like truly difference makers at the NHL level versus I think Gunther's awesome. I think he's more fantasy awesome than he's truly going to be like, can't miss, unbelievable 200-foot player that like drags you to championships. And I don't really know what else Utah brings to the table that like makes me think the cup is really in their range of outcomes. So I guess that's spicy. But I'm also not sitting here like, yeah, I feel great betting 100-1 on Anaheim to win the cup or anything like that. Like it all just feels kind of dumb to me. Like betting on it in general. Because again, I'm so married to the players and the fantasy side of it where it's like, why do I care which team wins,
We do have a spicy bet we were gonna relay tonight, me and Matt, because Matt had some bonus bets to use, and we talked about at least using one of them. And I don't know if Matt, if you want to still go through with the idea or if you want to talk about it, but if anyone's looking for a longish shot, I'd say long shot. Preseason.
Yeah, I mean, are we to the point where we're not talking about the draft on screen at all? Because
fine, we'll save it for the end of the draft. You have to stick around. You have to subscribe, like, comment, leave your social security number, and we will place that bet at the end of the stream. How did I do?
I love
basically
that.
I have bonus bets from a deposit offer DraftKings did where I have 3 $500 bonus bets that I have to use by the 14th. So I thought DJ and I could end our stream by placing those, basically figuring out like, what long shots we like.
Taking a picture.
So I am. I don't know who I'm gonna pick though. All these options are quite not fun. So
yeah, you like centers, do you?
I do not actually, believe it or not. My center options are not very fun.
Okay. Fuck. I didn't think you'd get back to me, but that was who I was hoping for.
Askarov?
Yeah. I was kind of thinking about locking in the net. Yeah, I'm out. I mean, Ottinger and Thompson don't feel horrific, but I don't know. I'm kind of trying to build out maybe one more bet here if I can put the pieces together. The centers are falling, and I have room for one more, but McKinnon, Suzuki, and Hintz feel pretty good. Robertson to go with Hintz. I got Suzuki and Slavkovsky. I have nothing with McKinnon, but honestly, I'm not that worried about it. And then little Raymond Sider, putting together some pieces of a winning roster, I think.
Why don't you get Byfield? Oh,
Well, there he goes. I'm rescue. I took him last draft. I mean, I would have considered him there. Oh, Montour. Shit. There goes my plan. I had the McCann Montour stack just ready.
Montour had some pretty big spike weeks last year.
Yeah. I was high on taking him there. I just didn't think. Again, he slipped pretty far past ADP, and
My
sometimes you just
my
not
my
rewarded.
DraftKings profile picture is Brandon Montour.
Mm.
Go.
When he was on Anaheim, I went to a Flyers game specifically to see him. I live in Philly, by the way. I moved to Philly in 2017. And I went to a Flyers game specifically to see the Ducks. I loved Raquel. I loved Montour. That was in the era where like they were making the playoffs every year. They had just lost one of, by my money, the greatest playoff series, Anaheim, Edmonton. I think it was 2018. It might have been 2017 though. Absolutely unbelievable stuff. I think it was 2017, come to think of it. But anyway, so that was like when these guys were on the come up, and Montour was just a guy I fell in love with. His game, his effortless skating, all that good stuff. Played him in fantasy, of course, daily fantasy all the time. And when I went to Anaheim in 2018, I went to California. I specifically drove from LA to Anaheim to see him. And within a month, he was traded to the Buffalo Sabres, which might be one of the greatest days of my life. Obviously, didn't go.
Montour was on the
but,
Sabres?
yeah, he got traded there.
Let's not think about it. Montour,
Yeah,
to
Sabres
Eichel,
really-
to Reinhardt.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They don't score, and they suck,
So,
and they make me mad. I
last
hate
few
hockey
years-
too. Why do I do this?
The last few years of Eichel winning a cup and then Samson and Montour winning a cup has been about as good as it gets in my world.
Who's next?
Just
Paterka.
Paterka, obviously. I just shit talked Utah. They're obviously making a run.
Paterka. Oh, Ottawa. Cousins lifting up the cup.
Cousins. I mean, yeah, I think it's Ottawa Utah final. Bet that at bet 360 in Canada plus 1 million, and just take it home. Top two, win it. Yeah, no, I think again, like the season long betting is kind of this double edged sword of like there's so much out there. Like again, like I mean, one of the bets that I love more than anything on the board is Jack Hughes over 84.5 points, I believe it is, and it's like that feels like a slam dunk. And then you think he's going to play 82 games.
Probably
He's
not.
got. I mean, there's a threshold he has to hit for the bet to count, but it's like 25 games or something. It's not a lot. Like, it's so hard to click that button. You lock up the money for the whole season. It probably is an edge. Like, you probably would project him to go higher than that quite often, but the guy has just not stayed healthy. Now, in this contest, I think that you're always betting on him being fully healthy when you're drafting him at 12 or, between 10 and 14 or whatever it is. And when he does, I think he meets his value. And, but again, you don't need to draft him every time, right? You're never drafting him 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So, you have a lot of other ways of getting there when you're right on him in this format, basically, is why I like it more than season long betting. I'd rather put all my money in here.
Yeah, that's true. I picked Anderson here. We'll see if that works out. We'll see if he plays more than 35 games.
Oh, crap. I'm not up for 13 more picks. I thought I was up soon. I was like, I wonder if I can get McTavish back to me. Is McTavish for Toronto the weirdest stack ever? And then that's like, yeah, fuck you. You didn't let him slip 13 more picks?
I could
Jackson
not do
Lacombe.
that, no.
Lacombe going this
Is
far
there
is kind
any-
of crazy, no?
Like I feel like the McTavish cutter feels like the correlation because that's what clicked last year at the end of the year. But like, where is Vetrano going to go? This is my first time taking him, but I'm 23 after ADP. I thought, why not grab my first share of him as my last winger in? Where does he fit in all this tomfoolery going on in Anaheim?
I think Granlund is the Strome replacement, and Strome just sort of plays on the fourth line, but I could be wrong. So I think Granlund, Vetrano, Terry sort of play like a second line minutes, but like that checking type role, and then Leo Carlson gets like the I don't know, like the Sebastian Aho to Jordan Stahl type usage, where like he's the main guy, he's going out against top comp. And I think Cutter rides shotgun with Leo, honestly. I know they did some weird shit down the stretch, but I think the chemistry of Leo and Cutter was legit.
Yeah,
and I
feel like those two are
McTavish,
pretty attached.
Yeah, and so I think McTavish could get Troy Terry, but I think McTavish gets Kreider, which I don't know.
You think Strome is going to be fourth line? I feel like Granlund might be weighing with Kreider and McTavish.
You could put a good skater there, because so I guess what I was thinking a month ago when I put together my line projections that I haven't updated since was that Colangelo was like, he was just really good in my opinion up there, a really solid right shot, meshed well with McTavish, I thought. So I thought that made a lot of natural sense, and then Cutter can play as off wing, respectively. So like there's your top three right wings, which to me is the problem in Anaheim, just like figuring out who's going to play right wing, because we know the centers, we know they have a lot of lefties, but it doesn't seem like Colangelo is getting a shot now with Granlund, so that could be the case. I don't know, I'm also kind of stuck on Killorn being in the top six. I don't like it, but I think
that would suck.
I think that's just the safety net in their eyes, but we don't know what Quenneville's thinking. Obviously,
I'd love to see Gauthier, Carlson, Terry, and then Kreider, McTavish, Granlund, and then Vetrano, Strome, and Killorn on the third line.
Okay,
that would be sort of my ideal if I was the coach, but we'll see what Quenneville likes.
Granlund,
and
then Mikel Granlund. Did you say him or not?
Yeah, he's on the.
I think
you put him on the second line with Kreider.
Oh, second line. He's the second line. Okay. Yeah. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean,
again, it feels like too many cooks in the kitchen to me for this team in general.
I know but I think if you run that third line with Vetrano, Strome, Killorn, maybe those guys could actually get less ice time, and you give more to the top guys. But I don't know.
4 forwards on Carolina are getting drafted 100%, and like 6 Anaheim players are getting drafted like somewhere around. It's like kind of crazy to think, but I don't know. I mean, there's a couple guys in Anaheim that are going to boom, and there's a couple guys that we're going to take that we're going to say, man, they scored 350 points in this format, and they were absolute nothing burgers. But Toronto could be one of them. It just feels like he's not the profile to do that, but like if he loses his entire role, then I don't know. But this is my, I think he's more of a 145, 150 type of guy, not 122 ADP. So I grabbed him where I could have a share, as I now try to take the dregs of society in that.
So I really like hockeyviz.com for like my quick take, check my takes kind of deal. And so talking about Alex Killorn, like when you look at his stuff from last year, obviously for fantasy he's a nothing, but like his on-off ice splits as far as the defensive numbers are insane. Like they were so bad without him on the ice, and when he was on the ice they were just like fine defensively. And that comes through in like the adjusted stuff that Micah does as well over there, as far as like getting the individual impacts of things. So I don't know how much to take of that. But like, I do feel like there's a little bit more respect to Killorn that needs to be considered, not just the veteran nonsense, but like there's also a legitimate defensive presence that I think he brings. And he's still scoring. I mean, he's still not a bad finisher. So I think he's okay to sort of get to the dirty areas and, actually chip in a little bit. I don't know. I'm not totally take locked on anything like that, but I do just find it interesting. I mean, the Ducks are my catnip. You could tell me, almost anything about the Ducks and I would talk about it forever. Like I'm going to take Olin Zellweger right here. Just like I this team is just, I can't quit them.
I have a very quick question. I have Boldy, Erikssonek, Kaprizov. Would taking Zuccarello be not good? Would having 4 Minnesota Wild guys be like just bad?
I don't think I wouldn't. If you like him more, I don't think it's a problem. The way that, because the way I see it is basically, you're getting a Minnesota guy in Kaprizov across the board, no matter what. It's not a guarantee that Erikssonek scores if Kaprizov scores. So Boldy is a bit more iffy, but you're not like locking up 3 scoring slots if Minnesota has a great week with those guys. So taking Zuccarello as your last guy in, like if he pitches even a few times, you're okay. So I don't mind that at all, because the way that it could play out is Rossi, Kaprizov, Zuccarello, and then Boldy, Erikssonek, whoever, Ogren, Johansson, whoever the fuck they have, play second line. And I think that could work out nicely for you stacking.
I'll do it. I think those guys could have some insane, like if you actually look at some of their game logs, like Zuccarello has some pretty big spike weeks with those guys.
I agree. I mean, I like Zuccarello.
I love it. Like honestly, I think in the West, the Wild really are kind of my dark horse if I had to pick one, because I believe in Gustafsson. I believe the defensive core is one of the better in the league. Even though we shot all over Brock Faber last offseason because people were drafting him way too early and he was, not fantasy relevant, he's a really good hockey player. He's a really good defenseman to go along with the Brodians and really Spurgeon as well if he's healthy. On top of all that, you have, in my opinion, should have and could have won the MVP of the league last year, Kirill Kaprizov. Like, I don't think that drumbeat was beating loud and then he got hurt, right? And I think we just forget that was happening. My last pick, I'm going to go back to a player that I believed in last year and I shouldn't have, and Dan Bladar to be my last goalie because there ain't shit left.
That's tough.
Wow.
Whatever. I mean,
he's on Philly now.
He doesn't. He's on Philly now. I mean, Harrison has an 18.5 wins projection. Philly's probably bad, but like he's gonna see run. I think there's a realistic outcome that Dan Bladar could, we're like, Askarov is obviously going to see a ton of run in the playoffs for what if Vladar steals the net and Philly is anywhere near competitive? You know what I mean? Like, I think he's a guy. He's at least a guy.
Interesting.
The Tickle My Degen drafter did a 5-6-2-3 build that I'm looking at and is
I did that in our first draft. I did that in our first draft, very differently, but I took Makar, and then I took Sergachev, and I did 2. I did 5-6-2-3. So,
wow, I don't like even just taking 3 defensemen. I know that's sort of the ideal thing to do. It's nice on drafters having like 4 or sometimes even 5. Like I really hate having to rely on only like such a small number of defensemen.
It is so different because 2 of them score, and because when you think about it on at least from underdog perspective, you are drafting. If you say we're taking 3 goalies, you're drafting, 3 goalies, 3 defensemen. You're drafting 10 forwards per team. There are 12 teams in a draft. If you say there are 4 power play forwards per team, you're basically drafting every single power play forward. But then when defense is considered, if you're taking 3 of them, like you literally can't have enough power play defensemen. Mix in the fact that these situations are very binary. It's like yes or no. It's not like a spot where, this guy's the 4th forward and the 5th forward could jump in for the power play time, yada yada. Like D is just so like I think like the fact that you need 2 of them to score just makes it such a different playing field over on drafters. And my guess is if that were drafting on both sites, that would be the number one thing I had to reorient, because I bet that people undervalue defense on drafters and overvalue it on underdog, just like versus what the strictly
honestly
optimal approach would be.
Defense, this is my strategy on drafters. I get a lot of elite defensemen early. They fly off the board.
Yep.
They fly off the board, which makes sense. My first couple of drafts here, based on like the 6 drafts I've done on underdog here, I really don't like getting defensemen early. Like it just feels bad. Like there's so much good value later on. Like
Yeah, rounds 10 through 12 are just chock full of guys that I just want to ingest in my portfolio as far as
Relax.
defense go.
pause.
Yeah, God.
Yeah, yeah, it's insane. Like Theodore could easily put up like 70 points. Jones is like could put up 60 points with really good peripherals. Harley, like if Harley's power play one, he's gonna shoot up to like the freaking Yossi range. Like there's just so much upside that clicking like a Quinn Hughes doesn't even feel good at all.
Yeah.
No. I mean, I don't really push defensemen outside of the top echelon. Like, I don't mind grabbing. I think we talked about this before, but like after Makar, to me, I still think it's Bouchard. Like, I think he is the highest. You know, the guy that I'll probably have the most of in that next range. A little bit of Werenski, a little bit of Quinn Hughes. People are still pushing those defensemen up into the second round pretty often. So I'm never doing that. Like, I will take a couple shares of the Werenski, Quinn Hughes, Bouchard in this range here or there when I feel like it's the right time, but I'm going to end up really low on all three of them. And I don't think it's going to cost me that much, because I do think that like you can make up a very big chunk of what they produce in the 12th round, and you just can't do that at center and wing and goalie. So
if I can get Shea Theodore freaking 70, 80 picks later, like
I mean, you're getting Shea Theodore instead of Svechnikov, comparatively to getting Bouchard instead of Tage Thompson, and it's like, well, one of these guys could score 50 goals. It's like I think it's just such a bigger, what am I thinking of?
Yeah.
Not
that's what I was
cost,
saying in the
but,
2v2s.
opportunity cost.
This was the exact situation where I was saying, like, if you draft all these centers and D-men early in drafts, the 2v2s that you're looking at when you look at the board later, you just kind of go like, damn, like I should have taken a wing or a goalie there. And that's
how I felt early on.
Yeah, that's like a generally applicable thing. I don't have like a strict rule of thumb, but like if I take more than 2 centers plus D-men through like 6 rounds, something really, really special has happened in my team that I'm just like, targeting something very specific. But otherwise, I just try and hoover up that wing and goalie because it drops off fast.
That's what I did, except I did finally get Mo Sider because someone else didn't take him like normal. So,
how do you guys feel about the team that I drafted? Out of curiosity,
hold on, let me look at it on my own screen. Yeah, I mean, yep. I think.
Yeah, I like it. I don't.
Yeah, I really like it. I would say the 1v1 or the 2v2 would just be like, if you like taking Miller over a winger. And I think that your stance on Miller is just you're high on him in general. But I think like that is the one spot where like if you just took a winger there instead and pushed center a little bit, because you're like, your bet on Eriksson Ek, you didn't know it at the time, but it became so much bigger than when it started. Like now you're basically saying that he's getting there with the wild core. And like, I think in retrospect that would have been the change. But Matt, what were you saying? Sorry.
Yeah, the what I was gonna say is that taking 6 wingers when 4 of them are Nichushkin, Bushnevich, Lafreniere, Zuccarello, and you have to start 2 of them each week, that's pretty thin in my opinion. I think something that DJ mentioned the JT Miller pick specifically, like doing a 2v2 there of like Adrian Kempe, you take Kempe instead of Miller, and then in the last round you're taking let's say second to last round because we can see the names. You're taking Duchesne instead of Lafreniere. Like maybe that's not the right guy, but just any center that's still out there on the board, because like I think there are legit options that are scoring like good fantasy players. Like that to me feels like it would make a world of difference.
Could you only do do you guys go 3 centers in a lot of drafts?
That's my default. Last year that was like my rule. I only went 3-7-3-3.
But now with another flex,
I don't think that was why I lost last year. Anyway, I don't need to say. So this year it opens up a lot more because an extra flex scores in this contest. So like last year you had 16 players on your team after a draft, and 6 of them scored every week as far as skaters are concerned. because it was, or I guess everyone, because it was one goalie, one center, one D-man, 2 wings, and then 1 flex. Now it's 2 flexes. So it's like the scores that you need to enter a lineup are even lower. And the opportunity cost for getting a really elite center like McKinnon or McDavid or even an Eichel or Hughes that just puts up massive scores each week. If you get any other good centers last year, that guy's basically has to be your flex. And that means, any good wing take, any good D take, anything you take can't really be your flex if you're taking centers early. So like this year, taking more centers just makes more sense because you have the possibility to start them in flex, because the best players in fantasy are centers. I don't think that's overly shocking to anyone who's played for many years. Now, multi-position stuff in season long could change that calculus a little bit, but I don't think the meta is that different for this year. And so with all that in mind, that extra flex just makes 4 center builds, even more creative builds just in general, very interesting. And that also applies to stacking, within team stacks. I think the positional and the team stacks are 2 different ways of structure that both are loosened a whole heck of a lot by the flex change.
Yeah, I think you're right about the Kempe. Picking him over Miller would have been good, and then having just Eriksson, Zibanejad, and Tage as my centers probably be better. Even if I just had those 3.
Yeah. All right. Are you a dynasty guy?
No.
Okay. So you're not super hip to prospects and things like that, as far as
not really. Maybe in the future, because I think it's cool, but I just it's too niche. It's just too niche in terms of content, and especially with these best ball drafts.
Yeah.
We're
sitting out here drafting best ball draft with the same 12 people for hours a week. But again, I got a point that I was making before. I was I do think it's just more people get involved and do it. It's just going to grow. Best ball was a niche concept in football, and now it's not at all. With best ball 5, and it's not even best ball 3. It was Matthew Berry's doing this, and it's the biggest names in fantasy. It's there's just not a lot of people doing fantasy hockey content in general. But Matt, you're probably making a larger point, and I just continued to ramble. So.
I just saw Pablo in the chat here. I think I'm in 7 or 8 dynasty leagues. Just I love the prospect side of it. And I was saying about the preseason, I just love doing the work as far as that's what I'm addicted to. The gambling's fun. I wouldn't do it without the gambling, but the whole process of putting the gambling out there and getting good is what I love. So I spend a lot of time gathering data and shit for these, prospects coming in. And I actually do think Pablo has the right order. I think I would nudge Schaefer ahead of Dickinson just for workload reasons. But if you're in a league that heavily prioritizes shots, I am quite worried about Parek's shot volume as an NHL defenseman. His OHL shot volume was not there at all. And it's very rare that we find players up their shootiness from a lower level to the NHL. So if shots are a big part of your scoring, then Parek does concern me a bit, and I would probably side with Dickinson or Schaefer. But Buium, I think, is the clear number 1 of that group.
Yeah, I was gonna say Buium, not even a question, and then I would say Schaefer could be 2 or 3, but I think agree move him above Dickinson.
So Parek is just insanely efficient then in terms of
he's
goals.
just so talented. Buium is unbelievably
goals.
good too. Yeah, it's crazy how efficient he is. Consider he was an overager. Not overager in that sense, but he was, Buium is playing college and Parek is playing, 15, 16-year-olds. That's another reason the counting stats jump off the page. But when you compare Parek to other overage defensemen that are drafted and whatnot, his shot volume just doesn't look very good. So obviously the efficiency is great and you love to see that, but I don't think that's as translatable to the NHL as just the trigger in your head that says, hey, shoot the puck. And I think Buium has that, and I think Buium also brings to the table an unquestionable role like right away, right out of the gate, he's their power play 1 quarterback until he fucks it up so bad, like, that he loses it. But then like years down the road, like he's their number 1 power play guy for sure, which I think is also true for Parake. And I'm not confident that's the case for Dickinson or Schaefer.
Well, I think before we push you on past hour 11 too much further, we should give you the opportunity here to bow out. We're reaching the 11 hours and 11 minutes, I believe you've been live for. And I know me and Matt are pretty fresh here, only 3 hours in, but let me kick it to you to give you a chance to
let's just do quickly. I'll just say like why I came to go back to do these drafts. If you guys want to play on Underdog, sign up with code FIREDUP. You guys get the things below. Play 5, get 50% match deposit. Draft cheat sheet that's coming out in a week or so. Help support the channel. So I'll just say that. And thanks for everyone that tuned in. Thanks to DJ and Matt for coming in. Follow those guys on my Twitter. I retweeted them, and you can check them out. They have a YouTube channel. DJ has a YouTube channel. Do you have a YouTube channel as well, Matt?
Yeah, it's also at Fake Moods. So if you find me on Twitter, you search that on YouTube, you'll find it there too. Yeah,
really, really good content, especially for Underdog specifically. That's what you guys mostly do. So yeah, I mean, it was good meeting you guys. This was fun.
Yeah, and then Matt, give out your big bet. We teased it. They all did the stuff. I have all the socials.
I didn't place it. I don't know what it's gonna be.
You haven't? Okay, so you're not doing it right now. I thought we came to a conclusion on one.
I guess not. DJ, do you want to fire up a stream to do it after this? Like, I don't.
Absolutely not. I'm definitely going to bed.
Okay.
I have to work tomorrow. I have to go set up 401k plans, Matt. They don't set themselves up.
Whatever. Then we'll do it. Maybe we'll figure it out. We'll do it in the next couple of days.
I'll do it from Italy.
Maybe I'll do it on
the beaches of Capri.
No, I have to do it by the 14th, DJ. That's the whole thing. That was the reason I wanted to do it tonight. Anyway. Yes, okay. I do have a YouTube channel. It's at Fake Moods.
There's nothing going on Sunday at 1. Let's do it Sunday at 1. Nothing's going on.
Yeah, nothing. And then I also have a newsletter, moods.beehive.com. I think I'm a better writer than a talker. So check me out there too. I do a lot of stuff.
I am the opposite. I am not a good writer.
Where I did strategy stuff for Underdog. I've done player takes for the upcoming season, and once we get into the DFS season, I do DraftKings slate recaps. I do slate previews on there. Even if you just like to watch the games, you want to know a bit more what to expect that night. Usually Fridays when I post those, but it's all free, so go check that out.
Yeah. Yep. Follow me. You already heard all this stuff. That's all the same.
Is it at what's the at on Twitter for you? When you're on YouTube, what is it called?
DJ_Mitchell94 and then at NHL DJ.
Okay.
Good.
Awesome.
Good name. We're like 2 people away from 500 subscribers, and then we get like bonuses or something. I don't know. We have like hours and hours. Like our metrics are so messed up because like everybody is like, it's like there's so many active watchers in that 500 that like it makes us look really good for like the niche numbers, but then we're doing a niche thing, a niche sport. And like the only way to make it grow is to have more people doing it and talking about it and posting their drafts. I love posting my drafts. That's where I do them. So keep doing that and like let people know about this. Like if you have friends that are into fantasy hockey and you're like, hey, like you can draft teams and like 150 of them and not manage them and win $25,000, they might be like, well, what do you mean? So you show them how to do it. You draft. Well, I mean, my friends that I've drafted teams with, and they're like, "Well, I got to do this now. Like this is addicting." I'm like, "Exactly." So yeah, keep spreading the word.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, like I said, it was nice meeting you guys. I don't know. I might come up to Quebec again, like closer to the season, and do more Underdog drafts. So maybe we can do another live stream. I know, Matt, you said no, you don't do drafters, but maybe DJ, if you want to hop on a drafter stream.
Anytime after September 30th.
Yeah.
Because you're going to Italy, right?
Yeah, I'll be back on the 30th. Well, 29th late, but.
If you want to talk.
I ran in Toronto.
If you want to talk hockey, if that's with the backdrop of a drafters draft, I'm totally fine just talking. Let me know. My late nights are pretty free, and I also work from home, so I can carve out time during the day too.
Drive to New Jersey and stream, Matt. Drive to New Jersey. It's not hard.
Draft and drive and stream from my car.
Yeah. Yes, David Kitchen. Draft and drive.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's
so-
it's good having people on.
Yeah.
It's just better for engagement, I think. So yeah, I'll definitely have you on, and DJ, when you get back, we'll do some
Sounds
streams
good.
too if you're around.
Yeah, this was awesome. Thank you for the for
Yeah,
reaching
thank
out.
you.
Yep, absolutely, boys. Have a good night. I can't wait to go to bed. I'm so exhausted.
night.
Dude.
You're a fucking maniac.
See you, boys.
Later, boys.
See ya.
All right. That is it. What a day. Lots of drafts. And yeah. Underdog was fun. We'll be doing more drafters stuff when I get home this weekend. Probably not. Maybe Sunday night, Monday night, we'll start doing some more drafters. And yeah, appreciate everyone that tuned in. I'm going to end the stream and go to bed. Have a good night, y'all.